Dogs and All About Them. Preface. The popularity of the dog as a companion, as a guardian of property, as an assistant in the pursuit of game, and as the object of a pleasurable hobby has never been so great as it is at the present time. More dogs are kept in this country than ever there formerly were, and they are more skilfully bred, more tenderly treated, and cared for with a more solicitous pride than was the case a generation ago. There are fewer mongrels in our midst, and the family dog has become a respectable member of society. 2,000,000 dog licenses were taken out in the British Isles in the course of 1909. In that year, too, as many as 906 separate dog shows were sanctioned by the Kennel Club, and held in various parts of the United Kingdom. At the present time there exist no fewer than 156 specialist clubs established for the purpose of watching over the interests of the different breeds. Recognizing this advance in our national love of dogs, and the growing demand for information on their distinguishing characteristics, I am persuaded that there is ample room for a concise and practical handbook on matters canine. In preparing the present volume, I have drawn abundantly upon the contents of my larger and more expensive New Book of the Dog, and I desire to acknowledge my obligations to the eminent experts who assisted me in the production of the earlier work, and whose contributions I have further utilized in these pages. I am indebted to Mr. W. J. Stubbs for his clear exposition of the points of the Bulldog, to Colonel Claude Cane for his description of the sporting Spaniels, to Lady Algernon Gordon Lennox for her authoritative paragraphs on the Pekingese, to Mr. Desmond O'Connell for his history of the Fox Terrier, and to Mr. Walter S. Glynn, Mr. Fred Gresham, Major J. H. Bailey, Mr. E. B. Joachim, and other specialists whose aid I have enlisted. In the following chapters the varieties of the dog are classified in the order of 1. Non-sporting and utility breeds, 2. Hounds, gun dogs, and other sporting breeds, 3. The terriers, 4. Toy and miniature breeds. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Dogs and All About Them. General history of the dog. There is no incongruity in the idea that in the very earliest period of man's habitation of this world, he made a friend and companion of some sort of aboriginal representative of our modern dog, and that in return for its aid in protecting him from wilder animals, and in guarding his sheep and goats, he gave it a share of his food, a corner in his dwelling, and grew to trust it and care for it. Probably the animal was originally little else than an unusually gentle jackal, or an ailing wolf driven by its companions from the wild marauding pack, to seek shelter in alien surroundings. One can well conceive the possibility of the partnership, beginning in the circumstance of some helpless whelps being brought home by the early hunters, to be tended and reared by the women and children. The present-day savage of New Guinea and mid-Africa does not, as a rule, take the trouble to tame and train an adult wild animal for his own purposes, and primitive man was surely equally indifferent to the questionable advantage of harboring a dangerous guest. But a litter of woolly whelps introduced into the home as playthings for the children would grow to regard themselves, and be regarded, as members of the family, and it would soon be found that the hunting instincts of the maturing animal were of value to its captors. The savage master treading the primeval forests in search of food would not fail to recognize the helpfulness of a keener nose and sharper eyes even than his own unsullied senses, while the dog in his turn would find a better shelter in association with men than if he were hunting on his own account. Thus, mutual benefit would result in some kind of tacit agreement of partnership, and through the generations the wild wolf or jackal would gradually become gentler, more docile and tractable, and the dreaded enemy of the flock develop into the trusted guardian of the fold. In nearly all parts of the world traces of an indigenous dog family are found, the only exceptions being the West Indian Islands, Madagascar, the eastern islands of the Malayan Archipelago, New Zealand, and the Polynesian Islands, where there is no sign that any dog, wolf, or fox has existed as a true aboriginal animal. In the ancient Oriental lands, and generally among the early Mongolians, the dog remained savage and neglected for centuries, prowling in packs, gaunt and wolf-like, as it prowls today through the streets and under the walls of every Eastern city. No attempt was made to allure it into human companionship or to improve it into docility. It is not until we come to examine the records of the higher civilizations of Assyria and Egypt that we discover any distinct varieties of canine form. Assyrian sculptures depict two such, a Greyhound and a Mastiff, the latter described in the tablets as the chained-up, mouth-opening dog, that is to say, it was used as a watchdog, and several varieties are referred to in the cuneiform inscriptions preserved in the British Museum. The Egyptian monuments of about 3000 B.C. present many forms of the domestic dog, and there can be no doubt that among the ancient Egyptians it was as completely a companion of man, as much a favorite in the house, and a help in the chase, as it is among ourselves at present. In the city of Cynopolis it was reverenced next to the sacred jackal, and on the death of a dog, the members of the household to which he had belonged carefully shaved their whole bodies, and religiously abstained from using the food of whatever kind which happened to be in the house at the time. Among the distinct breeds kept in Egypt, there was a massive wolf dog, a large, heavily built hound with drooping ears and a pointed head, at least 2 varieties of Greyhound used for hunting the gazelle, and a small breed of terrier or turnspit with short, crooked legs. This last appears to have been regarded as an especial household pet, for it was admitted into the living rooms and taken as a companion for walks out of doors. It was furnished with a collar of leaves, or of leather, or precious metal wrought into the form of leaves, and when it died it was embalmed. Every town throughout Egypt had its place of interment for canine mummies. The dog was not greatly appreciated in Palestine, and in both the Old and New Testaments it is commonly spoken of with scorn and contempt as an unclean beast. Even the familiar reference to the sheepdog in the book of Job, "But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to set with the dogs of my flock," is not without a suggestion of contempt, and it is significant that the only biblical allusion to the dog as a recognized companion of man occurs in the apocryphal book of Tobit, verse 16, "So they went forth both, and the young man's dog with them." The pagan Greeks and Romans had a kindlier feeling for dumb animals than had the Jews. Their hounds, like their horses, were selected with discrimination, bred with care, and held in high esteem, receiving pet names; and the literatures of Greece and Rome contain many tributes to the courage, obedience, sagacity, and affectionate fidelity of the dog. The Phoenicians, too, were unquestionably lovers of the dog, quick to recognize the points of special breeds. In their colony in Carthage, during the reign of Sardanapalus, they had already possessed themselves of the Assyrian Mastiff, which they probably exported to far-off Britain, as they are said to have exported a Water Spaniel to Ireland and to Spain. It is a significant circumstance, when we come to consider the probable origin of the dog, that there are indications of his domestication at such early periods by so many peoples in different parts of the world. As we have seen, dogs were more or less subjugated and tamed by primitive men, by the Assyrians, Egyptians, Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans, as also by the ancient barbaric tribes of the Western Hemisphere. The important question now arises, had all these dogs a common origin in a definite parent stock, or did they spring from separate and unrelated parents? Half a century ago it was believed that all the evidence which could be brought to bear upon the problem pointed to an independent origin of the dog. Youatt, writing in 1845, argued that "this power of tracing back the dog to the very earliest periods of history, and the fact that he then seemed to be as sagacious, as faithful, and as valuable as at the present day, strongly favours the opinion that he was descended from no inferior and comparatively worthless animal, and that he was not the progeny of the wolf, the jackal, or the fox, but was originally created, somewhat as we now find him, the associate and friend of man. When Youatt wrote, most people believed that the world was only 6,000 years old, and that species were originally created and absolutely unchangeable. Lyell's discoveries in geology, however, overthrew the argument of the earth's chronology and of the antiquity of man, and Darwin's theory of evolution entirely transformed the accepted beliefs concerning the origin of species and the supposed invariability of animal types. The general superficial resemblance between the fox and many of our dogs might well excuse the belief in a relationship. Gamekeepers are often very positive that a cross can be obtained between a dog-fox and a terrier bitch, but cases in which this connection is alleged must be accepted with extreme caution. The late Mr. A. D. Bartlett, who was for years the superintendent of the Zoological Gardens in London, studied this question with minute care, and as a result of experiments and observation he positively affirmed that he had never met with one well-authenticated instance of a hybrid dog and fox. Mr. Bartlett's conclusions are incontestable. However much in appearance the supposed dog-fox may resemble the fox, there are certain opposing characteristics and structural differences which entirely dismiss the theory of relationship. One thing is certain, that foxes do not breed in confinement, except in very rare instances. The silver fox of North America is the only species recorded to have bred in the Zoological Gardens of London. The European fox has never been known to breed in captivity. Then again, the fox is not a sociable animal. We never hear of foxes uniting in a pack, as do the wolves, the jackals, and the wild dogs. Apart from other considerations, a fox may be distinguished from a dog without being seen or touched, by its smell. No one can produce a dog that has half the odor of Reynard, and this odor the dog-fox would doubtless possess, were its sire a fox-dog or its dam a vixen. Whatever may be said concerning the difference existing between dogs and foxes will not hold good in reference to dogs, wolves, and jackals. The wolf and the jackal are so much alike that the only appreciable distinction is that of size, and so closely do they resemble many dogs in general appearance, structure, habits, instincts, and mental endowments, that no difficulty presents itself in regarding them as being of one stock. Wolves and jackals can be, and have repeatedly been, tamed. Domestic dogs can become, and again do become, wild, even consorting with wolves, interbreeding with them, assuming their gregarious habits, and changing the characteristic bark into a dismal wolf-like howl. The wolf and the jackal when tamed, answer to their master's call, wag their tails, lick his hands, crouch, jump round him to be caressed, and throw themselves on their backs in submission. When in high spirits, they run round in circles or in a figure of 8, with their tails between their legs. Their howl becomes a businesslike bark. They smell at the tails of other dogs, and void their urine sideways, and lastly, like our domestic favourites, however refined and gentlemanly in other respects, they cannot be broken of the habit of rolling on carrion or on animals they have killed. This last habit of the domestic dog is one of the surviving traits of his wild ancestry, which, like his habits of burying bones or superfluous food, and of turning round and round on a carpet as if to make a nest for himself before lying down, go far towards connecting him in direct relationship with the wolf and the jackal. The great multitude of different breeds of the dog, and the vast differences in their size, points, and general appearance, are facts which make it difficult to believe that they could have had a common ancestry. One thinks of the difference between the Mastiff and the Japanese Spaniel, the Deerhound and the fashionable Pomeranian, the St. Bernard and the miniature Black and Tan Terrier, and is perplexed in contemplating the possibility of their having descended from a common progenitor. Yet the disparity is no greater than that between the Shire horse and the Shetland pony, the Shorthorn and the Kerry cattle, or the Patagonian and the Pygmy; and all dog breeders know how easy it is to produce a variety in type and size by studied selection. In order properly to understand this question, it is necessary first to consider the identity of structure in the wolf and the dog. This identity of structure may best be studied in a comparison of the osseous system, or skeletons, of the two animals, which so closely resemble each other that their transposition would not easily be detected. The spine of the dog consists of 7 vertebrae in the neck, 13 in the back, 7 in the loins, 3 sacral vertebrae, and 20 to 22 in the tail. In both the dog and the wolf there are 13 pairs of ribs, 9 true and 4 false. Each has 42 teeth. They both have 5 front and 4 hind toes, while outwardly the common wolf has so much the appearance of a large, bare-boned dog that a popular description of the one would serve for the other. Nor are their habits different. The wolf's natural voice is a loud howl, but when confined with dogs he will learn to bark. Although he is carnivorous, he will also eat vegetables, and when sickly he will nibble grass. In the chase, a pack of wolves will divide into parties, one following the trail of the quarry, the other endeavoring to intercept its retreat, exercising a considerable amount of strategy, a trait which is exhibited by many of our sporting dogs and terriers when hunting in teams. A further important point of resemblance between the Canis lupus and the Canis familiaris lies in the fact that the period of gestation in both species is 63 days. There are from 3 to 9 cubs in a wolf's litter, and these are blind for 21 days. They are suckled for 2 months, but at the end of that time they are able to eat half-digested flesh disgorged for them by their dam, or even their sire. We have seen that there is no authenticated instance of a hybrid between the dog and the fox. This is not the case with the dog and the wolf, or the dog and the jackal, all of which can interbreed. Moreover, their offspring are fertile. Pliny is the authority for the statement that the Gauls tied their female dogs in the wood, that they might cross with wolves. The Eskimo dogs are not infrequently crossed with the grey Arctic wolf, which they so much resemble, and the Indians of America were accustomed to cross their half-wild dogs with the coyote to impart greater boldness to the breed. Tame dogs living in countries inhabited by the jackal often betray the jackal strain in their litters, and there are instances of men dwelling in lonely outposts of civilization being molested by wolves or jackals following upon the trail of a bitch in season. These facts lead one to refer to the familiar circumstance that the native dogs of all regions approximate closely in size, coloration, form, and habit to the native wolf of those regions. Of this most important circumstance there are far too many instances to allow of its being looked upon as a mere coincidence. Sir John Richardson, writing in 1829, observed that "the resemblance between the North American wolves and the domestic dog of the Indians is so great that the size and strength of the wolf seems to be the only difference. I have more than once mistaken a band of wolves for the dogs of a party of Indians, and the howl of the animals of both species is prolonged so exactly in the same key that even the practised ear of the Indian fails at times to discriminate between them." As the Eskimo and Indian dogs resemble the North American wolf, so the dog of the Hare Indians, a very different breed, resembles the prairie wolf. Except in the matter of barking, there is no difference whatever between the black wolf dog of the Indians of Florida and the wolves of the same country. The same phenomenon is seen in many kinds of European dogs. The shepherd dog of the plains of Hungary is white or reddish-brown, has a sharp nose, short erect ears, shaggy coat, and bushy tail, and so much resembles a wolf that Mr. Paget, who gives the description, says he has known a Hungarian mistake a wolf for one of his own dogs. Many of the dogs of Russia, Lapland, and Finland are comparable with the wolves of those countries. Some of the domestic dogs of Egypt, both at the present day and in the condition of mummies, are wolf-like in type, and the dogs of Nubia have the closest relation to a wild species of the same region, which is only a form of the common jackal. Dogs, it may again be noted, cross with the jackal as well as with wolves, and this is frequently the case in Africa, as for example in Bosjesmans, where the dogs have a marked resemblance to the black-backed jackal, which is a South African variety. It has been suggested that the one incontrovertible argument against the lupine relationship of the dog is the fact that all domestic dogs bark, while all wild Canidae express their feelings only by howls. But the difficulty here is not so great as it seems, since we know that jackals, wild dogs, and wolf pups reared by bitches readily acquire the habit. On the other hand, domestic dogs allowed to run wild forget how to bark, while there are some which have not yet learned so to express themselves. The presence or absence of the habit of barking cannot, then, be regarded as an argument in deciding the question concerning the origin of the dog. This stumbling block consequently disappears, leaving us in the position of agreeing with Darwin, whose final hypothesis was that "it is highly probable that the domestic dogs of the world have descended from two good species of wolf, Canis lupus and Canis latrans, and from 2 or 3 other doubtful species of wolves, namely the European, Indian, and North African forms; from at least 1 or 2 South American canine species; from several races or species of jackal; and perhaps from 1 or more extinct species; and that the blood of these, in some cases mingled together, flows in the veins of our domestic breeds." End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2. The English Mastiff. Of the many different kinds of dogs now established as British, not a few have had their origin in other lands, whence specimens have been imported into this country in course of time to be so improved by selection that they have come to be commonly accepted as native breeds. Some are protected from the claim that they are indigenous by the fact that their origin is indicated in their names. No one would pretend that the St. Bernard, or the Newfoundland, the Spaniel, or the Dalmatian are of native breed. They are alien immigrants whom we have naturalized, as we are naturalizing the majestic Great Dane, the decorative Borzoi, the alert Schipperke, and the frowning Chow Chow, which are of such recent introduction that they must still be regarded as half acclimatized foreigners. But of the antiquity of the Mastiff there can be no doubt. He is the oldest of our British dogs, cultivated in these islands for so many centuries that the only difficulty concerning his history is that of tracing his descent, and discovering the period when he was not familiarly known. It is possible that the Mastiff owes its origin to some remote ancestor of alien strain. The Assyrian kings possessed a large dog of decided Mastiff type, and used it in the hunting of lions. It is supposed by many students that the breed was introduced into early Britain by the adventurous Phoenician traders, who in the 6th century B.C. voyaged to the Scilly Islands and Cornwall to barter their own commodities in exchange for the useful metals. Knowing the requirements of their barbarian customers, these early merchants from Tyre and Sidon are believed to have brought some of the larger pugnaces, which would be readily accepted by the Britons to supplant or improve their courageous but undersized fighting dogs. In Anglo-Saxon times, every 2 villeins were required to maintain one of these dogs for the purpose of reducing the number of wolves and other wild animals. This would indicate that the Mastiff was recognized as a capable hunting dog, but at a later period his hunting instincts were not highly esteemed, and he was not regarded as a peril to preserved game. For in the reign of Henry III, the forest laws, which prohibited the keeping of all other breeds by unprivileged persons, permitted the Mastiff to come within the precincts of the forest, imposing, however, the condition that every such dog should have the claws of the forefeet removed close to the skin. The name Mastiff was probably applied to any massively built dog. It is not easy to trace the true breed amid the various names which it owned. Molossus, Allan, Allant, Tie dog, Bandog, or Band dog were among the number. The names Tie dog and Band dog intimate that the Mastiff was commonly kept for guard, but many were specially trained for baiting bears, imported lions, and bulls. There is a constant record of the Mastiff having been kept and carefully bred for many generations in certain Old English families. One of the oldest strains of Mastiff was that kept by Mr. Leigh of Lyme Hall in Cheshire. They were large, powerful dogs, and longer in muzzle than those which we are now accustomed to see. Another old and valuable strain was kept by the Duke of Devonshire at Chatsworth. It is to these two strains that the dogs of the present day trace back. Mr. Woolmore's Crown Prince was one of the most celebrated of Mastiffs. He was a fawn dog with a Dudley nose and light eye, and was pale in muzzle, and whilst full credit must be given to him for having sired many good Mastiffs, he must be held responsible for the faults in many specimens of more recent years. Unfortunately, he was indiscriminately bred from, with the result that in a very short time breeders found it impossible to find a Mastiff unrelated to him. It is to be deplored that ever since his era there has been a perceptible diminution in the number of good examples of this fine Old English breed, and that from being an admired and fashionable dog, the Mastiff has so declined in popularity that few are to be seen either at exhibitions or in breeders' kennels. At the Crystal Palace in 1871 there were as many as 63 Mastiffs on show, forming a line of benches 200 yards long, and not a bad one among them, whereas at a dog show held 25 years later, where more than 1,200 dogs were entered, not a single Mastiff was benched. The difficulty of obtaining dogs of unblemished pedigree and superlative type may partly account for this decline, and another reason of unpopularity may be that the Mastiff requires so much attention to keep him in condition that without it he is apt to become indolent and heavy. Nevertheless, the mischief of breeding too continuously from one strain, such as that of Crown Prince, has to some extent been eradicated, and we have had many splendid Mastiffs since his time. Special mention should be made of the grand bitch Cambrian Princess by Beau. She was purchased by Mrs. Willens, who, mating her with Maximilian, a dog of her own breeding by the Emperor, obtained Minting, who shared with Mr. Sidney Turner's Beaufort the reputation of being unapproached for all-round merit in any period. The following description of a perfect Mastiff, taken from the Old English Mastiffs Club, Points of a Mastiff, is admirable as a standard to which future breeders should aim to attain. Points of the Mastiff. General character and symmetry. Large, massive, powerful, symmetrical, and well-knit frame. A combination of grandeur and good nature, courage and docility. General description of head. In general outline, giving a square appearance when viewed from any point. Breadth generally to be desired, and should be in ratio to length of the whole head and face, as in 2 to 3. General description of body. Massive, broad, deep, long, powerfully built, on legs wide apart and squarely set. Muscles sharply defined. Size a great desideratum, if combined with quality. Height and substance important if both points are proportionately combined. Skull. Broad between the ears, forehead flat, but wrinkled when attention is excited. Brows, superciliary ridges, slightly raised. Muscles of the temples and cheeks, temporal and masseter, well developed. Arch across the skull of a rounded flattened curve, with a depression up the center of the forehead from the medium line between the eyes to halfway up the sagittal suture. Face or muzzle. Short, broad under the eyes and keeping nearly parallel in width to the end of the nose. Truncated, i.e. blunt and cut off square, thus forming a right angle with the upper line of the face, of great depth from the point of the nose to under jaw. Under jaw broad to the end. Canine teeth healthy, powerful, and wide apart. Incisors level, or the lower projecting beyond the upper, but never sufficiently so as to become visible when the mouth is closed. Nose broad, with widely spreading nostrils when viewed from the front. Flat, not pointed or turned up, in profile. Lips diverging at obtuse angles with the septum, and slightly pendulous, so as to show a square profile. Length of muzzle to whole head and face as 1 to 3. Circumference of muzzle, measured midway between the eye and nose, to that of the head, measured before the ears, as 3 to 5. Ears. Small, thin to the touch, wide apart, set on at the highest points of the sides of the skull, so as to continue the outline across the summit, and lying flat and close to the cheeks when in repose. Eyes. Small, wide apart, divided by at least the space of 2 eyes. The stop between the eyes well marked but not too abrupt. Color hazel brown, the darker the better, showing no haw. Neck, chest, and ribs. Neck slightly arched, moderately long, very muscular, and measuring in circumference about 1 or 2 inches less than the skull, before the ears. Chest wide, deep, and well let down between the forelegs. Ribs arched and well rounded. False ribs deep and well set back to the hips. Girth should be 1/3 more than the height at the shoulder. Shoulder and arm slightly sloping, heavy, and muscular. Forelegs and feet. Legs straight, strong, and wide set apart. Bones very large. Elbows square. Pasterns upright. Feet large and round. Toes well arched up. Nails black. Back, loins, and flanks. Back and loins wide and muscular, flat and very wide in the bitch, slightly arched in a dog. Great depth of flanks. Hind legs and feet. Hind quarters broad, wide, and muscular, with well developed second thighs, hocks bent wide apart, and quite squarely set when standing or walking. Feet round. Tail put on high up and reaching to the hocks or a little below them, wide at its root and tapering to the end, hanging straight in repose but forming a curve with the end pointing upwards, but not over the back when the dog is excited. Coat. Color. Coat short and close lying but not too fine over the shoulders, neck, and back. Color apricot or silver fawn or dark fawn brindle. In any case, muzzle, ears, and nose should be black, with black round the orbits and extending upwards between them. Size is a quality very desirable in this breed. The height of many dogs of olden days was from 32 to 33 inches. The height should be obtained rather from great depth of body than length of leg. A leggy Mastiff is very undesirable. 30 inches may be taken as a fair average height for dogs, and bitches somewhat less. Many of Mr. Lukey's stood 32 inches and over. Mr. Green's Monarch was over 33 inches. The Shaw 32 inches, and Cardinal 32 inches. The method of rearing a Mastiff has much to do with its ultimate size, but it is perhaps needless to say that the selection of the breeding stock has still more to do with this. It is therefore essential to select a dog and bitch of a large strain to obtain large Mastiffs. It is not so necessary that the dogs themselves should be so large as that they come from a large strain. The weight of a full-grown dog should be anything over 160 pounds. Many have turned over the scale at 180 pounds. The Shaw, for instance, was 182 pounds in weight. Scawfell over 200 pounds. One of the great difficulties that breeders of Mastiffs and all other large dogs have to contend against is in rearing the puppies, so many bitches being clumsy and apt to kill the whelps by lying on them. It is therefore always better to be provided with 1 or more foster bitches. At about 6 weeks old a fairly good opinion may be formed as to what the puppies will ultimately turn out in certain respects for. Although they may change materially during growth, the good or bad qualities which are manifest at an early age will, in all probability, be apparent when the puppy has reached maturity. It is therefore frequently easier to select the best puppy in the nest than to do so when they are 6 to 9 or 10 months old. Puppies should be allowed all the liberty possible, and never be tied up. They should be taken out for steady, gentle exercise, and not permitted to get too fat or they become too heavy, with detrimental results to their legs. Many Mastiff puppies are very shy and nervous, but they will grow out of this if kindly handled, and eventually become the best guard and protector it is possible to have. The temper of a Mastiff should be taken into consideration by the breeder. They are, as a rule, possessed of the best of tempers. A savage dog, with such power as the Mastiff possesses, is indeed a dangerous creature, and therefore some inquiries as to the temper of a stud dog should be made before deciding to use him. In these dogs, as in all others, it is a question of how they are treated by the person having charge of them. The feeding of puppies is an important matter, and should be carefully seen to by anyone wishing to rear them successfully. If goat's milk is procurable, it is preferable to cow's milk. The price asked for it is sometimes prohibitory, but this difficulty may be surmounted in many cases by keeping a goat or two on the premises. Many breeders have obtained a goat with the sole object of rearing a litter of puppies on her milk, and have eventually discarded cow's milk altogether, using goat's milk for household purposes instead. As soon as the puppies will lap, they should be induced to take arrowroot prepared with milk. Oatmeal and maize meal, about 1/4 of a ladder to 3/4 of the former, make a good food for puppies. Dog biscuits and various hound meals, soaked in good broth, may be used with advantage, but no dogs, either large or small, can be kept in condition for any length of time without a fair proportion of meat of some kind. Sheep's paunches, cleaned and well boiled, mixed with sweet stale bread, previously soaked in cold water, make an excellent food. It can hardly be excelled as a staple diet. In feeding on horse flesh, care should be taken to ascertain that the horse was not diseased, especially if any is given uncooked. Worms are a constant source of trouble from the earliest days of puppyhood, and no puppy suffering from them will thrive. Every effort, therefore, should be made to get rid of them. With proper feeding, grooming, exercise, and cleanliness, any large dog can be kept in good condition without resort to medicine, the use of which should be strictly prohibited unless there is a real need for it. Mastiffs, kept under such conditions, are far more likely to prove successful stud dogs and brood bitches than those to which deleterious drugs are constantly being given. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Bulldog. The Bulldog is known to have been domiciled in this country for several centuries. Like the Mastiff, of which it is a smaller form, it is a descendant of the Alaunt Mastiff or Bandog, described by Dr. Caius, who states that, quote, "the Mastiff or Bandog is vast, huge, stubborn, ugly, and eager, of a heavy and burthenous body, and therefore but of little swiftness, terrible and frightful to behold, and more fierce and fell than any Arcadian cur." End quote. The first mention of Bulldog as the distinctive name of this now national breed occurs in a letter written by Prestwich Eaton from St. Sebastian to George Wellingham of St. Swithin's Lane, London, in 1631 or 1632. Quote, "For a good mastiff dog, a case of bottles replenished with the best liquor, and pray procure me 2 good bulldogs, and let them be sent by ye first ship." End quote. Obviously the name was derived from the dog's association with the sport of bull baiting. The object aimed at in that pursuit was that of the dog should pin and hold the bull by the muzzle, and not leave it. The bull was naturally helpless while seized in this most tender part. As he lowered his head in order to use his horns, it was necessary for the dog to keep close to the ground, or, in the words of the old fanciers of the sport, to play low. Larger dogs were at a disadvantage in this respect, and therefore those of smaller proportions, which were quite as suitable for the sport, were selected. The average height of the dogs was about 16 inches, and the weight was generally about 45 pounds. Whilst the body was broad, muscular, and compact, it is shown in Scott's well-known engraving of Crib and Rosa. When bull baiting was prohibited by law, the sportsmen of the period turned their attention to dog fighting, and for this pastime the bulldogs were specially trained. The chief centres in London where these exhibitions took place were the Westminster Pit, the Bear Garden at Bankside, and the old Conduit Fields in Bayswater. In order to obtain greater quickness of movement, many of the bulldogs were crossed with the terrier, although some fanciers relied on the pure breed. It is recorded that Lord Camelford's bulldog, Belcher, fought 104 battles without once suffering defeat. The decline of bull baiting and dog fighting after the passing of the bill prohibiting these sports was responsible for a lack of interest in perpetuating the breed of bulldogs. Even in 1824 it was said to be degenerating, and gentlemen who had previously been the chief breeders gradually deserted that fancy. At one time it was stated that Wasp, Child, and Billy, who were of the Duke of Hamilton's strain, were the only remaining bulldogs in existence, and that upon their decease the bulldog would become extinct, a prophecy which all bulldog lovers happily find incorrect. The specimens alive in 1817, as seen in prints of that period, were not so cloddy as those met with at the present day. Still, the outline of Rosa in the engraving of Crib and Rosa is considered to represent perfection in the shape, make, and size of the ideal type of bulldog. The only objections which have been taken are that the bitch is deficient in wrinkles about the head and neck, and in substance of bone in the limbs. The commencements of the dog show era in 1859 enabled classes to be provided for bulldogs, and a fresh incentive to breed them was offered to the dog fancier. In certain districts of the country, notably in London, Birmingham, Sheffield, Manchester, and Dudley, a number of fanciers resided, and it is to their efforts that we are indebted for the varied specimens of the breed that are to be seen at the present time. In forming a judgment of a Bulldog, the general appearance is of most importance, as the various points of the dog should be symmetrical and well balanced, no one point being in excess of the others, so as to destroy the impression of determination, strength, and activity which is conveyed by the typical specimen. His body should be thick set, rather low in stature, but broad, powerful, and compact. The head should be strikingly massive and large in proportion to the dog's size. It cannot be too large so long as it is square. That is, it must not be wider than it is deep. The larger the head in circumference, caused by the prominent cheeks, the greater the quantity of muscle to hold the jaws together. The head should be of great depth from the occiput to the base of the lower jaw, and should not in any way be wedge-shaped, dome-shaped, or peaked. In circumference, the skull should measure in front of the ears at least the height of the dog at the shoulders. The cheeks should be well rounded, extend sideways beyond the eyes, and be well furnished with muscle. Length of skull, that is, the distance between the eye and the ear, is very desirable. The forehead should be flat, and the skin upon it and about the head very loose, hanging in large wrinkles. The temples or frontal bones should be very prominent, broad, square, and high, causing a wide and deep groove known as the stop between the eyes, and should extend up the middle of the forehead, dividing the head vertically, being traceable at the top of the skull. The expression "well broken up" is used where this stop and furrow are well marked, and if there is the attendant looseness of skin, the animal's expression is well finished. The face, when measured from the front of the cheekbone to the nose, should be short, and its skin should be deeply and closely wrinkled. Excessive shortness of face is not natural, and can only be obtained by the sacrifice of the chop. Such shortness of face makes the dog appear smaller in head and less formidable than he otherwise would be. Formerly this shortness of face was artificially obtained by the use of the jack, an atrocious form of torture by which an iron instrument was used to force back the face by means of thumbscrews. The nose should be rough, large, broad, and black, and this color should extend to the lower lip. Its top should be deeply set back, almost between the eyes. The distance from the inner corner of the eye to the extreme tip of the nose should not be greater than the length from the tip of the nose to the edge of the under lip. The nostrils should be large and wide, with a well-defined straight line visible between them. Largeness of nostril, which is a very desirable property, is possessed by few of the recent prize winners. When viewed in profile, the tip of the nose should touch an imaginary line drawn from the extremity of the lower jaw to the top of the center of the skull. This angle of the nose and face is known as the lay-back, and can only properly be ascertained by viewing the dog from the side. The inclination backward of the nose allows a free passage of the air into the nostrils whilst the dog is holding his quarry. It is apparent that if the mouth did not project beyond the nose, the nostrils would be flat against the part to which the dog was fixed, and breathing would then be stopped. The upper lip, called the chop or flews, should be thick, broad, pendant, and very deep, hanging completely over the lower jaw at the sides, but only just joining the under lip in front, yet covering the teeth completely. The amount of cushion which a dog may have is dependent upon the thickness of the flews. The lips should not be pendulous. The upper jaw should be broad, massive, and square, the tusks being wide apart, whilst the lower jaws, being turned upwards, should project in front of the upper. The teeth should be large and strong, and the 6 small teeth between the tusks should be in an even row. The upper jaw cannot be too broad between the tusks. If the upper and lower jaws are level, then the muzzle is not turned upward, the dog is said to be down-faced. Whilst the under jaw is not undershot, he is said to be froggy. A wry-faced dog is one having the lower jaw twisted, and this deformity so detracts from the general appearance of the dog as seriously to handicap him in the show ring. The under jaw projects beyond the upper in order to allow the dog, when running directly to the front, to grasp the bull, and, when fixed, to give him a firmer hold. The eyes, seen from the front, should be situated low down in the skull, as far from the ears, the nose, and each other as possible, but quite in front of the forehead, so long as their corners are in a straight line at right angles with the stop, and in front of the forehead. They should be a little above the level of the base of the nasal bone, and should be quite round in shape, of moderate size, neither sunken nor prominent, and be as black in color as possible, almost, if not quite, black, showing no white when looking directly to the front. A good deal of a Bulldog's appearance depends on the quality, shape, and carriage of his ears. They should be small and thin, set high on the head, that is, the front inner edge of each ear should, as viewed from the front, join the outline of the skull at the top corner of such outline, so as to place them as wide apart, as high, and as far from the eyes as possible. The shape should be that which is known as rose, in which the ear folds inward at the back, the upper or front edge curving over outwards and backwards, showing part of the inside of the burr. If the ears are placed low on the skull, they give an apple-headed appearance to the dog. If the ear falls in front, hiding the interior, as is the case with the Fox Terrier, it is said to button, and this type is highly objectionable. Unfortunately, within the last few years the button and semi-tulip ear have been rather prevalent among the specimens on the show bench. If the ear is carried erect, it is known as a tulip ear, and this form also is objectionable. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the 19th century 2 out of every 3 dogs possessed ears of this description. The neck should be moderate in length, very thick, deep, muscular, and short, but of sufficient length to allow it to be well arched at the back, commencing at the junction of the skull. There should be plenty of loose, thick, and wrinkled skin about the throat, forming a dewlap on each side from the lower jaw to the chest. The chest should be very wide laterally, round, prominent, and deep, making the dog appear very broad and short-legged in front. The shoulders should be broad, the blades sloping considerably from the body. They should be deep, very powerful and muscular, and should be flat at the top and play loosely from the chest. The brisket should be capacious, round, and very deep from the shoulder to the lowest part where it joins the chest, and be well let down between the forelegs. It should be large in diameter, and round beyond the forelegs, neither flat-sided nor sinking, which it will not do provided that the first and succeeding ribs are well rounded. The belly should be well tucked up and not pendulous, a small narrow waist being greatly admired. The desired object in body formation is to obtain great girth at the brisket and the smallest possible around the waist. That is, the loins should be arched very high, with the dog is said to have a good cut up. The back should be short and strong, very broad at the shoulder and comparatively narrow at the loins. The back should rise behind the shoulders in a graceful curve to the loins, the top of which should be higher than the top of the shoulders, thence curving again more suddenly to the tail, forming an arch known as the roach back, which is essentially a characteristic of the breed, though unfortunately many leading prize winners of the present day are entirely deficient in this respect. Some dogs dip very considerably some distance behind the shoulders before the upward curve of the spine begins, and these are known as swamp-backed. Others rise in an almost straight line to the root of the tail, and are known as stern-high. The tail should be set on low, jut out rather straight, then turn downwards, the end pointing horizontally. It should be quite round in its whole length, smooth and devoid of fringe or coarse hair. It should be moderate in length, rather short than long, thick at the root and taper quickly to a fine point. It should have a downward carriage, and the dog should not be able to raise it above the level of the backbone. The tail should not curve at the end, otherwise it is known as ring-tailed. The ideal length of the tail is about 6 inches. Many fanciers demand a screw or kinked tail, that is, one having congenital dislocations at the joints, but such appendages are not desirable in the best interests of the breed. The forelegs should be very stout and strong, set wide apart, thick, muscular, and short, with well-developed muscles in the calves, presenting a rather bowed outline. But the bones of the leg must be straight, large, and not bandy or curved. They should be rather short in proportion to the hind legs, but not so short as to make the back appear long or detract from the dog's activity and so cripple him. The elbows should be low and stand well away from the ribs, so as to permit the body to swing between them. If this property is absent, the dog is said to be on the leg. The ankles or pasterns should be short, straight, and strong. The forefeet should be straight and turn in very slightly outwards. They should be of medium size and moderately round, not too long or narrow, whilst the toes should be thick, compact, and well split up, making the knuckles prominent and high. The hind legs, though of slighter build than the forelegs, should be strong and muscular. They should be longer in proportion than the forelegs in order to elevate the loins. The stifles should be round and turn slightly outwards away from the body, thus bending the hocks inward and the hind feet outward. The hocks should be well let down, so that the leg is long and muscular from the loins to the point of the hock, which makes the pasterns short, but these should not be so short as those of the forelegs. The hind feet, whilst being smaller than the forefeet, should be round and compact, with the toes well split up and the knuckles prominent. The most desirable weight for a Bulldog is about 50 pounds. The coat should be fine in texture, short, close, and smooth silky when stroked from the head towards the tail, owing to its closeness, but not wiry when stroked in the reverse direction. The colour should be whole or smut, the latter being a whole colour with a black mask or muzzle. It should be brilliant and pure of its sort. The colours in order of merit are, first, whole colours and smuts, brindles, reds, white, with their varieties as whole fawns, fallows, etc., and secondly, pied and mixed colours. Opinions differ considerably on the colour question. One judge will set back a fawn, and put forward a pied dog, while others will do the reverse. Occasionally one comes across specimens having a black and tan colour, which, although not mentioned in the recognized standard as being debarred, do not as a rule figure in the prize list. Some of the best specimens which the writer has seen have been black and tans, and a few years ago, on the award of a first prize to a bitch of this colour, a long but non-conclusive argument was held in the canine press. Granted that the colour is objectionable, a dog which scores in all other properties should not be put down for this point alone, seeing that in the dog-fighting days there were many specimens of this colour. In action the Bulldog should have a peculiarly heavy and constrained gait, a rolling or slouching movement, appearing to walk with short, quick steps on the tip of his toes, his hind feet not being lifted high, but appearing to skim the ground, and running with the right shoulder rather advanced, similar to the manner of a horse when cantering. The foregoing minute description of the various show points of a Bulldog indicates that he should have the appearance of a thick-set Ayrshire or Highland bull. In stature he should be low to the ground, broad and compact, the body being carried between and not on the forelegs. He should stand over a great deal of ground, and have the appearance of immense power. The height of the foreleg should not exceed the distance from the elbow to the centre of the back, between the shoulder blades. Considerable importance is attached to the freedom and activity displayed by the animal in its movements. Deformed joints or weakness are very objectionable. The head should be strikingly massive and carried low, the face short, the muzzle very broad, blunt, and inclined upward. The body should be short and well knit, the limbs stout and muscular. The hindquarters should be very high and strong, but rather lightly made in comparison with the heavily made foreparts. It must be acknowledged that there are many strains of this breed which are constitutionally unsound. For this reason it is important that the novice should give very careful consideration to his first purchase of a Bulldog. He should ascertain beyond all doubt not only that his proposed purchase is itself sound in wind and limb, but that its sire and dam are, and have been, in similarly healthy condition. The dog to be chosen should be physically strong and show pronounced muscular development. If these requirements are present, and the dog is in no sense a contradiction of the good qualities of its progenitors, but a justification of its pedigree, care and good treatment will do the rest. It is to be remembered, however, that a Bulldog may be improved by judicious exercise. When at exercise or taking a walk with his owner, the young dog should always be held by a leash. He will invariably pull vigorously upon this restraint, but such action is beneficial, as it tends to develop the muscles of the shoulders and front of the body. When taking up the Bulldog fancy, 9 out of every 10 novices choose to purchase a male. The contrary course should be adopted. The female is an equally good companion in the house or on the road. She is not less affectionate and faithful, and when the inevitable desire to attempt to reproduce the species is reached, the beginner has the means at once available. It is always difficult for the uninitiated to select what is likely to be a good dog from the nest. In choosing a puppy, care should be taken to ensure it has plenty of bone in its limbs, and these should be fairly short and wide. The nostrils should be large, and the face as short as possible. The chop should be thick and heavily wrinkled, and the mouth square. There should be a distinct indent in the upper jaw, where the bone will eventually curve, whilst the lower jaw should show signs of curvature and protrude slightly in front of the upper jaw. The teeth from canine to canine, including the 6 front teeth, should be in a straight line. See that the ears are very small and thin, and the eyes well set apart. The puppy having these properties, together with the domed, peaked, or coconut-shaped skull, is the one which, in 9 cases out of 10, will eventually make the best-headed dog of the litter. The breeding of Bulldogs requires unlimited patience, as success is very difficult to attain. The breeder who can rear 5 out of every 10 puppies born may be considered fortunate. It is frequently found in what appears to be a healthy lot of puppies that some of them begin to whine and whimper towards the end of the first day, and in such cases the writer's experience is that there will be a speedy burial. It may be that the cause is due to some acidity of the milk, but in such a case one would expect the similar difficulty would be experienced by the remainder of the litter. But this is not the usual result. Provided that the puppies can be kept alive until the 4th day, it may be taken that the chances are well in favor of ultimate success. Many breeders object to feeding the mother with meat at this time, but the writer once had 2 litter sisters who whelped on the same day, and he decided to try the effect of a meat versus farinaceous diet upon them. As a result, the bitch who was freely fed with raw beef reared a stronger lot of puppies, showing better developed bone than the one who was fed on milk and cereals. Similarly, in order that the puppy after weaning may develop plenty of bone and muscle, it is advisable to feed once a day upon finely minced raw meat. There are some successful breeders, indeed, who invariably give to each puppy a teaspoonful of cod liver oil in the morning, and a similar dose of extract of malt in the evening, with the result that there are never any rickety or weak dogs in the kennels, whilst the development of bones in the skull and limbs is most pronounced. Owing to their lethargic disposition, young Bulldogs are somewhat liable to indigestion, and during the period of puppyhood it is of advantage to give them a tablespoonful of lime water once a day in their milk food. Many novices are in doubt as to the best time to breed from a bull bitch, seeing that oestrus is present even before she is fully developed. It may be taken as practically certain that it is better for her to be allowed to breed at her first heat. Nature has so arranged matters that a bull bitch is not firmly set in her bones until she reaches an age of from 12 to 18 months. Therefore she will have less difficulty in giving birth to her offspring if she be allowed to breed at this time. Great mortality occurs in attempting to breed from maiden bitches exceeding 3 years of age, as the writer knows to his cost. It is desirable, in the case of a young bitch having her first litter, for her master or mistress to be near her at the time, in order to render any necessary assistance, but such attentions should not be given unless actual necessity arises. Some bitches with excessive lay-back and shortness of face have at times a difficulty in releasing the puppy from the membrane in which it is born, and in such a case it is necessary for the owner to open this covering and release the puppy, gently shaking it about in the box until it coughs and begins to breathe. The umbilical cord should be severed from the afterbirth about 4 inches from the puppy, and this will dry up and fall away in the course of a couple of days. In general, it is true economy for the Bulldog breeder to provide a foster mother in readiness for the birth of the expected litter, especially as this so in the case of a first litter, when the qualifications for nursing by the mother are unknown. Where there are more than 5 puppies, it is also desirable to obtain a foster mother in order that full nourishment may be given to the litter by both mothers. The best time of the year for puppies to be born is in the spring, when, owing to the approaching warm weather, they can lead an outdoor life. By the time they are 6 months old, they should have sufficient stamina to enable them to withstand the cold of the succeeding winter. It has been ascertained that Bulldogs which have been reared out of doors are the least liable to suffer from indigestion, torpidity of the liver, asthma, or other chest ailments, whilst they invariably have the hardiest constitution. Bulldogs generally require liberal feeding, and should have a meal of dry biscuit the first thing in the morning, whilst the evening meal should consist of a good stew of butcher's offal poured over broken biscuit, bread, or other cereal food. In the winter time it is advantageous to soak a tablespoonful of linseed in water overnight, and after the pods have opened, to turn the resulting jelly into the stew pot. This ensures a fine glossy coat, and is of value in toning up the intestines. Care must, however, be taken not to follow this practice in excess in warm weather, as the heating nature of the linseed will eventually cause skin trouble. With these special points attended to, the novice should find no difficulty in successfully becoming a Bulldog fancier, owner, and breeder. In conclusion, it cannot be too widely known that the Bulldog is one of the very few breeds which can with perfect safety be trusted alone to the mercy of children, who naturally in the course of play try the patience and good temper of the firmest friend of man. The Miniature Bulldog. 50 or 60 years ago, toy, or rather, as the recent edict of the Kennel Club requires them to be dubbed, miniature, Bulldogs were common objects of the canine countryside. In fact, you could hardly even talk for 10 minutes to any bulldog breeder of old standing without his telling you tall stories of the wonderful little bulldogs, weighing about 15 or 16 pounds, he either knew or owned in those long past days. Prominent among those who made a cult of these little bantams were the lace workers of Nottingham, and many prints are extant which bear witness to the excellent little specimens they bred. But a wave of unpopularity overwhelmed them, and they faded across the Channel to France, where, if, as it is asserted, our Gallic neighbours appreciated them highly, they cannot be said to have taken much care to preserve their best points. When, in 1898, a small but devoted band of admirers revived them in England, they returned most attractive, 'tis true, but hampered by many undesirable features, such as bat ears, froggy faces, waving tails, and a general lack of bulldog character. However, the Toy Bulldog Club then started, took the dogs vigorously in hand, and thanks to unceasing efforts, toy bulldogs have always since been catered for at an ever-increasing number in shows. Their weight, after much heated discussion and sundry downs and ups, was finally fixed at 22 pounds and under. The original aim of miniature bulldogs, i.e., to look like the larger variety seen through the wrong end of a telescope, if not actually achieved, is being rapidly approached, and can no longer be looked upon as merely the hopeless dream of a few enthusiasts. To enumerate in detail the miniature bulldog scale of points is quite unnecessary, as it is simply that of the big ones writ small. In other words, "the general appearance of the miniature bulldog must as nearly as possible resemble that of the big bulldog," a terse sentence which comprises in itself all that can be said on the subject. As companions and friends, miniature bulldogs are faithful, fond, and even foolish in their devotion, as all true friends should be. They are absolutely and invariably good-tempered, and as a rule sufficiently fond of the luxuries of this life, not to say greedy, to be easily cajoled into obedience. Remarkably intelligent, and caring enough for sport to be sympathetically excited at the sight of a rabbit without degenerating into cranks on the subject like terriers, taking a keen interest in all surrounding people and objects, without, however, giving way to ceaseless barking, enjoying outdoor exercise without requiring an exhausting amount, they are in every way ideal pets, and adapt themselves to town and country alike. As puppies, they are delicate, and require constant care and supervision, but that only adds a keener zest to the attractive task of breeding them, the more so owing to the fact that as mothers they do not shine, being very difficult to manage, and generally manifesting a strong dislike to rearing their own offspring. In other respects they are quite hardy little dogs, and, one great advantage, they seldom have distemper. Cold and damp they particularly dislike, especially when puppies, and the greatest care should be taken to keep them thoroughly dry and warm. When very young indeed, they can stand, and are the better for, an extraordinary amount of heat. The French Bulldog, Bulldog François. There appears to be no doubt that the French Bulldog originated in England, and is an offshoot of the English miniature variety Bulldog, not the Bulldog one sees on the bench today, but of the tulip-eared and short under-jawed specimens which were common in London, Nottingham, Birmingham, and Sheffield in the early 50s. There was at that time a constant emigration of lace workers from Nottingham to the coast towns of Normandy, where lace factories were springing into existence, and these immigrants frequently took a bulldog with them to the land of their adoption. The converse method was also adopted. Prior to 1902, French bulldogs were imported into this country with the object of resuscitating the strain of bantam bulldogs, which in course of years had been allowed to dwindle in numbers and were in danger of becoming extinct. There are superficial similarities between the English and the French toy bulldog. The one distinguishing characteristic being that of the French variety, the ears are higher on the head and are held erect. Until a few years ago the two were interbred, but disputes as to their essential differences led the Kennel Club to intervene, and the types have since been kept rigidly apart, the smart little bat-eared bulldogs of France receiving recognition under the breed name of Bulldog François. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4. The St. Bernard. The history of the St. Bernard dog would not be complete without reference being made to the noble work that he has done in Switzerland, his native land. How the Hospice St. Bernard kept a considerable number of dogs which were trained to go over the mountains with small barrels round their necks containing restoratives, in the event of their coming across any poor travellers who had either lost their way or have been overcome by the cold. We have been told that the intelligent animals saved many lives in this way, the subjects of their deliverance often being found entirely buried in the snow. Handsome as the St. Bernard is, with his attractive colour and markings, he is a cross-bred dog. From the records of old writers it is to be gathered that to refill the kennels at the hospice, which had been rendered vacant from the combined catastrophes of distemper and the fall of an avalanche which had swept away nearly all their hounds, the monks were compelled to have recourse to a cross with the Newfoundland and the Pyrenean sheepdog, the latter not unlike the St. Bernard in size and appearance. Then, again, there is no doubt whatever that at some time the Bloodhound has been introduced, and it is known for a certainty that almost all the most celebrated St. Bernards in England at the present time are closely allied to the Mastiff. The result of all this intermixture of different breeds has been the production of an exceedingly fine race of dogs, which form one of the most attractive features at our dog shows, and are individually excellent guards and companions. As a companion, the St. Bernard cannot be surpassed when a large dog is required for the purpose. Most docile in temperament and disposition, he is admirably suited as the associate of a lady or a child. The St. Bernard is sensitive to a degree, and seldom forgets an insult, which he resents with dignity. Specimens of the breed have occasionally been seen that are savage, but when this is the case, ill-treatment of some sort has assuredly been the provoking cause. The dogs at the hospice of St. Bernard are small in comparison with those that are seen in England belonging to the same race. The Holy Fathers were more particular about their markings than great size. The body colour should be brindle or orange tawny, with white markings. The muzzle white, with a line running up between the eyes and over the skull, joining at the back of the white collar that encircles the neck, down to the front of the shoulders. The colour round the eyes and on the ears should be of a darker shade in the red. In the centre of the white line at the occiput there should be a spot of colour. These markings are said to represent the stole, chasuble, and scapular, which form part of the vestments worn by the monks. But it is seldom that the markings are so clearly defined. They are more often white, with brindle or orange patches on the body with evenly marked heads. In England, St. Bernards are either distinctly rough in coat or smooth, but the generality of the hospice dogs are broken in coat, having a texture between the two extremes. The properties, however, of the rough and smooth are the same, so that the two varieties are often bred together, and, as a rule, both textures of coat will be the result of the alliance. The late M. Schumacher, a great authority on the breed in Switzerland, averred that dogs with very rough coats were found to be of no use for work on the Alps, as their thick covering became so loaded with snow and their feet so clogged that they succumbed under the weight and perished. On that account they were discarded by the monks. In connection with the origin of the St. Bernard, M. Schumacher wrote in a letter to Mr. J. C. Macdona, who was the first to introduce the breed into Great Britain in any numbers, "According to the tradition of the Holy Fathers of the great St. Bernard, their race descends from the crossing of a bitch, a Bulldog species, of Denmark, and a Mastiff, shepherd's dog, of the Pyrenees. The descendants of the crossing, who have inherited from the Danish dog its extraordinary size and bodily strength, and from the Pyrenean Mastiff the intelligence, the exquisite sense of smell, and, at the same time, the faithfulness and sagacity which characterize them, have acquired in the space of 5 centuries so glorious a notoriety throughout Europe that they well merit the name of a distinct race for themselves." From the same authority we learn that it is something like 600 years since the St. Bernard came into existence. It was not, however, till competitive exhibitions for dogs had been for some years established that the St. Bernard gained a footing in Great Britain. A few specimens have been imported from the hospice before Mr. Cumming Macdona, then the Reverend Cumming Macdona, introduced us to the celebrated Tell, who, with others of the breed brought from Switzerland, formed the foundation of his magnificent kennel at West Kirby in Cheshire. Albert Smith, whom some few that are now alive will remember as an amusing lecturer, brought a pair from the hospice when returning from a visit to the Continent, and made them take a part in his attractive entertainment. But the associations of the St. Bernard with the noble deeds recorded in history were not then so widely known, and these two dogs passed away without having created any particular enthusiasm. Later on, at a dog show at Cremorne, held in 1863, two St. Bernards were exhibited, each of whom rejoiced in the name of Monk, and were, respectively, the property of the Rev. A. N. Bate and Mr. W. H. Stone. These dogs were exhibited without pedigrees, but were said to have been bred at the Hospice of St. Bernard. 3 years later, at the National Show at Birmingham, a separate class was provided for the saintly breed, and Mr. Cumming Macdona was first and second with Tell and Bernard. This led to an immediate popularity of the St. Bernard. But Tell was the hero of the shows at which he appeared, and his owner was recognized as being the introducer into this country of the magnificent variety of the canine race that now holds such a prominent position as a show dog. The names of Tell and Bernard have been handed down to fame, the former as the progenitor of a long line of rough-coated offspring, the latter as one of the founders of the famous Shefford Kennel, kept by Mr. Fred Gresham, who probably contributed more to the perfecting of the St. Bernard than any other breeder. His Bernie, Monk, Abbess, Grosvenor Hector, and Shaw are names which appear in the pedigrees of most of the best dogs of more recent times. When Mr. Gresham drew his long record of success to a close, there came a lull in the popularity of the breed until Dr. Inman, in partnership with Mr. B. Walmsley, established a kennel first at Barford, near Bath, and then at the Priory, at Bowden, in Cheshire, where they succeeded in breeding the finest kennel of St. Bernards that has ever been seen in the world. Dr. Inman had for several years owned good dogs, and set about the work on scientific principles. He, in conjunction with Mr. Walmsley, purchased the smooth-coated Kenilworth from Mr. Loft, bred that dog's produce with a brindled Mastiff of high repute, and then crossed back to his St. Bernards with the most successful results. Dr. Inman was instrumental in forming the National St. Bernard Club, which was soon well supported with members, and now has at its disposal a good collection of valuable challenge cups. The dogs bred at Bowden carried all before them in the show ring, and were continually in request for stud purposes, improving the breed to a remarkable extent. At the disposal of Messrs. Inman and Walmsley's kennel there were such admirable dogs as the rough-coated Wolfram, from whom were bred Tannhauser, Narcissus, Leontes, and Klingsor, the smooth-coated dogs, the King's Son and the Viking; the rough-coated bitch, Judith Inman, and the smooth Viola, the last named the finest specimen of her sex that has probably ever been seen. These dogs and bitches, with several others, were dispersed all over England, with the exception of Klingsor, who went to South Africa. Almost all the best St. Bernards in Great Britain at the present time have been bred or are descended from the Bowden dogs. The following is the description of the St. Bernard as drawn up by the members of the St. Bernard Club. Head. The head should be large and massive, the circumference of the skull being more than double the length of the head from nose to occiput. From stop to tip of nose should be moderately short, full below the eye and square at the muzzle. There should be great depth from the eye to the lower jaw, and the lips should be deep throughout, but not too pendulous. From the nose to the stop should be straight, and the stop abrupt and well defined. The skull should be broad and rounded at the top, but not domed, with somewhat prominent brow. Ears. The ears should be of medium size, lying close to the cheek, but strong at the base and not heavily feathered. Eyes. The eyes should be rather small and deep set, dark in colour and not too close together. The lower eyelid should droop so as to show a fair amount of haw. Nose. The nose should be large and black, with well-developed nostrils. The teeth should be level. Expression. The expression should betoken benevolence, dignity, and intelligence. Neck. The neck should be lengthy, muscular, and slightly arched, with dewlap developed, and the shoulders broad and sloping well up at the withers. General description of body. The chest should be wide and deep, and the back level as far as the haunches, slightly arched over the loins. The ribs should be well rounded and carried well back. The loin wide and very muscular. Tail. The tail should be set on rather high, long, and in the long-coated variety, bushy. Carried low when in repose, and when excited or in motion slightly above the line of the back. Legs. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, strong in bone, and of good length, and the hind legs very muscular. The feet large, compact, with well-arched toes. Size. A dog should be at least 30 inches in height at the shoulder, and a bitch 27 inches, the taller the better, provided the symmetry is maintained. Thoroughly well proportioned and of great substance. The general outline should suggest great power and capability of endurance. Coat. In the long-coated variety the coat should be dense and flat, rather fuller round the neck. The thighs feathered, but not too heavily. In the short-coated variety the coat should be dense, hard, flat, and short, slightly feathered on thighs and tail. Colour and markings. The colour should be red, orange, various shades of brindle, the richer colour the better, or white with patches on body of one of the above-named colours. The markings should be as follows: white muzzle, white blaze-up face, white collar round neck, white chest, forelegs, feet, and end of tail, black shadings on face and ears. If the blaze be wide and runs through to the collar, a spot of the body colour on the top of the head is desirable. The weight of a dog should be from 170 pounds to 210 pounds. Of a bitch, 160 pounds to 190 pounds. During the past 25 years, St. Bernards have been bred in this country very much taller and heavier than they were in the days of Tell, Hope, Moltke, Monk, Hector, and Othman. Not one of these measured over 32 inches in height, or scaled over 180 pounds. But the increased height and greater weight of the more modern production have been obtained by forcing them as puppies, and by fattening them to such an extent that they have been injured in constitution, and in many cases converted into cripples behind. The prize-winning, rough-coated St. Bernard, as he is seen today, is a purely manufactured animal, handsome in appearance certainly, but so cumbersome that he is scarcely able to raise a trot, let alone do any tracking in the snow. Usefulness, however, is not a consideration with breeders who have reared the dog to meet the exigencies of the show-room. There is still much left to be desired, and there is room for considerable improvement, as only a few of the more modern dogs of the breed approach the standard drawn up by the clubs that are interested in their welfare. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5. The Newfoundland. The dogs, which take their name from the island of Newfoundland, appeal to all lovers of animals, romance, and beauty. A Newfoundland formed the subject of perhaps the most popular picture painted by Sir Edwin Landseer. A monument was erected by Byron over the grave of his Newfoundland in proximity to the place where the poet himself hoped to be buried, at Newstead Abbey, and the inscription on his monument contains the lines so frequently quoted: "But the poor dog in life, the firmest friend, the first to welcome, foremost to defend, whose honest heart is still his master's own, who labors, fights, lives, breathes for him alone. To mark a friend's remains, these stones arise. I never knew but one, and here he lies." Robert Burns, also in his poem The Twa Dogs, written in 1786, refers to a Newfoundland as being an aristocrat among dogs. Doubtless other breeds of dogs have been the subjects of popular pictures, and have had their praises sung by poets, but the Newfoundlands have yet a further honor, unique amongst dogs in being the subject for a postage stamp of their native land. All these distinctions and honors have not been conferred without reason, for no breed of dogs has greater claim to the title of friend of man, and it has become famous for its known readiness and ability to save persons in danger, especially from drowning. It is strong and courageous in the water, and on land a properly trained Newfoundland is an ideal companion and guard. Innumerable are the accounts of Newfoundlands having proved their devotion to their owners, and of the many lives saved by them in river and sea. And when Sir Edwin Landseer selected one of the breed as the subject of his picture, entitled A Distinguished Member of the Humane Society, he was justified not only by the sentiment attaching to this remarkable race of dogs, but also by the deeds by which Newfoundlands have made good their claim to such great distinction. And the popular recognition of this, no doubt, in some degree, added to the great esteem in which this painting has always been held. The picture was painted in 1838, and, as almost everyone knows, represents a white and black Newfoundland. The dog portrayed was typical of the breed, and after a lapse of over 70 years, the painting has now the added value of enabling us to make a comparison with specimens of the breed as it exists today. Such a comparison will show that among the best dogs now living are some which might have been the model for this picture. It is true that in the interval the white and black Newfoundlands have been coarser, heavier, higher on the legs, with an expression denoting excitability, quite foreign to the true breed. But these departures from Newfoundland character are passing away, it is to be hoped for good. The breed is rapidly returning to the type which Landseer's picture represents, a dog of great beauty, dignity, and benevolence of character, showing in its eyes an almost human pathos. Some 25 to 30 years ago, there was considerable discussion among owners of Newfoundlands in this country as to the proper color of the true breed, and there were many persons who claim, as some still claim, that the black variety is the only true variety, and that the white and black coloring indicates a crossbreed. Again, Landseer's picture is of value, because, in the first place, we may be almost certain that he would have selected for such a picture a typical dog of the breed, and secondly, because the picture shows nearly half a century prior to the discussion a white and black dog, typical in nearly every respect except color of the black Newfoundland. There is no appearance of cross-breeding in Landseer's dog. On the contrary, he reveals all the characteristics of a thoroughbred. 70 years ago, therefore, the white and black variety may be fairly considered to have been established, and it is worthy of mention here that Idstone quoted an article written in 1819, stating that back in the 18th century, Newfoundlands were large, rough-coated, liver and white dogs. It is clear, also, that in 1832, Newfoundlands in British North America were of various colors. Additional evidence, too, is provided in the fact that when selecting the type of head for their postage stamp, the government of Newfoundland chose the Landseer dog. Therefore, there are very strong arguments against the claim that the variety is essentially black. However that may be, there are now two established varieties, the black and the white and black. There are also bronze-colored dogs, but they are rare and are not favored. It is stated, however, that puppies of that color are generally the most promising in all other respects. The black variety of the Newfoundland is essentially black in color, but this does not mean that there may be no other color, for most black Newfoundlands have some white marks, and these are not considered objectionable so long as they are limited to white hairs on the chest, toes, or the tip of the tail. In fact, a white marking on the chest is said to be typical of the true breed. Any white on the head or body would place the dog in the other than black variety. The black color should preferably be of a dull jet appearance, which approximates to brown. In the other than black class, there may be black and tan, bronze, and white and black. The latter predominates, and in this color beauty of marking is very important. The head should be black with a white muzzle and blaze, and the body and legs should be white, with large patches of black on the saddle and quarters, with possibly other small black spots on the body and legs. Apart from color, the varieties should conform to the same standard. The head should be broad and massive, but in no sense heavy in appearance. The muzzle should be short, square, and clean cut. Eyes rather wide apart, deep set, dark, and small, not showing any haw. Ears small, with close side carriage, covered with fine short hair. There should be no fringe to the ears. Expression full of intelligence, dignity, and kindness. The body should be long, square, and massive. Loins strong and well filled. Chest deep and broad. Legs quite straight, somewhat short in proportion to the length of the body, and powerful, with round bone well covered with muscle, feet large, round, and close. The tail should be only long enough to reach just below the hocks, free from kink and never curled over the back. The quality of the coat is very important. The coat should be very dense, with plenty of undercoat, the outer coat somewhat harsh and quite straight. A curly coat is very objectionable. A dog with a good coat may be in the water for a considerable time without getting wet on the skin. The appearance generally should indicate a dog of great strength, and very active for his build and size, moving freely with the body swung loosely between the legs, which gives a slight roll in gait. This has been compared to a sailor's roll, and is typical of the breed. As regards size, the Newfoundland Club Standard gives 140 to 120 pounds weight for a dog, and 110 to 120 pounds for a bitch, with an average height at the shoulder of 27 and 25 inches respectively. But it is doubtful whether dogs in proper condition do conform to both requirements. At any rate, the writer is unable to trace any prominent Newfoundlands which do, and it would be safe to assume that for dogs of the weight specified, the height should be quite 29 inches for dogs and 27 inches for bitches. A dog weighing 150 pounds and measuring 29 inches in height at the shoulder would necessarily be long in body to be in proportion, and would probably be much nearer approach the ideal form of a Newfoundland than a taller dog. In that respect, Newfoundlands have very much improved during the past quarter of a century. 25 years ago, the most noted dogs were stated as a rule to be well over 30 inches in height, but their weight for height would indicate legginess, which is an abomination in a Newfoundland. A 29-inch Newfoundland is quite tall enough, and even that height should not be gained at the expense of type and symmetry. The white and black variety are, as a rule, slightly taller, smaller in loin, and longer in head. But these differences in the two varieties are being rapidly removed, and at no distant date the white and black variety will probably be as correct in type and symmetry as the black variety now is. For many years the black variety has been the better in type, and in breeding, if blacks are desired, it will be safer as a general rule to insist upon the absence of white and black blood in any of the immediate ancestors of the sire and dam. But if, on the contrary, white and black dogs are required, the proper course is to make judicious crosses between the black and white and black varieties, and destroy any black puppies unless they are required for further crosses with white and black blood. In any case, the first cross is likely to produce both black and mismarked white and black puppies, but the latter, if bred back to the white and black blood, would generally produce well-marked white and black Newfoundlands. In mating, never be guided solely by the good points of the dog and bitch. It is very desirable that they should both have good points, the more good ones the better, but it is more important to ensure that they are dissimilar in the defects, and if possible, that in neither case is there a very objectionable defect, especially if such defect was also apparent in the animal's sire or dam. It is therefore important to study what were the good and still more so the bad points in the parents and grandparents. If you do not know these, other Newfoundland breeders will willingly give information, and any trouble involved in tracing the knowledge required will be amply repaid in the results, and probably save great disappointment. When rearing puppies, give them soft food, such as well-boiled rice and milk as soon as they will lap, and shortly afterwards scraped lean meat. Newfoundland puppies require plenty of meat to induce proper growth. The puppies should increase in weight at the rate of 3 pounds a week, and that necessitates plenty of flesh, bone, and muscle-forming food, plenty of meat, both raw and cooked. Milk is also good, but it requires to be strengthened with plasmin or casein. The secret of growing full-sized dogs with plenty of bone and substance is to get a good start from birth. Good feeding, warm, dry quarters, and freedom for the puppies to move about and exercise themselves as they wish. Forced exercise may make them go wrong on their legs. Medicine should not be required except for worms, and the puppies should be physicked for these soon after they are weaned, and again when 3 or 4 months old, or before that if they are not thriving. If free from worms, Newfoundland puppies will be found quite hardy, and under proper conditions of food and quarters, they are easy to rear. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6. The Great Dane. The origin of the Great Dane, like that of many other varieties of dogs, is so obscure that all researches have only resulted in speculative theories. But the undoubted antiquity of this dog is proved by the fact that representatives of a breed sufficiently similar to be considered his ancestors are found on some of the oldest Egyptian monuments. A few years ago a controversy arose on the breed's proper designation. When the Germans claimed for it the title Deutsche Dog, Germany had several varieties of big dogs, such as the Hansrud, the Saufhanger, the Ulmer Dog, and Rottweiler Metzgerhound. But contemporaneously with these there existed, as in other countries in Europe, another very big breed, but much nobler and more thoroughbred, known as the Great Dane. When after the War of 1870 national feeling was pulsating very strongly in the veins of reunited Germany, the German cynologists were on the lookout for a national dog, and for that purpose the Great Dane was rechristened Deutsche Dog, and elected as the champion of German dogdom. For a long time all these breeds had, no doubt, been indiscriminately crossed. The Great Dane was introduced into this country spasmodically some 35 years ago, when he was commonly referred to as the Bloodhound, or the German Mastiff, and for a time that breed had to undergo a probationary period in the foreign class at dog shows, but it soon gained in public favor, and in the early 80s a Great Dane Club was formed, and the breed has since become one of the most popular of the larger dogs. The Kennel Club has classed the Great Dane amongst the non-sporting dogs, probably because with us he cannot find a quarry worthy of his mettle, but, for all that, he has the instincts and qualifications of a sporting dog, and has proved himself particularly valuable for hunting big game in hot climates, which he stands very well. Respecting the temperaments of the Great Dane and his suitability as a companion, writers have gone to extremes in praise and condemnation. In his favor it must be said that in natural intelligence he is surpassed by very few other dogs. He has a most imposing figure, and does not, like some other big breeds, slobber from his mouth, which is a particularly unpleasant peculiarity when a dog is kept in the house. On the other hand, it must be admitted that with almost the strength of a tiger, he combines the excitability of a terrier, and no doubt a badly trained Great Dane is a dangerous animal. It is not sufficient to teach him in the haphazard way which might be successful in getting a smaller dog under control, but even as a companion he ought to be trained systematically, and considering his marked intelligence, this is not difficult of accomplishment. The Great Dane attains his full development in about 1.5 to 2 years, and considering that puppies have to build up in that time a very big skeleton and straight limbs, special attention must be given to the rearing of them. The dam whelps frequently 8 pups, and sometimes even a few more. Mr. Lark's Princess Thor had a litter of 17, but even 8 is too great a number for a bitch to suckle in a breed where great size is of desideratum. Not more than 4 or at the outside 5 should be left with the bitch. The others should be put to a foster mother, or if they are weaklings or foul marked, it is best to destroy them. After the puppies are weaned, their food should be of bone-making quality, and they require ample space for exercise and play. Nothing is worse than to take the youngsters for forced marches before their bones have become firm. Before giving the descriptions and standards which have been adopted by the Great Dane clubs, a few remarks on some of the leading points will be useful. The general characteristics of the Great Dane is a combination of grace and power, and therefore the lightness of the Greyhound as well as the heaviness of the Mastiff must be avoided. The head should be powerful, but at the same time show quality by its nice modelling. The eye should be intelligent and vivacious, but not have the hard expression of the terrier. The distance between the eyes is of great importance. If too wide apart, they give the dog a stupid appearance, and if too close, he has a treacherous look. Another very important point is the graceful carriage of the tail. When it is curled over the back, it makes an otherwise handsome dog look mean, and a tail that curls at the end like a corkscrew is also very ugly. In former times, faking was not infrequently resorted to correct a faulty tail carriage, but it is easily detected. Great Danes sometimes injure the end of their tail by hitting it against a hard substance, and those with good carriage of tail are most liable to this, because in excitement they slash it about, whereas the faulty position of the tail, curled over the back, ensures immunity from harm. Until recently, the British Great Dane breeders and exhibitors have paid very little attention to colour, on the principle that, like a good horse, a Great Dane cannot be a bad colour. The English clubs, however, have now in this particular also adopted the German standard. The orthodox colours are brindle, fawn, blue, black, and harlequin. In the brindle dogs, the ground colour should be any shade from light yellow to dark red yellow, on which the brindle appears in darker stripes. The harlequins have on a pure white ground fairly large black patches, which must be of irregular shape, broken up as if they had been torn, and not have rounded outlines. When brindle Great Danes are continuously bred together, it has been found that they get darker, and that the peculiar striping disappears, and in that case the introduction of a good fawn into the strain is advisable. The constant mating of harlequins has the tendency to make the black patches disappear, and the union with a good black Great Dane will prevent the loss of colour. The following is the official description issued by the Great Dane Club. General appearance. The Great Dane is not so heavy or massive as the Mastiff, nor should he too nearly approach the Greyhound type. Remarkable in size and very muscular, strongly though elegantly built, the head and neck should be carried high, and the tail in line with the back, or slightly upwards, but not curled over the hind quarters. Elegance of outline and grace of form are most essential to the Dane. Size is absolutely necessary, but there must be that alertness of expression and briskness of movement without which the Dane character is lost. He should have a look of dash and daring, of being ready to go anywhere and do anything. Temperament. The Great Dane is good-tempered, affectionate, and faithful to his master, not demonstrative with strangers, intelligent, courageous, and always alert. His value as a guard is unrivalled. He is easily controlled when well trained, but he may grow savage if confined too much, kept on a chain, or ill-treated. Height. The minimum height of an adult dog should be 30 inches, that of a bitch 28 inches. Weight. The minimum weight of an adult dog should be 120 pounds, that of a bitch 100 pounds. The greater height and weight to be preferred, provided that quality and proportion are also combined. Head. Taken altogether, the head should give the idea of great length and strength of jaw. The muzzle or foreface is broad and the skull proportionally narrow, so that the whole head, when viewed from above and in front, has the appearance of equal breadth throughout. Length of head. The entire length of head varies with the height of the dog. 13 inches from the tip of the nose to the back of the occiput is a good measurement for a dog of 32 inches at the shoulder, The length from the end of the nose to the point between the eyes should be about equal or preferably of greater length than from this point to the back of the occiput. Skull. The skull should be flat rather than domed, and have a slight indentation running down the center, the occipital peak not prominent. There should be a decided rise or brow over the eyes, but no abrupt stop between them. Face. The face should be chiseled well, and foreface long, of equal depth throughout, and well filled in below the eyes with no appearance of being pinched. Muscles of the cheek. The muscles of the cheek should be quite flat, with no lumpiness or cheek bumps. The angle of the jawbone well defined. Lips. The lips should hang quite square in front, forming a right angle with the upper line of the foreface. Underline. The underline of the head, viewed in profile, runs almost in a straight line from the corner of the lip to the corner of the jawbone, allowing for the fold of the lip, but with no loose skin to hang down. Jaw. The lower jaw should be level, or at any rate not project more than the 1/16 of an inch. Nose and nostrils. The bridge of the nose should be very wide, with a slight ridge where the cartilage joins the bone. This is quite characteristic of the breed. The nostrils should be large, wide, and open, giving a blunt look to the nose. A butterfly or flesh-colored nose is not objected to in harlequins. Ears. The ears should be small, set high on the skull, and carried slightly erect, with the tips falling forward. Neck. Next to the head, the neck is one of the chief characteristics. It should be long, well arched, and quite clean and free from loose skin, held well up, snake-like in carriage. Well set in the shoulders, and the junction of head and neck well defined. Shoulders. The shoulders should be muscular but not loaded, and well sloped back, with the elbows well under the body so that, when viewed in front, the dog does not stand too wide. Forelegs and feet. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, with big flat bone, the feet large and round, the toes well arched and close, the nails strong and curved. Body. The body is very deep, with ribs well sprung and belly well drawn back. Back and loins. Back and loins are strong, the latter slightly arched, as in the Greyhound. Hindquarters. The hindquarters and thighs are extremely muscular, giving the idea of great strength and galloping power. The second thigh is long and well developed, as in a Greyhound, and the hocks set low, turning neither out nor in. Tail. The tail is strong at the root, and ends in a fine point, reaching to or just below the hocks. It should be carried, when the dog is in action, in a straight line level with the back, slightly curved towards the end, but should not curl over the back. Coat. The hair is short and dense and sleek-looking, and in no case should it be inclined to coarseness. Gait or action. The gait should be lithe, springy, and free, the action high. The hocks should move freely, and the head should be held well up. Colors. The colors are brindle, fawn, blue, black, and harlequin. The harlequin should have jet black patches and spots on a pure white ground. Gray patches are admissible, but not desired, but fawn and brindle shades are objectionable. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7. The Dalmatian. Before the Kennel Club found it necessary to insist upon a precise definition of each breed, the Dalmatian was known as the coach dog, a name appropriately derived from his fondness for following a carriage, for living in and about the stable, and for accompanying his master's horses at exercise. As an adjunct to the carriage he is particularly suitable, for in fine weather he will follow between the wheels for long distances without showing fatigue, keeping easy pace with the best horses. He appears almost to prefer equine to human companionship, and he is as fond of being among horses as the Collie is of being in the midst of sheep. Yet he is of friendly disposition, and it must be insisted that he is by no means so destitute of intelligence as he is often represented to be. On the contrary, he is capable of being trained into remarkable cleverness, as circus proprietors have discovered. The earliest authorities agree that this breed was first introduced from Dalmatia, and that he was brought into this country purely on account of his sporting proclivities. Of late years, however, these dogs have so far degenerated as to be looked upon simply as companions or as exhibition dogs, for only very occasionally can it be found that any pains have been taken to train them systematically for gun work. The first of the variety which appeared at the show ring was Mr. James Fawdry's Captain in 1873. At that period they were looked upon as a novelty, and though the generosity and influence of a few admirers ensured separate classes being provided for the breed at the leading shows, it did not necessitate the production of such perfect specimens as those which a few years afterwards won prizes. At the first they were more popular in the north of England than in any other part of Great Britain. It was at Kirby Lonsdale that Dr. James's Spotted Dick was bred, and an early exploiter of the breed who made his dogs famous was Mr. Newby Wilson of Lakeside, Windermere. He was indebted to Mr. Hugo Dross of London for the foundation of his stud, inasmuch as it was from Mr. Dross that he purchased Champion Acrobat and Champion Berolina. At a later date the famed Coming Still and Prince 4 were secured from the same kennel, the latter dog being the progenitor of most of the best liver-spotted specimens that have attained notoriety as prize winners down to the present day. In appearance the Dalmatian should be very similar to a pointer, except in head and marking. Still, it is not so long in muzzle, nor so pendulous in lip as a pointer. There should be no coarseness or common look about the skull, a fault which is much too prevalent. Then again, some judges do not attach sufficient importance to the eyelids, or rather sears, which should invariably be edged round with black or brown. Those which are flesh-colored in this particular should be discarded, however good they may be in other respects. The density and pureness of color in both blacks and browns is of great importance, but should not be permitted to outweigh the evenness of the distribution of spots on the body. No black patches, or even mingling of the spots, should meet with favor, any more than a ringtail or a clumsy-looking, heavy-shouldered dog should command attention. The darker spotted variety usually prevails in a cross between the two colors, the offspring very seldom having the liver-colored markings. The uninitiated may be informed that Dalmatian puppies are always born pure white. The clearer and whiter they are, the better they are likely to be. There should not be the shadow of a mark or spot on them. When about a fortnight old, however, they generally develop a dark ridge on the belly, and the spots will then begin to show themselves, first about the neck and ears, and afterwards along the back, until at about the 16th day the markings are distinct over the body, excepting only the tail, which frequently remains white for a few weeks longer. The standard of points as laid down by the leading club is sufficiently explicit to be easily understood, and is as follows. General appearance. The Dalmatian should represent a strong, muscular, and active dog, symmetrical in outline and free from coarseness and lumber, capable of great endurance combined with a fair amount of speed. Head. The head should be of a fair length, the skull flat, rather broad between the ears, and moderately well defined at the temples, i.e., exhibiting a moderate amount of stop, and not in one straight line from the nose to the occiput bone, as required in a bull terrier. It should be entirely free from wrinkle. Muzzle. The muzzle should be long and powerful, the lips clean, fitting the jaws moderately close. Eyes. The eyes should be set moderately well apart, and of medium size, round, bright, and sparkling, with an intelligent expression, their color greatly depending on the markings of the dog. In the black spotted variety the eyes should be dark, black or dark brown. In the liver-spotted variety they should be light, yellow or light brown. The rim round the eyes in the black-spotted variety should be black. In the liver-spotted variety, brown, never flesh color in either. Ears. The ears should be set on rather high, of moderate size, rather wide at the base and gradually tapering to a round point. They should be carried close to the head, be thin and fine in texture, and always spotted. The more profusely, the better. Nose. The nose in the black-spotted variety should always be black. In the liver-spotted variety, always brown. Neck and shoulders. The neck should be fairly long, nicely arched, light and tapering, and free from throatiness. The shoulders should be moderately oblique, clean and muscular, denoting speed. Body, back, chest, and loins. The chest should not be too wide, but very deep and capacious. Ribs moderately well sprung, never rounded like barrel hoops. The back powerful, loins strong, muscular and slightly arched. Legs and feet. The legs and feet are of great importance. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, strong, and heavy in bone. Elbows close to the body, 4 feet round, compact, with well-arched toes, cat-footed, and round, tough, elastic pads. In the hind legs the muscles should be clean, though well-defined, the hocks well let down. Nails. The nails in the black-spotted variety should be black and white. In the liver-spotted variety, brown and white. Tail. The tail should not be too long, strong at the insertion and gradually tapering towards the end, free from coarseness. It should not be inserted too low down, but carried with a slight curve upwards and never curled. It should be spotted, the more profusely, the better. Coat. The coat should be short, dense, and fine, sleek and glossy in appearance, but neither woolly nor silky. Color and markings. These are most important points. The ground color in both varieties should be pure white, very decided and not intermixed. The color of the spots of the black-spotted variety should be black. The deeper and richer the black, the better. In the liver-spotted variety they should be brown. The spots should not intermingle, but be as round and well-defined as possible. The more distinct the better. In size they should be from that of a sixpence to a florin. The spots on head, face, ears, legs, tail, and extremities to be smaller than those of the body. Weight. Dogs 55 pounds, bitches 50 pounds. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8. The Collie. The townsman who knows the shepherd's dog only as he is to be seen, out of his true element, threading his confined way through crowded streets where sheep are not, can have small appreciation of his wisdom and his sterling worth. To know him properly, one needs to see him at work in a country where sheep abound, to watch him adroitly rounding up his scattered charges on a wide-stretching moorland, gathering the wandering wethers into close order and driving them before him in unbroken company to the fold, handling the stubborn pack in a narrow lane, or holding them in a corner of a field, immobile under the spell of his vigilant eye. He is at his best as a worker, conscious of the responsibility reposed in him, a marvel of generalship, gentle, judicious, slow to anger, quick to action, the priceless helpmeet of his master, the most useful member of all the tribe of dogs. Few dogs possess the fertile, resourceful brain of the Collie. He can be trained to perform the duties of other breeds. He makes an excellent sporting dog, and can be taught to do the work of the pointer and the setter, as well as that of the water spaniel and the retriever. He is clever at hunting, having an excellent nose, is a good vermin killer, and a most faithful watch, guard, and companion. Major Richardson, who for some years has been successful in training dogs to ambulance work on the field of battle, has carefully tested the abilities of various breeds in discovering wounded soldiers, and he gives to the Collie the decided preference. It is, however, as an assistant to the flock master, the farmer, the butcher, and the drover, that the Collie takes his most appropriate place in everyday life. The shepherd on his daily rounds, traveling over miles of moorland, could not well accomplish his task without his Collie's skilful aid. One such dog, knowing what is expected of him, can do work which would otherwise require the combined efforts of a score of men. Little is known with certainty of the origin of the Collie, but his cunning and his outward appearance would seem to indicate a relationship with the wild dog. Buffon was of the opinion that he was the true dog of nature, the stock and model of the whole canine species. He considered the sheepdog superior in instinct and intelligence to all other breeds. With a character in which education has comparatively little share, he is the only animal born perfectly trained for the service of man. One of the most perfect working Collies in Scotland today is the old-fashioned black and white type, which is the most popular among the shepherds of Scotland. At the shows, this type of dog is invariably at the top of the class. He is considered the most tractable and is certainly the most agile. Second to this type in favor is the smooth-coated variety, a very hard, useful dog, well adapted for hill work, and usually very fleet of foot. He is not so sweet in temper as the black and white, and is slow to make friends. In the Ettrick and Yarrow district, the smooth is a popular sheepdog. The shepherds maintain he climbs the hills more swiftly than the rough, and in the heavy snowstorms his clean, unfeathered legs do not collect and carry the snow. He has a fuller coat than the show specimens usually carry, but he has the same type of head, eye, and ears, only not so well developed. Then there is the Scottish bearded, or Highland Collie, less popular still with the flock master, a hardy-looking dog in outward style, but soft in temperament, and many of them make better cattle than sheepdogs. This dog and the Old English Sheepdog are much alike in appearance, but that the bearded is a more racy animal, with a head resembling that of a dandy Dinmont, rather than the square head of the bobtail. The strong-limbed bearded Collie is capable of getting through a good day's work, but is not so steady nor so wise as the old-fashioned black and white, or even the smooth-coated variety. He is a favorite with the butcher and drover, who have sometimes a herd of troublesome cattle to handle, and he is well suited to rough and rocky ground, active in movement, and as sure-footed as the wild goat. He can endure cold and wet without discomfort, and can live on the Highland hills when others less sturdy would succumb. In the standard adopted for judging the breed, many points are given for good legs and feet, bone, body, and coat, while head and ears are not of great importance. Movement, size, and general appearance have much weight. The color is varied in this breed. Cream-colored specimens are not uncommon, and snow-white with orange or black markings may often be seen, but the popular color is grizzly gray. Unfortunately, the coats of many are far too soft, and the undercoat is frequently absent. Working trials to test the skill of the sheepdog have become frequent fixtures among shepherds and farmers within recent years, and these competitions have done much toward the improvement of the working qualities of the Collie. In general, the excelling competitors at working trials are the rough-coated black and white Collies. The smooth-coated variety and the beardy are less frequent winners. The handsome and distinguished gentlemen of the champion Wishaw leader type are seldom seen on the trial field, although formerly such a dog as champion Ormskirk Charlie might be successfully entered with others equally well bred from the kennels of that good trainer and fancier, Mr. Piggin of Long Eaton. A good working Collie, however, is not always robed in elegance. What is desirable is that the shepherd and farmer should fix a standard of points, and breed as near as possible to that standard, as the keepers of the show Collie breed, to an acknowledged type of perfection. Nevertheless, from a bad worker of good descent, many an efficient worker might be produced by proper mating, and those of us skilled in the breeding of Collies know the importance of a well-considered process of selection from unsullied strains. It is a pity that the hard-working dog of the shepherd does not receive the attention in the way of feeding and grooming that is bestowed on the ornamental show dog. He is too often neglected in these particulars. Notwithstanding this neglect, however, the average life of the working dog is longer by a year or two than that of his more beautiful cousin. Pampering and artificial living are not to be encouraged, but, on the other hand, neglect has the same effect of shortening the span of life, and bad feeding and inattention to cleanliness provoke the skin diseases which are far too prevalent. There is not a more graceful and physically beautiful dog to be seen than the show collie of the present period. Produced from the old working type, he is now practically a distinct breed. His qualities in the field are not often tested, but he is a much more handsome and attractive animal, and his comeliness will always win for him many admiring friends. The improvements in his style and appearance have been alleged to be due to an admixture with Gordon Setter blood. In the early years of exhibitions he showed the shorter head, heavy ears, and much of the black and tan coloring which might seem to justify such a supposition. But there is no evidence that the cross was ever purposely sought. Gradually the color was lightened to sable, and a mingling of black, white, and tan came into favor. The shape of the head was also improved. These improvements in beauty of form and color have been largely induced by the many collie clubs now in existence, not only in the United Kingdom and America, but also in South Africa and Germany, by whom the standards of points have been perfected. Type has been enhanced. The head with the small ornamental ears that now prevail is more classical, and scientific cultivation and careful selection of typical breeding stock have achieved what may be considered the superlative degree of quality, without appreciable loss of stamina, size, or substance. 20 years or so ago, when collies were becoming fashionable, the rich sable coat with long white mane was in highest request. In 1888, champion Metchley Wonder captivated his admirers by these rich qualities. He was the first collie for which a very high purchase price was paid, Mr. Sam Boddington having sold him to Mr. A. H. Megson of Manchester for £530. High prices then became frequent. Mr. Megson paid as much as £1,600 to Mr. Tom Stretch for Ormskirk Emerald. No collie has had a longer or more brilliant career than Emerald, and although he was not esteemed as a successful sire, yet he was certainly the greatest favorite among our show dogs of recent years. Mr. Megson has owned many other good specimens of the breed, both rough and smooth. In the same year that he bought Metchley Wonder, he gave £350 for a 10 months puppy, Caractacus. Sable and white is his favorite combination of color, a fancy which was shared some years ago by the American buyers, who would have nothing else. Black, tan, and white became more popular in England, and while there is now a good market for these in the United States, the sable and white remains the favorite of the American buyers and breeders. The best collie of modern times was undoubtedly Champion Squire of Tytton, which went to America for £1,250. A golden sable with quality, nice size, and profuse coat, he had an unbeaten record in this country. Another of our best and most typical rough collies was Champion Wishaw Leader. This beautiful dog, who had a most distinguished show career, was a well-made black, tan, and white, with an enormous coat and beautiful flowing white mane, one of the most active movers, displaying quality all through, and yet having plenty of substance. He had that desirable distinction of type which is so often lacking in our long-headed collies. Ormskirk Emerald's head was of good length and well balanced, the skull sufficiently flat. His eye was almond shape and dark brown in color, his expression keen and wise, entirely free from the soft look which we see on many of the faces today. Historical examples of the show collie have also been seen in Champions Christopher, Anfield Model, Sappho of Tytton, Parbold Piccolo, and Woodmansterne Tartan. In recent years the smooth collie has gained in popularity quite as certainly as his more amply attired relative. Originally he was a dog produced by mating the old-fashioned black and white with the Greyhound, but the Greyhound type, which was formerly very marked, can scarcely be discerned today. Still, it is not infrequent that a throwback is discovered in a litter, producing perhaps a slate-colored, a pure, white, or a jet-black individual, or that an otherwise perfect smooth collie should betray the heavy ears or the eye of a Greyhound. At one time this breed of dog was much cultivated in Scotland, but nowadays the breeding of smooths is almost wholly confined to the English side of the border. The following is the accepted description of the perfect Collie. The skull should be flat, moderately wide between the ears, and gradually tapering toward the eyes. There should only be a slight depression at stop. The width of skull necessary depends upon combined length of skull and muzzle, and the whole must be considered in connection with the size of the dog. The cheek should not be full or prominent. The muzzle should be of fair length, tapering to the nose, and must not show weakness or be snipy or lippy. Whatever the color of the dog may be, the nose must be black. The teeth should be of good size, sound and level. Very slight unevenness is permissible. The jaws clean cut and powerful. The eyes are a very important feature and give expression to the dog. They should be of medium size, set somewhat obliquely, of almond shape, and of a brown color except in the case of merles, when the eyes are frequently, one or both, blue and white or china. Expression full of intelligence, with a quick alert look when listening. The ears should be small and moderately wide at the base, and placed not too close together, but on the top of the skull, and not on the side of the head. When in repose they should be usually carried thrown back, but when on the alert, brought forward and carried semi-erect, with tips slightly drooping in attitude of listening. The neck should be muscular, powerful, and of fair length, and somewhat arched. The body should be strong, with well-sprung ribs, chest deep, fairly broad behind the shoulders, which should be sloped, loins very powerful. The dog should be straight in front. The forelegs should be straight and muscular, neither in nor out at elbows, with a fair amount of bone. The forearm somewhat fleshy, the pasterns showing flexibility without weakness. The hind legs should be muscular at the thighs, clean and sinewy below the hocks, with well-bent stifles. The feet should be oval in shape, soles well padded, and the toes arched and close together. The hind feet less arched, the hocks well let down and powerful. The brush should be moderately long, carried low when the dog is quiet, with a slight upward swirl at the end, and may be gaily carried when the dog is excited, but not over the back. The coat should be very dense, the outer coat harsh to the touch, the inner or under coat soft, furry, and very close, so close as almost to hide the skin. The mane and frill should be very abundant, the mask or face smooth, as also the ears at the tips, but they should carry more hair towards the base. The forelegs well feathered, the hind legs above the hocks profusely so, but below the hocks fairly smooth, although all heavily coated collies are liable to grow a slight feathering. Hair on the brush very profuse. Color in the collie is immaterial. In general character he is a lithe, active dog, his deep chest showing lung power, his neck strength, his sloping shoulders and well-bent hocks indicating speed, and his expression high intelligence. He should be a fair length on the leg, giving him more of a racy than a cloddy appearance. In a few words, a collie should show endurance, activity, and intelligence, with free and true action. In height, dogs should be 22 inches to 24 inches, at the shoulders, bitches 20 inches to 22 inches. The weight for dogs is 45 to 65 pounds, bitches 40 to 55 pounds. The smooth collie only differs from the rough in its coat, which should be hard, dense, and quite smooth. The main faults to be avoided are a domed skull, high peaked occipital bone, heavy pendulous or pricked ears, weak jaws, snipy muzzle, full staring or light eyes, crooked legs, large flat or hare feet, curly or soft coat, cow hocks, and brush twisted or carried right over the back, under or overshot mouth. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Dogs and All About Them. The Old English Sheepdog. Intelligent and picturesque, workmanlike and affectionate, the Old English Sheepdog combines in his shaggy person the attributes at once of a drover's drudge and of an ideal companion. Although the modern dog is seen less often than of old performing his legitimate duties as a shepherd dog, there is no ground whatsoever for supposing that he is a whit less sagacious than the mongrels which have largely supplanted him. The instincts of the race remain unchanged, but the mongrel certainly comes cheaper. Carefully handled in his youth, the bobtail is unequalled as a stock dog, and he is equally at home and efficient in charge of sheep, of cattle, and of New Forest ponies. So deep-rooted is the natural herding instinct of the breed that it is a thousand pities that the modern shepherd so frequently puts up with an inferior animal in place of the genuine article. Nor is it as a shepherd dog alone that the bobtail shines in the field. His qualifications as a sporting dog are excellent, and he makes a capital retriever, being usually under excellent control, generally light-mouthed, and taking very readily to water. His natural inclination to remain at his master's heel, and his exceptional sagacity and quickness of perception will speedily develop him in a sportsman's hands into a first-rate dog to shoot over. These points in his favour should never be lost sight of, because his increasing popularity on the show bench is apt to mislead many of his admirers into the belief that he is an ornamental rather than a utility dog. Nothing could be farther from the fact. Nevertheless, he has few equals as a house dog, being naturally cleanly in his habits, affectionate in his disposition, an admirable watch, and an extraordinarily adaptable companion. As to his origin, there is considerable conflict of opinion, owing to the natural difficulty of tracing him back to that period when the dog fancier, as he flourishes to-day, was all unknown, and the voluminous records of the Watchful Kennel Club were still undreamed of. From time immemorial, a sheep-dog of one kind or another has presided over the welfare of flocks and herds in every land. Probably, in an age less peaceable than ours, this canine guardian was called upon, in addition to his other duties, to protect his charges from wolves and bears and other marauders. In that case it is very possible that the early progenitors of the breed were built upon a larger, more massive scale than is the sheep-dog of to-day. The herd dogs of foreign countries, such as the Calabrian of the Pyrenees, the Himalayan drover's dog, and the Russian Aucha, are all of them massive and powerful animals, far larger and fiercer than our own, though each of them, and notably the Aucha, has many points in common with the English bobtail. It is quite possible that all of them may trace their origin at some remote period to the same ancestral strain. Indeed, it is quite open to argument that the founders of our breed, as it exists to-day, were imported into England from some far-off date when the duties of a sheep-dog demanded of him fighting qualities no longer necessary. Throughout the 19th century one finds conclusive evidence that the breed was very fairly represented in many parts of England, notably in Suffolk, Hampshire, and Dorsetshire, and also in Wales. Youatt writes of it in 1845, Richardson in 1847, and Stonehenge in 1859. Their descriptions vary a little, though the leading characteristics are much the same, but each writer specially notes the exceptional sagacity of the breed. The dog was well known in Scotland, too, under the title of the bearded Collie, for there is little doubt that this last is merely a variant of the breed. He differs, in point of fact, chiefly by reason of possessing a tail, the amputation of which is a recognized custom in England. With regard to this custom, it is said that the drovers originated it. Their dogs, kept for working purposes, were immune from taxation, and they adopted this method of distinguishing the animals thus exempted. It has been argued by disciples of the Darwinian theory of inherited effects from continued mutilations that this long process of breeding from tailless animals has resulted in producing puppies naturally bob-tailed, and it is difficult on any other hypothesis to account for the fact that many puppies are so born. It is certainly a fact that one or two natural bobtails are frequently found in a litter of which the remainder are duly furnished with the well-developed tails. From careful consideration of the weight of evidence, it seems unlikely that the breed was originally a tailless one, but the modern custom undoubtedly accentuates its picturesqueness by bringing into special prominence the rounded, shaggy quarters and the characteristic bear-like gait which distinguish the Old English Sheepdog. Somewhere about the 60s there would appear to have been a revival of interest in the bobtail's welfare, and attempts were made to bring him into prominence. In 1873 his admirers succeeded in obtaining for him a separate classification at a recognized show, and the Curzon Hall at Birmingham in that year 3 temerarious competitors appeared to undergo the ordeal of expert judgment. It was an unpromising beginning, for Mr. M.B. Wyan, who officiated, found their quality so inferior that he contented himself with awarding a second prize. But from this small beginning important results were to spring, and the Old English Sheepdog has made great strides in popularity since then. At Clerkenwell in 1905 the entries of his classes reached a total of over 100, and there was no gainsaying the quality. This satisfactory result is due in no small measure to the initiative of the Old English Sheepdog Club, a society founded in 1888 with the avowed intention of promoting the breeding of the old-fashioned English sheepdog, and of giving prizes at various shows held under Kennel Club rules. The pioneers of this movement, so far as history records their names, were Dr. Edwards Kerr, an enthusiast both in theory and in practice, from whose caustic pen dissentients were wont to suffer periodical castigation; Mr. W. G. Waker, who has held office in the club for some 20 years; Mrs. Mayhew, who capably held her own amongst her fellow members of the sterner sex; Mr. Freeman Lloyd, who wrote an interesting pamphlet on the breed in 1889; and Messrs. J. Thomas and Parry Thomas. Theirs can have been no easy task at the outset, for it devolved upon them to lay down in a succinct and practical form leading principles for the guidance of future enthusiasts. It runs thus: General appearance: a strong, compact-looking dog of great symmetry, absolutely free from legginess, profusely coated all over, very elastic in its gallop, but in walking or trotting he has a characteristic ambling or pacing movement, and his bark should be loud, with a peculiar pot-casse ring to it. Taking him all round, he is a thick-set, muscular, able-bodied dog, with a most intelligent expression, free from all Poodle or Deerhound character. Skull: capacious and rather squarely formed, giving plenty of room for brain power. The parts over the eyes should be well arched, and the whole well covered with hair. Jaw: fairly long, strong, square, and truncated. The stop should be defined to avoid a Deerhound face. The attention of judges is particularly called to the above properties, as a long, narrow head is a deformity. Eyes: vary according to the color of the dog, but dark or wall eyes are to be preferred. Nose: always black, large and capacious. Teeth: strong and large, evenly placed, and level in opposition. Ears: small, and carried flat to side of head, coated moderately. Legs: the fore legs should be dead straight, with plenty of bone, removing the body to a medium height from the ground, without approaching legginess, well coated all round. Feet: small, round, toes well arched, and pads thick and hard. Tail: puppies requiring docking must have an appendage left of 1 1/2 to 2 inches, the operation performed when not older than 4 days. Neck and shoulders: the neck should be fairly long, arched gracefully, and well coated with hair. The shoulders sloping and narrow at the points, the dog standing lower at the shoulder than at the loin. Body: rather short and very compact, ribs well sprung, and brisket deep and capacious. The loin should be very stout and gently arched, while the hind quarters should be round and muscular, with well let down hocks, and the hams densely coated with a thick, long jacket in excess of any other part. Coat: profuse, and of good hard texture, not straight, but shaggy and free from curl. The undercoat should be a waterproof pile, when not removed by grooming or season. Color: any shade of gray, grizzle, blue, or blue merled, with or without white markings, or in reverse. Any shade of brown or sable is to be considered distinctly objectionable and not to be encouraged. Height: 22 inches and upwards for dogs, slightly less for bitches. Type, character, and symmetry are of the greatest importance, and on no account are to be sacrificed to size alone. Turning to the questions of care and kennel management, we may start with the puppy. It is obvious that where bone and substance are matters of special desirability, it is essential to build up in the infant what is to be expected of the adult. For this reason it is a great mistake to allow the dam to bring up too many by herself. To about 6 or 7 she can do justice, but a healthy bitch not infrequently gives birth to a dozen or more. Under such circumstances the services of a foster mother are a cheap investment. By dividing the litter, the weaklings may be given a fair chance in the struggle for existence, otherwise they receive scant consideration from their stronger brethren. At 3 or 4 days old the tails should be removed, as near the rump as possible. The operation is easy to perform, and if done with a sharp, clean instrument, there is no danger of after ill effects. If the mother is kept on a very liberal diet, she will usually be found that she can do all that is necessary for her family's welfare for the first 3 weeks, by which time the pups have increased prodigiously in size. They are then old enough to learn to lap for themselves, an accomplishment which they very speedily acquire. Beginning with fresh cow's milk for a week, their diet may be gradually increased to Mellin's or Benger's food, and later to gruel and Quaker oats, their steadily increasing appetites being catered for by the simple exercise of common sense. Feed them little and often, about 5 times a day, and encourage them to move about as much as possible, and see that they never go hungry without allowing them to gorge. Let them play until they tire, and sleep until they hunger again, and they will be found to thrive and grow with surprising rapidity. At 6 weeks old they can fend for themselves, and shortly afterwards additions may be made to their diet in the shape of paunches, carefully cleaned and cooked, and Sprat's puppy Rodnim. A plentiful supply of fresh milk is still essential. Gradually the number of their meals may be decreased, first to 4 a day, and later on to 3, until at 6 months old they verge on adolescence and may be placed upon the rations of the adult dog, 2 meals a day. Meanwhile, the more fresh air and sunshine, exercise, and freedom they receive, the better they will prosper, but care must be taken that they are never allowed to get wet. Their sleeping place, especially, must be thoroughly dry, well ventilated, and scrupulously clean. As to the adult dog, his needs are 3. He must be well fed, well housed, and well exercised. 2 meals a day suffice him, but he likes variety, and the more his fare can be diversified, the better will he do justice to it. Biscuits, Rodnim, Flako, meat, vegetables, paunches, and sheep's heads, with an occasional big bone to gnaw, provide unlimited change, and the particular tastes of individuals should be learned and catered for. As to the bobtail's kennel, there is no need whatever for a high-priced fancy structure. Any weatherproof building will do, provided it be well ventilated and free from draughts. In very cold weather a bed of clean wheat straw is desirable. In summer the bare boards are best. In all weathers cleanliness is an absolute essential, and a liberal supply of fresh water should be always available. Grooming is an important detail in a breed whose picturesqueness depends so largely on the profuseness of their shaggy coats. But there is a general tendency to overdo it. A good, stiff pair of dandy brushes give the best result, but the coats must not be allowed to mat or tangle, which they have a tendency to do if not properly attended to. Mats and tangles, if taken in time, can generally be teased out with the fingers, and it is the greatest mistake to try to drag them out with combs. These last should be used as little as possible, and only with the greatest care when necessary at all. An over-groomed bobtail loses half his natural charm. Far preferable is a muddy, matted, rough-and-tumble-looking customer, with his coat as nature left it. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10. The Chow Chow. The Chow Chow is a dog of great versatility. He is a born sportsman and loves an open-air life. A warrior, always ready to accept battle, but seldom provoking it. He has a way of his own with tramps, and seldom fails to induce them to continue their travels. Yet withal he is tender-hearted, a friend of children, an ideal companion, and often has a clever gift for parlor tricks. In China, his fatherland, he is esteemed for another quality, his excellence as a substitute for roast mutton. Though in his own country he is regarded as plebeian, just a common cur, he is by no means a mongrel. That he is of ancient lineage is proved by the fact that he always breeds true to type. He yields to the Pekingese Spaniel, the claim to be the royal dog of China, yet his blood must be of the bluest. If you doubt it, look at his tongue. Outwardly, the Chow worthily embodies the kind, faithful heart and the brave spirit within. His compact body, weighing 40 pounds or more, with the beautiful fur coat and ruff, the plumed tail turned over on the neat cat-like feet, gives an impression of symmetry, power, and alertness. His handsome face wears a scowl. This is the technical term for the no-nonsense look, which deters strangers from undue familiarity, though to friends his expression is kindness itself. Though the Chow has many perfections, the perfect Chow has not yet arrived. He nearly came with Chow Chow the sixth, long since dead, alas, and with Chow Fu Chow, the best Chow now living, his light-colored eyes being his only defect. With many judges, however, this dog's black coat handicaps him sadly in competition with his red brethren. Chow the sixth is considered the best and most typical dog ever benched, notwithstanding his somewhat round eyes. Almond eyes are of course correct in Chinaman. Red Craze owns the head, which is perfect with the correct ear carriage and broad muzzle, and the scowl and characteristic expression of a good Chow. Dark red is the accepted color of the Chow. Modern judges will not look twice at a light or party-colored dog, and it is to be feared that if even Chow Chow the sixth could revisit the scenes of his bygone triumphs, his beautiful light markings would prove a fatal bar to his success. The judges will be quite wrong, but if you want a dog for show, you must be sure to get a good whole-colored dark red. If, on the other hand, you have a Chow as a companion and friend, do not be at all troubled if his ruff, yoke, culottes, and tail are white or cream-colored. These are natural, correct, and typical marks, though present-day fanciers are trying to improve them away. A list of points are drawn up by the Chow Chow Club. Some years ago is added. The points are fairly right, but the tongue of a live Chow is never black. It should be blue, such a color as might result from a diet of bilberries. Points of the Chow Chow: head, skull flat and broad, with little stop, well filled out under the eyes. Muzzle, moderate in length and broad from the eyes to the point, not pointed at the end like a fox. Nose, black, large, and wide. In cream or light-colored specimens, a pink nose is allowable. Tongue, black. Eyes, dark and small. In a blue dog, light color is permissible. Ears, small, pointed, and carried stiffly erect. They should be placed well forward over the eyes, which gives the dog the peculiar characteristic expression of the breed, viz., a sort of scowl. Teeth, strong and level. Neck, strong, full, set well on the shoulders, and slightly arched. Shoulders, muscular and sloping. Chest, broad and deep. Back, short, straight, and long. Loins, powerful. Tail, curled lightly over the back. Forelegs, perfectly straight, of moderate length, and with great bone. Hind legs, same as forelegs, muscular and with hocks well let down. Feet, small, round, and cat-like, standing well on the toes. Coat, abundant, dense, straight, and rather coarse in texture, with a soft woolly undercoat. Color, whole-colored black, red, yellow, blue, white, etc., not in patches. The under part of tail and back of thighs frequently of a lighter color. General appearance a lively, compact, short-coupled dog, well knit in frame, with tail curled well over the back. Disqualifying points: drop ears, red tongue, tail not curled over back, white spots on coat, and red nose, except in yellow or white specimens. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11. The Poodle. The Poodle is commonly acknowledged to be the most wisely intelligent of all members of the canine race. He is a scholar and a gentleman, but, in spite of his claims of long descent and his extraordinary natural cleverness, he has never been widely popular in this country, as the Collie and the Fox Terrier are popular. There is a general belief that he is a fop, whose time is largely occupied in personal embellishment, and that he requires a great deal of individual attention in the matter of his toilet. It may be true that to keep him in exhibition order and perfect cleanliness, his owner has need to devote more consideration to him than is necessary in the case of many breeds, but in other respects he gives very little trouble, and all who are attached to him are consistent in their opinion that there is no dog so intensely interesting and responsive as a companion. His qualities of mind and his acute powers of reasoning are indeed so great that there is something almost human in his attractiveness and his devotion. His aptitude in learning is never denied, and many are the stories told of his marvelous talent and versatility. Not merely as a showman's dog has he distinguished himself. He is something more than a mountebank of the booths, trained to walk the tight rope and stand on his head. He is an adept at performing tricks, but it is his alertness of brain that places him apart from other animals. There is the example of the famous Munito, who in 1818 perplexed the Parisians by his cleverness with playing cards, and his intricate arithmetical calculations. Paris was formerly the home of most of the learned Poodles, and one remembers the instance of the Poodle of the Pont Neuf, who had the habit of dirtying the boots of the passers-by in order that his master, a shoeblack stationed halfway across the bridge, might enjoy the profit of cleaning them. In Belgium, Poodles were systematically trained to smuggle valuable lace, which was wound round their shaven bodies and covered with a false skin. These dogs were schooled to a dislike of all men in uniform, and consequently on their journey between Mechlin and the coast they always gave a wide berth to the customs officers. On the Continent, Poodles of the larger kind are often used for draft work. There can be little doubt that the breed originated in Germany, where it is known as the Poodle and classed as the Canis familiaris aquaticus. In form and coat he would seem to be closely related to the old water dog, and the resemblance between a brown Poodle and an Irish water Spaniel is remarkable. The Poodle is no longer regarded as a sporting dog, but at one period he was trained to retrieve waterfowl, and he still on occasion displays an eager fondness for the water. Throughout Europe and in the United States, wherever these dogs are kept, it is usual to clip the coat on the face, the legs, and the hinder part of the body, leaving tufts of hair on the thighs and a ring of hair on the pasterns. The origin and purpose of the custom are not apparent, but now that Poodles are almost always kept as house dogs, this mode of ornamentation at least commends itself by reducing the labor of daily grooming, if the coat is to be maintained in good condition, and the dog to be a pleasant associate. The profuse and long coat of this dog has the peculiarity that, if not kept constantly brushed out, it twists up into little cords which increase in length as the new hair grows and clings about it. The unshed old hair and the new growth entwined together thus become distinct rope-like cords. Eventually, if these cords are not cut short, or accidentally torn off, they drag along the ground, and so prevent the poor animal from moving with any degree of comfort or freedom. Some few owners, who admire and cultivate these long cords, keep them tied up in bundles on the dog's back, but so unnatural and unsightly a method of burdening the animal is not to be commended. Corded Poodles are very showy, and from the remarkable appearance of the coat attract a great deal of public attention when exhibited at shows, but they have lost popularity among most fanciers, and have become few in number owing to the obvious fact that it is impossible to make pets of them or keep them in the house. The reason of this is that the coat must, from time to time, be oiled in order to keep the cords supple and prevent them from snapping, and, of course, as their coats cannot be brushed, the only way of keeping the dog clean is to wash him, which, with a corded Poodle, is a lengthy and laborious process. Further, the coat takes hours to dry, and unless the newly washed dog be kept in a warm room, he is very liable to catch cold. The result is that the coats of corded Poodles are almost invariably dirty, and somewhat smelly. At one time it was suggested that Cordeds and non-Cordeds were two distinct breeds, but it is now generally accepted that the coat of every well-bred Poodle will, if allowed, develop cords. Curly Poodles, on the other hand, have advanced considerably in favor. Their coats should be kept regularly brushed and combed, and, if washed occasionally, they will always be smart and clean, and pleasant companions in the house. The 4 colors usually considered correct are black, white, brown, and blue. White Poodles are considered the most intelligent, and it is certain that professional trainers of performing dogs prefer the white variety. The black come next in the order of intelligence, and easily surpass the brown and blue, which are somewhat lacking in true Poodle character. No strict lines are drawn as regards brown, and all shades ranging from cream to dark brown are classed as brown. Mrs. Robert Long, a few years ago, startled her fellow enthusiasts by exhibiting some party-colored specimens, but they were regarded as freaks and did not become popular. The points to be looked for in choosing a Poodle are that he should be a lively, active dog, with a long, fine head, a dark, oval eye, with a bright, alert expression, short in the back, not leggy, but by no means low on the ground, with a good loin, carrying his tail well up. The coat should be profuse, all one color, very curly, and rather wiry to the touch. If you buy a Poodle puppy, you will find it like other intelligent and active youngsters, full of mischief. The great secret in training him is first to gain his affection. With firmness, kindness, and perseverance, you can then teach him almost anything. The most lively and excitable dogs are usually the easiest to train. It is advantageous to teach your dog when you give him his meal of biscuit, letting him have the food piece by piece as a reward when each trick is duly performed. Never attempt to teach him 2 new tricks at a time, and when instructing him in a new trick, let him always go through his old ones first. Make it an invariable rule never to be beaten by him. If, as frequently is the case with your dogs, he declines to perform a trick, do not pass it over or allow him to substitute another he likes better, but when you see he obstinately refuses, punish him by putting away the coveted food for an hour or 2. If he once sees he can tire you out, you will have no further authority over him, while if you are firm he will not hold out against you long. It is a bad plan to make a dog repeat too frequently a trick which he obviously dislikes, and insistence on your part may do great harm. The Poodle is exceptionally sensitive, and is far more efficiently taught when treated as a sensible being rather than as a mere quadrupedal automaton. He will learn twice as quickly if his master can make him understand the reason for performing a task. The whip is of little use when a lesson is to be taught, as the dog will probably associate his tasks with a thrashing, and go through them in that unwilling, cowed, tail-between-legs fashion which too often betrays the unthinking hastiness of the master, and is the chief reason why the Poodle has sometimes been regarded as a spiritless coward. The Poodle bitch makes a good mother, rarely giving trouble in whelping, and the puppies are not difficult to rear. Their chief dangers are gastritis and congestion of the lungs, which can be avoided with careful treatment. It should be remembered that the dense coat of the Poodle takes a long time to dry after being wetted, and that if the dog has been out in the rain and got his coat soaked, or if he has been washed or allowed to jump into a pond, you must take care not to leave him in a cold place, or to lie inactive before he is perfectly dry. Most Poodles are kept in the house or in enclosed kennels, well protected from draught and moisture, and there is no difficulty in so keeping them, as they are naturally obedient and easily taught to be clean in the house and to be regular in their habits. The coat of a curly Poodle should be kept fleecy and free from tangle by being periodically combed and brushed. The grooming keeps the skin clean and healthy, and frequent washing, even for a white dog, is not necessary. The dog will, of course, require clipping from time to time. In Paris at present it is the fashion to clip the greater part of the body and hindquarters, but the English Poodle Club recommends that the coat be left on as far down the body as the last rib, and it is also customary with us to leave a good deal of coat on the hindquarters. Probably the best known Poodle of his day in this country was Champion the Model, a black corded dog belonging to Mr. H.A. Dargois, who imported him from the Continent. Model was a medium-sized dog, very well proportioned, and with a beautifully molded head and dark, expressive eyes, and I believe was only once beaten in the show ring. He died some few years ago at a ripe old age, but a great many of the best known Poodles of the present day claim relationship to him. One of his most famous descendants was Champion the Joker, also black corded, who was very successful at exhibitions. Another very handsome dog was Champion Vladimir, again a black corded, belonging to Miss Hallgrave. Since 1905 the curly Poodles have very much improved, and the best specimens of their breed are now to be found in their ranks. Champion Orchard Admiral, the property of Mrs. Crouch, a son of Champion the Joker and Lady Godiva, is probably the best specimen living. White Poodles, of which Mrs. Crouch's Orchard White Boy is a notable specimen, ought to be more widely kept than they are, but it must be admitted that the task of keeping a full-sized white Poodle's coat clean in a town is no light one. Toy white Poodles, consequently, are very popular. The toy variety should not exceed 15 inches in height at the shoulder, and in all respects should be a miniature of the full-sized dog, with the same points. Points of the perfect Poodle: general appearance, that of a very active, intelligent, and elegant-looking dog, well built, and carrying himself very proudly. Head long, straight, and fine, the skull not broad, with a slight peak at the back. Muzzle long, but not snipy, and strong, not full in cheek. Teeth white, strong, and level. Gums black, lips black and not showing lippiness. Eyes almond-shaped, very dark, full of fire and intelligence. Nose black and sharp. Ears the leather, long and wide, low set on, hanging close to the face. Neck well proportioned and strong, to admit of the head being carried high and with dignity. Shoulders strong and muscular, sloping well to the back. Chest deep and moderately wide. Back short, strong, and slightly hollowed, the loins broad and muscular, the ribs well sprung and braced up. Feet rather small and of good shape, the toes well arched, pads thick and hard. Legs forelegs set straight from shoulder, with plenty of bone and muscle. Hind legs very muscular and well bent, with the hocks well let down. Tail set on rather high, well carried, never curled or carried over back. Coat very profuse, and of good hard texture. If corded, hanging in tight, even cords; if non-corded, very thick and strong, of even length, the curls close and thick, without knots or cords. Colors: all black, all white, all red, all blue. The white Poodle should have dark eyes, black or very dark liver nose, lips, and toe nails. The red Poodle should have dark amber eyes, dark liver nose, lips, and toe nails. The blue Poodle should be of even color and have dark eyes, lips, and toe nails. All the other points of white, red, and blue Poodles should be the same as the perfect black Poodle. N.B. It is strongly recommended that only 1/3 of the body be clipped or shaved, and that the hair on the forehead be left on. End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12. The Schipperke. The Schipperke may fitly be described as the Paul Pry of canine society. His insatiate inquisitiveness induces him to poke his nose into everything. Every strange object excites his curiosity, and he will, if possible, look behind it. The slightest noise arouses his attention, and he wants to investigate its cause. There is no end to his liveliness, but he moves about with almost cat-like agility without upsetting any objects in a room, and when he hops he has a curious way of catching up his hind legs. The Schipperke's disposition is most affectionate, tinged with a good deal of jealousy, and even when made one of the household he generally attaches himself more particularly to one person whom he owns, and whose protection he deems his special duty. These qualities endear the Schipperke as a canine companion, with a quaint and lovable character. And he is also a capital vermin dog. When properly entered he cannot be surpassed as a ratter. Schipperkes have always been kept as watch dogs on the Flemish canal barges, and that, no doubt, is the origin of the name, which is the Flemish for little skipper, the syllable "key" forming the diminutive of "schipper." The respectable antiquity of this dog is proved by the result of the researches Mr. van der Snikt and Mr. van Buggenhout made in the archives of Flemish towns, which contains records of the breed going back in pure type over 100 years. The first Schipperke which appeared at a show in this country was Mr. Barry's Flo. This was, however, such a mediocre specimen that it did not appeal to the taste of the English dog-loving public. In 1888 Dr. Seelig brought over Skip, Dreisky, and Mia. The first named was purchased by Mr. E.B. Joachim, and the two others by Mr. G.R. Krell. Later on Mr. Joachim became the owner of Mr. Green's Stutz, and bought Fritz of Spa in Belgium, and these dogs formed the nucleus of the two kennels which laid the foundation of the breed in England. It was probably the introduction of the Schipperke to England that induced Belgian owners to pay greater attention to careful breeding, and a club was started in 1888 in Brussels, whose members, after long and earnest consideration, settled a description and standard of points for the breed. Not long afterwards the Schipperke Club, England, was inaugurated, and drew up the following standard of points, which was adopted in December, 1890, and differed only very slightly from the one acknowledged by the Belgian Society and later by the St. Hubert Schipperke Club. Standard of points of the Schipperke Club, England. Head. Foxy in type. Skull should not be round, but broad and with little stop. The muzzle should be moderate in length, fine but not weak, should be well filled out under the eyes. Nose. Black and small. Eyes. Dark brown, small, more oval than round, and not full. Bright and full of expression. Ears. Shape. Of moderate length, not too broad at the base, tapering to a point. Carriage. Stiffly erect, and when in that position the inside edge to form as near as possible a right angle with the skull, and strong enough not to be bent otherwise than lengthwise. Teeth strong and level. Neck strong and full, rather short, set broad on the shoulders and slightly arched. Shoulders muscular and sloping. Chest broad and deep in brisket. Back short, straight, and strong. Loins powerful, well drawn up from the brisket. Forelegs perfectly straight, well under the body, with bone in proportion to the body. Hind legs strong, muscular, hocks well let down. Feet small, cat-like, and standing well on the toes. Nails black. Hind quarters fine compared to the fore parts, muscular and well developed thighs, tailless, rump well rounded. Coat black, abundant, dense, and harsh, smooth on the head, ears, and legs, lying close on the back and sides, but erect and thick round the neck, forming a mane and frill, and well feathered on back of thighs. Weight about 12 pounds. General appearance a small cobby animal, with sharp expression, intensely lively, presenting the appearance of being always on the alert. Disqualifying points: drop or semi-erect ears. Faults: white hairs are objected to, but are not disqualifying. The back of the Schipperke is described as straight, but it should round off at the rump, which should be rotund and full, guinea pig-like. The continued straight line of a terrier's back is not desirable, but it will frequently be found in specimens that have been docked. The Belgian standard requires the legs to be fine and not have much bone. The bone of a terrier is only met with in coarse Schipperkes. As to size, it need only be noted that the maximum of the small size, that is to say 12 pounds, is that generally preferred in England as well as in Belgium. Further, it is only necessary to remark that the Schipperke is a dog of quality, of distinct characteristics, cobby in appearance, not long in the back nor high on the leg. The muzzle must not be weak and thin, nor short and blunt, and, finally, he is not a prick-eared, black wire-haired terrier. The Schipperke's tail, or rather its absence, has been the cause of much discussion, and at one time gave rise to considerable acrimonious feeling amongst fanciers. On the introduction of this dog into Great Britain, it arrived from abroad with a reputation of being a tailless breed, but whether Belgian owners accidentally conveyed that impression, or did it purposely to give the breed an additional distinction, is difficult to say. Anyhow, the Schipperke is no more tailless than the Old English Sheepdog. That is to say, a larger number of individuals are born without any caudal appendage, or only a stump of a tail, than in any other variety of dogs. It is said that a docked dog can be told from one that has been born tailless in this way. When the docked animal is pleased, a slight movement at the end of the spine where the tail was cut off is discernible, but the naturally tailless dog sways the whole of its hind quarters. Chapter 12.
Chapter 13. The Bloodhound. The Bloodhound was much used in olden times in hunting and in the pursuit of fugitives. Two services for which his remarkable acuteness of smell, his ability to keep to the particular scent on which he is first laid, and the intelligence and pertinacity with which he follows up the trail, admirably fit him. The use and employment of these dogs date back into remote antiquity. We have it on the authority of Strabo that they were used against the Gauls, and we have certain knowledge that they were employed not only in the frequent feuds of the Scottish clans, and in the continuous border forays of those days, but also during the ever recurring hostilities between England and Scotland. Indeed, the very name of the dog calls up visions of feudal castles, with their trains of knights and warriors and all the stirring panorama of these brave days of old, when the only tenure of life, property, or goods was by the strong hand. This feudal dog is frequently pictured by the poet in his ballads and romances, and in The Lady of the Lake we find the breed again mentioned as "Dogs of black St. Hubert's breed, unmatched for courage, breadth, and speed." These famous black bloodhounds, called St. Huberts, are supposed to have been brought by pilgrims from the Holy Land. Another larger breed, also known by the same name, were pure white, and another kind were greyish red. The dogs of the present day are probably a blend of all these varieties. The Bloodhound, from the nobler pursuit of heroes and knights, came in later years to perform the work of the more modern detective. But in this also his services were in time superseded by the justice's warrant and the police officer. We find it recorded about 1805, however, that the Thrapston Association for the Prevention of Felons in Northamptonshire have provided and trained a Bloodhound for the detection of sheep stealers. The reputation it obtained for sagacity and fierceness in the capture of runaway slaves, and the cruelties attributed to it in connection with the suppression of the various negro risings, especially that of the Maroons, have given the animal an evil repute, which more probably should attach to those who made the animal's courage and sagacity a means for the gratification of their own revolting cruelty of disposition. It has been justly remarked that if entire credence be given to the description that was transmitted through the country of this extraordinary animal, it might be supposed that the Spaniards had obtained the ancient and genuine breed of Cerberus himself. Coming again to this country, we find the Bloodhound used from time to time in pursuit of poachers and criminals, and in many instances the game recovered, and the man arrested. There is no doubt that the police in country districts and at our convict prisons could use Bloodhounds to advantage; but public sentiment is decidedly against the idea, and although one of His Majesty's prisons has been offered a working hound for nothing, the authorities have refused to consider the question or give the hound a trial. Half a century ago the Bloodhound was so little esteemed in this country that the breed was confined to the kennels of a very few owners. But the institution of dog shows induced these owners to bring their hounds into public exhibition, when it was seen that, like the Mastiff, the Bloodhound claimed the advantage of having many venerable ancestral trees to branch from. At the first Birmingham show in 1860, Lord Bagot brought out a team from a strain which had been in his lordship's family for 2 centuries, and at the same exhibition there was entered probably one of the best Bloodhounds ever seen, in Mr. T. A. Jennings, Druid. Known now as Old Druid, this dog was got by Lord Faversham's Raglan out of Baron Rothschild's historic bitch Fury, and his blood goes down in collateral veins through Mr. L. G. Morrell's Margrave, Prince Albert Solm's Druid, and Mr. Edwin Browe's Napier, into the pedigrees of many of the celebrated hounds of the present day. Another famous Druid, grandsire of Colonel Cowen's hound of the name, was owned by the Honourable Grantley Berkeley. This typical dog was unsurpassed in his time, and his talent in following a line of scent was astonishing. His only blemish was one of character, for, although usually as good-tempered as most of the breed are, he was easily aroused to uncontrollable fits of savage anger. Queen Victoria at various times was the possessor of one or more fine specimens of the Bloodhound, procured for her by Sir Edwin Landseer, and a capital hound from the Home Park Kennels at Windsor was exhibited at the London show in 1869, the judge of the occasion being the Reverend Thomas Pearce, afterwards known as Edstone. Landseer was especially fond of painting the majestic Bloodhound, and he usually selected good models for his studies. The model for the hound in his well-known picture, Dignity and Impudence, was Grafton, who was a collateral relative of Captain J. W. Clayton's celebrated Luat the 11th. Four superlative Bloodhounds of the past stand out in unmistakable eminence as the founders of recognized strains. They are Mr. Jennings' Old Druid, Colonel Cowen's Druid, Mr. Reynold Ray's Roswell, and Captain Clayton's Luath XI. And the owner of a Bloodhound which can be traced back in direct line of descent to any one of these four patriarchs may pride himself upon possessing a dog of unimpeachable pedigree. Among breeders within recent years, Mr. Edwin Brough, of Scarborough, is to be regarded as the most experienced and successful. No record of the breed would be complete without some acknowledgment of the great services he has rendered to it. Bloodhounds of the correct type would to day have been very few and far between if it had not been for his enthusiasm and patient breeding. Mr. Brough bred and produced many hounds which all bore the stamp of his ideal, and there is no doubt that for all-round quality his kennel stands first in the history of the Bloodhound. His most successful cross was, perhaps, Beckford and Bianca, and one has only to mention such hounds as Burgundy, Babbo, Benedicta, and Bardolph to recall the finest team of Bloodhounds that has ever been benched. Mrs. G. A. Oliphant, of Shrewton, Wilts, whose kennels include Chatley Blazer and Chatley Beaufort, has of late years been a keen supporter of the breed. Mrs. Oliphant, who is the president of the ladies' branch of the Kennel Club, is a great believer in hounds being workers first and show hounds second, and her large kennels have produced many hounds of a robust type and of good size and quality. There is no doubt that as far as hunting is concerned, at the present moment, this kennel stands easily first. But admirable Bloodhounds have also given distinction to the kennels of Mr. S. H. Mangin, Dr. Sidney Turner, Mr. Mark Beaufoy, Mr. F. W. Cousins, Mr. A. O. Moody, Lord Decies, Mr. Hood Wright, Mr. A. Croxton Smith, Dr. C. C. Garfit, Dr. Semmons, and Mrs. C. Ashton Cross, to mention only a few owners and breeders who have given attention to this noble race of dog. The description of a perfect type of dog, as defined by the Association of Bloodhound Breeders, is as follows: General character. The Bloodhound possesses, in a most marked degree, every point and characteristic of those dogs which hunt together by scent. Sagacious. He is very powerful and stands over more ground than is usual with hounds of other breeds. The skin is thin to the touch and extremely loose, this being more especially noticeable about the head and neck, where it hangs in deep folds. Height. The mean average height of adult dogs is 26 inches and of adult bitches is 24 inches. Dogs usually vary from 25 inches to 27 inches, and bitches from 23 inches to 25 inches. But in either case the greater height is to be preferred, provided that character and quality are also combined. Weight. The mean average weight of adult dogs in fair condition is 90 pounds, and of adult bitches is 80 pounds. Dogs attain the weight of 110 pounds, bitches 100 pounds. The greater weights are to be preferred, provided, as in the case of height, that quality and proportion are also combined. Expression. The expression is noble and dignified and characterized by solemnity, wisdom, and power. Temperament. In temperament he is extremely affectionate, quarrelsome neither with companions nor with other dogs. His nature is somewhat shy, and equally sensitive to kindness or correction by his master. Head. The head is narrow in proportion to its length and long in proportion to the body, tapering but slightly from the temples to the end of the muzzle, thus, when viewed from above and in front, having the appearance of being flattened at the sides and of being nearly equal in width throughout its entire length. In profile the upper outline of the skull is nearly in the same plane as that of the foreface. The length from end of nose to stop, midway between the eyes, should be not less than that from stop to back of occipital protuberance (peak). The entire length of head from the posterior part of the occipital protuberance to the end of the muzzle should be 12 inches or more in dogs and 11 inches or more in bitches. Skull. The skull is long and narrow, with the occipital peak very pronounced. The brows are not prominent, although, owing to the deep-set eyes, they may have that appearance. Foreface. The foreface is long, deep, and of even width throughout, with square outline when seen in profile. Eyes. The eyes are deeply sunk in the orbits, the lids assuming a lozenge or diamond shape, in consequence of the lower lids being dragged down and everted by the heavy flews. The eyes correspond with the general tone of colour of the animal, varying from deep hazel to yellow. The hazel colour is, however, to be preferred, although very seldom seen in red and tan hounds. Ears. The ears are thin and soft to the touch, extremely long, set very low, and fall in graceful folds, the lower parts curling inwards and backwards. Wrinkle. The head is furnished with an amount of loose skin, which in nearly every position appears superabundant, but more particularly so when the head is carried low. The skin then falls into loose pendulous ridges and folds, especially over the forehead and sides of the face. Nostrils. The nostrils are large and open. Lips. Flews and dewlap. In front of the lips fall squarely, making a right angle with the upper line of the foreface, whilst behind they form deep, hanging flews, and, being continued into the pendant folds of loose skin about the neck, constitute the dewlap, which is very pronounced. These characters are found, though in a less degree, in the bitch. Neck, shoulders, and chest. The neck is long, the shoulders muscular and well sloped backwards. The ribs are well sprung, and the chest well let down between the forelegs, forming a deep keel. Legs and feet. The forelegs are straight and large in bone, with elbows squarely set. The feet strong and well knuckled up. The thighs and second thighs (gaskins) are very muscular. The hocks well bent and let down and squarely set. Back and loins. The back and loins are strong, the latter deep and slightly arched. Stern. The stern is long and tapering and set on rather high, with a moderate amount of hair underneath. Gait. The gait is elastic, swinging, and free, the stern being carried high, but not too much curled over the back. Colour. The colours are black and tan, red and tan, and tawny, the darker colours being sometimes interspersed with lighter or badger-coloured hair, and sometimes flecked with white. A small amount of white is permissible on chest, feet, and tip of stern. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14. The Otterhound is a descendant of the old Southern Hound, and there is reason to believe that all hounds hunting their quarry by nose had a similar source. Why the breed was first called the Southern Hound, or when his use became practical in Great Britain, must be subjects of conjecture. But that there was a hound good enough to hold a line for many hours is accredited in history that goes very far back into past centuries. The hound required 3 centuries ago even was all the better esteemed for being slow and unswerving on a line of scent, and in many parts of the kingdom, up to within half that period, the so-called Southern Hound had been especially employed. In Devonshire and Wales, the last sign of him in his purity was perhaps when Captain Hopwood hunted a small pack of hounds very similar in character on the Fitch or polecat, the modus operandi being to find the foraging grounds of the animal, and then, on a line that might be 2 days old, hunt him to his lair, often enough 10 or 12 miles off. When this sort of hunting disappeared, and improved ideas of fox hunting came into vogue, there was nothing left for the Southern Hound to do but to hunt the otter. He may have done this before at various periods, but history rather tends to show that otter hunting was originally associated with a mixed pack, and some of Sir Walter Scott's pages seem to indicate that the Dandy Dinmont and kindred Scottish terriers had a good deal to do with the sport. It is more than probable that the rough-coated terrier is identical with the now recognized Otterhound as an offshoot of the original Southern Hound. But be that as it may, there has been a special breed of Otterhound for the last 80 years, very carefully bred and gradually much improved in point of appearance. They are beautiful hounds today, with heads as typical as those of bloodhounds, legs and feet that would do for foxhounds, a unique coat of their own, and they are exactly suitable for hunting the otter, as everyone knows who has had the enjoyment of a day's sport on river or brook. The greatest otter hunter of the last century may have been the Honorable Geoffrey Hill, a younger brother of the late Lord Hill. A powerful athlete of over 6 feet, Major Hill was an ideal sportsman in appearance, and he was noted for the long distances he would travel on foot with his hounds. They were mostly of the pure rough sort, not very big. The dogs he reckoned at about 23½ inches, bitches 22. Beautiful bloodhound types of heads, coats of thick, hard hair, big in ribs and bones, and good legs and feet. Major Hill seldom exhibited his hounds, but hunting as hard as they did through Shropshire, Staffordshire, Cheshire, and into Wales, where they got their best water, there was not much time for showing. Their famous master has been dead now many years, but his pack is still going, and shows great sport as the Hawkstone under the mastership of Mr. H. P. Wardell, the kennels being at Ludlow Racecourse, Bromfield. The leading pack in the kingdom for the last 60 years, at any rate, has been the Carlisle, when in the hands of Mr. J. C. Carrick, who was both famous for the sport he showed and for his breed of Otterhound, so well represented at all the important shows. Such hounds as Lottie and Lucifer were very typical specimens, but of late years the entries of Otterhounds have not been very numerous at the great exhibitions, and this can well be explained by the fact that they are wanted in greater number for active service, there being many more packs than formerly, in all 21 in the United Kingdom. The sport of otter hunting is decidedly increasing, as there have been several hunts started within the last 6 years. There can well be many more, as according to the opinion of that excellent authority, the late Reverend Otter Davies, as he was always called, there are otters on every river, but, owing to the nocturnal and mysterious habits of the animals, their whereabouts or existence is seldom known or even suspected. Hunting them is a very beautiful sport, and the question arises as to whether the pure Otterhounds should not be more generally used than they are at present. It is often asserted that their continued exposure to water has caused a great deal of rheumatism in the breed, that they show age sooner than others, and that the puppies are difficult to rear. There are, however, many advantages in having a pure breed, and there is much to say for the perfect work of the Otterhound. The scent of the Otterhound is possibly the sweetest of all trails left by animals. One cannot understand how it is that an animal swimming 2 or 3 feet from the bottom of a riverbed and the same from the surface should leave a clean line of burning scent that may remain for 12 or 18 hours. The supposition must be that the scent from the animal at first descends and is then always rising. At any rate, the oldest foxhound or harrier that has never touched otter is at once in ravishing excitement on it, and all dogs will hunt it. The terrier is never keener than when he hits on such a line. The foxhound, so wonderful in his forward dash, may have too much of it for otter hunting. The otter is so wary. His holt can very well be passed, his delicious scent may be overrun, but the purebred Otterhound is equal to all occasions. He is terribly certain on the trail when he finds it. Nothing can throw him off, and when his deep note swells into a sort of savage howl, as he lifts his head toward the roots of some old pollard, there is a meaning in it. No mistake has been made. In every part of a run it is the same. The otter dodges upstream and down, lands for a moment, returns to his holt, but his adversaries are always with him, and as one sees their steady work, the impression becomes stronger and stronger that for the real sport of otter hunting there is nothing as good as a purebred Otterhound. There is something so dignified and noble about the hound of unsullied strain that if once you see a good one, you will not soon forget him. He is a large hound, as he well needs to be, for the varmint who is his customary quarry is the wildest, most vicious, and for its size, the most powerful of all British wild animals, the inveterate poacher of our salmon streams, and consequently to be mercilessly slaughtered, although always in sporting fashion. To be equal to such prey, the hound must have a bulldog's courage, a Newfoundland's strength in water, a pointer's nose, a retriever's sagacity, the stamina of the foxhound, the patience of a beagle, the intelligence of a collie. The perfect Otterhound. Head. The head, which has been described as something between that of a bloodhound and that of a foxhound, is more hard and rugged than either, with a narrow forehead ascending to a moderate peak. Ears. The ears are long and sweeping, but not feathered down to the tips, set low and lying flat to the cheeks. Eyes. The eyes are large, dark, and deep-set, having a particularly thoughtful expression. They show a considerable amount of the haw. Nose. The nose is large and well developed, the nostrils expanding. Muzzle. The muzzle well protected from wiry hair. The jaw very powerful with deep flews. Neck. The neck is strong and muscular, but rather long. The dewlap is loose and folded. Chest. The chest deep and capacious, but not too wide. Back. The back is strong, wide, and arched. Shoulders. The shoulders ought to be sloping, the arms and thighs substantial and muscular. Feet. The feet fairly large and spreading, with firm pads and strong nails to resist sharp rocks. Stern. The stern, when the hound is at work, is carried gaily, like that of a rough Welsh Harrier. It is thick and well covered, to serve as a rudder. Coat. The coat is wiry, long, and close to the roots, impervious to water. Color. Gray or buff or yellowish or black or rufous red mixed with black or gray. Height. 22 to 24 inches. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15. The Irish Wolfhound. It is now some 30 years since an important controversy was carried on in the columns of the Livestock Journal on the nature and history of the great Irish Wolfhound. The chief disputants in the discussion were Captain G. A. Graham of Dursley, Mr. G. W. Hickman, Mr. F. Adcock, and the Reverend M. B. Wynne, and the main point as issue was whether the dog then imperfectly known as the Irish Wolfdog was a true descendant of the ancient Canis Graius Hibernicus, or whether it was a mere manufactured mongrel owing its origins to an admixture of the Great Dane and the dog of the Pyrenees, modified and brought to type by a cross with the Highland Deerhound. It was not doubted, indeed history and tradition clearly attested, that there had existed in early times in Ireland a very large and rugged hound of Greyhound form, whose vocation it was to hunt the wolf, the red deer, and the fox. It was assuredly known to the Romans, and there can be little doubt that the huge dog Sama, which Jarl Gunnar got from the Irish king Merciaton in the 10th century and took back with him to Norway, was one of this breed. But it was supposed by many to have become extinct soon after the disappearance of the last wolf in Ireland, and it was the endeavour of Captain Graham to demonstrate that specimens, although admittedly degenerate, were still to be found, and that they were capable of being restored to a semblance of the original type. At the time when he entered into the controversy, Captain Graham had been actively interesting himself for something like a score of years in the resuscitation of the breed, and his patience had been well rewarded. By the year 1881 the Irish Wolfhound had been practically restored, although it has taken close upon a quarter of a century to produce the magnificent champions Cotswold and Cotswold Patricia, those brilliant examples of the modern breed. A brace of Wolfhounds who bear testimony to the vast amount of energy and perseverance which Captain Graham and his enthusiastic colleague Major Garnier displayed in evolving from rough material the majestic breed that holds so prominent a position today. There is little to be gathered from ancient writings concerning the size and appearance of the Irish Wolfhounds in early times. Exaggerated figures are given as to height and weight, but all authorities agree that they were impressively large and imposing dogs, and that they were regarded as the giants of the canine race. It seems extraordinary that so little should have been accurately known and recorded of a dog which at one time must have been a familiar figure in the halls of the Irish kings. It was no mere mythical animal like the heraldic griffin, but an actual sporting dog which was accepted as a national emblem of the Emerald Isle, associated with the harp and the shamrock. As regards the origin of the Irish Wolfhound, more than one theory is advanced. By some authorities it is suggested that it was the dog which we now know as the Great Dane. Others hold that as there were rough-coated greyhounds in Ireland, it is this dog under another name which is now accepted. But probably the late Captain Graham was nearer the truth when he gave the opinion that the Irish hound that was kept to hunt wolves has never become extinct at all, but is now represented in the Scottish Deerhound, only altered a little in size and strength to suit the easier work required of it, that of hunting the deer. This is the more probable, as the fact remains that the chief factor in the resuscitation of the Irish Wolfhound has been the Scottish Deerhound. The result of Captain Graham's investigations, when seeking for animals bearing some relationship to the original Irish wolf dog, was that 3 strains were to be found in Ireland, but none of the representatives at that time was anything like so large as those mentioned in early writings, and they all appeared to have deteriorated in bone and substance. Sir J. Power of Kilfane was responsible for one line, Mr. Baker of Ballytobin for another, and Mr. Marney of Dromore for the remaining strain. From bitches obtained from 2 of these kennels, Captain Graham, by crossing them with the Great Dane and Scottish Deerhound, achieved the first step towards producing the animal that he desired. Later on, the Russian Wolfhound, better known as the Borzoi, an exceedingly large hound, was introduced, as also were 1 or 2 other large breeds of dogs. The intermixture of these canine giants, however, was not at first very satisfactory, as although plenty of bone was obtained, many were most ungainly in appearance, and ill-shaped animals that had very little about them to attract attention. Captain Graham, however, stuck to his work, and very soon the specimens that he brought forward began to show a fixity of type, both in head and in general outline. Brian was one of his best dogs, but he was not very large, as he only stood just over 30 inches at the shoulder. Banshee and Fintra were others, but probably the best of Captain Graham's kennel was the bitch Sheila. It was not, however, until towards the end of the last century that the most perfect dogs were bred. These included O'Leary, the property of Mr. Crisp of Playford Hall. O'Leary is responsible for many of the best dogs of the present day, and was the sire of Mrs. Percy Shaw's champion Cotswold, who is undoubtedly the grandest Irish Wolfhound ever bred. In height, Cotswold stands 34½ inches and is therefore perhaps the largest dog of any breed now alive. In 1900 Mr. Crisp bred Kilcullen from O'Leary, this dog winning the championship at the Kennel Club show at the Crystal Palace in 1902 under Captain Graham. This was the year the Irish Wolfhound Club presented the hound Raja of Kidnal as a regimental pet to the newly formed Irish Guards. Raja of Kidnal, who was bred and exhibited by Mrs. A. Gerard of Malpas, was the selection of Captain Graham and 2 other judges. This dog, which has been renamed Brian Boru, is still hearty and well, and was at his post on St. Patrick's Day 1909, when the shamrock that had been sent by Her Majesty Queen Alexandra was handed to the men. Mrs. Gerard owned one of the largest kennels of Irish Wolfhounds in England, and amongst her many good dogs and bitches was Cheevra, who was a wonderful brood bitch, and included amongst her stock were several that worked their way up to championship honours. She was the dam of Raja of Kidnall. Besides Ballyhooly, Mr. W. Williams owned a good dog in Finn by Brian II. Finn produced Miss Pack's Wickham Lavengro, a black and tan dog that has won several prizes. Some judges are opposed to giving prizes to Irish Wolfhounds of this colour, but Captain Graham did not object to it. Finn was a very heavy dog and weighed 148 lbs. A hound that has been of great benefit to the breed in Ireland is Champion Marquis of Donegal, the property of Mr. Martin. Amongst the bitches that have been instrumental in building up the breed to its present high state of excellence is Princess Patricia of Connaught, who is by Dermot Astor out of Cheevra, and is the dam of Champion Cotswold Patricia. She is one of the tallest of her race, her height being 33 inches. Another bitch that measures the same number of inches at the shoulder being Dr. Pitts Tucker's Juno of the Fen, a daughter of Champion Wargrave. Mr. Everett of Felixstowe is now one of the most successful breeders. He exhibited at the 1908 Kennel Club show a most promising young dog in Felixstowe Kilronan, with which he was second to Mrs. Shewell's Champion Cotswold, of whom he is now kennel companion. At the same show Miss Clifford of Ryde exhibited a good hound in Wildcroft, another of Dermot Astor's sons, and other supporters of the breed are Lady Kathleen Pilkington, Mr. T. Hamilton Adams, Mr. G. H. Thurston, Mr. Bailey, Mrs. F. Marshall, Mr. J. L. T. Dobbin, and Miss Ethel McCheyne. The following is the description of the variety as drawn up by the club. General appearance. The Irish Wolfhound should not be quite so heavy or massive as the Great Dane, but more so than the Deerhound, which in general type he should otherwise resemble. Of great size and commanding appearance, very muscular, strongly though gracefully built, movements easy and active, head and neck carried high, the tail carried with an upward sweep with a slight curve towards the extremity. The minimum height and weight of dogs should be 31 inches and 120 lbs. Of bitches, 28 inches and 90 lbs. Anything below this should be debarred from competition. Great size, including height at shoulder and proportionate length of body, is the desideratum to be aimed at, and it is desired firmly to establish a race that shall average from 32 inches to 34 inches in dogs, showing the requisite power, activity, courage, and symmetry. Head. Long, the frontal bones of the forehead very slightly raised, and very little indentation between the eyes. Skull not too broad, muzzle long and moderately pointed, ears small and greyhound-like in carriage. Neck. Rather long, very strong and muscular, well arched, without dewlap and loose skin about the throat. Chest. Very deep, breast wide. Back. Rather long than short, loins arched. Tail. Long and slightly curved, of moderate thickness and well covered with hair. Belly. Well drawn up. Forequarters. Shoulders muscular, giving breadth of chest, set sloping, elbows well under, neither turned inwards nor outwards. Leg. Forearm muscular and the whole leg strong and quite straight. Hindquarters. Muscular thighs and second thigh long and strong as in the Greyhound, and hocks well let down and turning neither in nor out. Feet moderately large and round, neither turned inwards nor outwards. Toes well arched and closed, nails very strong and curved. Hair rough and hard on body, legs and head, especially wiry and long over eyes and under jaw. Colour and markings. The recognised colours are grey, brindle, red, black, pure white, fawn, or any colour that appears in the Deerhound. Faults: too light or heavy in head, too highly arched frontal bone, large ears and hanging flat to the face, short neck, full dewlap, too narrow or too broad a chest, sunken and hollow, or quite level back, bent forelegs, overbent fetlocks, twisted feet, spreading toes, too curly a tail, weak hindquarters, cow hocks, and a general want of muscle. Too short in body. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. The Deerhound. The Deerhound is one of the most decorative of dogs, impressively stately and picturesque wherever he is seen, whether it be amid the surroundings of the baronial hall, reclining at luxurious length before the open hearth in the fitful light of the log fire that flickers on polished armour and tarnished tapestry, out in the open, straining at the leash as he scents the dewy air, or gracefully bounding over the purple of his native hills. Grace and majesty are in his every movement and attitude, and even to the most prosaic mind there is about him the inseparable glamour of feudal romance and poetry. He is at his best alert in the excitement of the chase, but all too rare now is the inspiring sight that once was common among the mountains of Morven and the glens of Argyll, of the deep-voiced hound speeding in pursuit of his antlered prey, racing him at full stretch along the mountain's ridge, or baying him at last in the fastness of darksome corrie or deep ravine. Gone are the good romantic days of stalking beloved by Scrope. The Highlands have lost their loneliness, and the inventions of the modern gunsmith have robbed one of the grandest of hunting dogs of his glory, relegating him to the life of a pedestrian pet, whose highest dignity is the winning of a pecuniary prize under Kennel Club rules. Historians of the Deerhound associate him with the original Irish Wolfdog, of whom he is obviously a close relative. And it is sure that when the wolf still lingered in the land, it was the frequent quarry of the Highland, as of the Hibernian hound. Legend has it that Prince Ossian, son of Fingal, king of Morven, hunted the wolf with the grey, long-bounding dogs. Swift-footed Lua and white-breasted Bran are among the names of Ossian's hounds. I am disposed to affirm that the old Irish Wolfhound and the Highland Deerhound are not only intimately allied in form and nature, but that they are two strains of an identical breed, altered only in size by circumstance and environment. Whatever the source of the Highland Deerhound, and at whatever period it became distinct from its now larger Irish relative, it was recognised as a native dog in Scotland in very early times, and it was distinguished as being superior in strength and beauty to the hounds of the Picts. From remote days the Scottish nobles cherished their strains of Deerhound, seeking glorious sport in the Highland forests. The red deer belonged by inexorable law to the kings of Scotland, and great drives, which often lasted for several days, were made to round up the herds into given neighbourhoods for the pleasure of the court, as in the reign of Queen Mary. But the organised coursing of deer by courtiers ceased during the Stuart troubles, and was left in the hands of retainers, who thus replenished their chief's larder. The revival of deer stalking dates back hardly further than 100 years. It reached its greatest popularity in the Highlands at the time when the late Queen and Prince Albert were in residence at Balmoral. Solomon, Hector, and Bran were among the Balmoral hounds. Bran was an especially fine animal, one of the best of his time, standing over 30 inches in height. Two historic feats of strength and endurance illustrate the tenacity of the Deerhound at work. A brace of half-bred dogs, named Percy and Douglas, the property of Mr. Scrope, kept a stag at bay from Saturday night to Monday morning, and the purebred Bran by himself pulled down 2 unwounded stags, one carrying 10 and the other 11 tines. These, of course, are record performances, but they demonstrate the possibilities of the Deerhound when trained to his natural sport. Driving was commonly resorted to in the extensive forests, but nowadays, when forests are subdivided into limited shootings, the deer are seldom moved from their home preserves, whilst with the use of improved telescopes and the small bore rifle, stalking has gone out of fashion. With guns having a muzzle velocity of 2,500 feet per second, it is no longer necessary for sportsmen stealthily to stalk their game to come within easy range, and as for hounds, they have become a doubtful appendage to the chase. Primarily and essentially, the Deerhound belongs to the order Agaseus, hunting by sight and not by scent, and although he may indeed occasionally put his nose to the ground, yet his powers of scent are not remarkable. His vocation, therefore, has undergone a change, and it was recently ascertained that of 60 deer forests there were only 6 upon which Deerhounds were kept for sporting purposes. Happily, the Deerhound has suffered no decline in the favour bestowed upon him for his own sake. The contrary is rather the case, and he is still an aristocrat among dogs, valued for his good looks, the symmetry of his form, his grace and elegance, and even more so for his faithful and affectionate nature. Sir Walter Scott declared that he was a most perfect creature of heaven, and when one sees him represented in so beautiful a specimen of his noble race as St. Ronan's Rhyme, for example, or Talisman, or Ayrshire, one is tempted to echo this high praise. 27 years ago Captain Graham drew up a list of the most notable dogs of the last century. Among these was Sir St. George Gore's Grewham, 1843–44, Black Bran, 1850–51, the Marquis of Breadalbane's King of the Forest, said to stand 33 inches high, Mr. Beasley's Alder, 1863–67, bred by Sir John McNeill of Colonsay, Mr. Donald Cameron's Torham, 1869, and his 2 sons, Monsey and young Torham, and Mr. Dadley's Hector, who was probably the best bred dog living in the early 80s. Torham, however, appears to have been the most successful of these dogs at stud. He was an exceedingly grand specimen of his race, strong-framed, with plenty of hair of a blue brindle colour. Captain Graham's own dog, Keeldar, who had been trained for deer stalking in Windsor Park, was perhaps one of the most elegant and aristocratic-looking deerhounds ever seen. His full height was 30 inches, girth 33½ inches, and weight 95 lbs. His colour bluish fawn, slightly brindled, the muzzle and ears being blue. His nearest competitor for perfection was, after Hector, probably Mr. Hood Wright's Bevis, a darkish red-brown brindle of about 29 inches. Mr. Wright was the breeder of Champion Selwood Morven, who was the celebrity of his race about 1897, and who became the property of Mr. Harry Rawson. The stately dog was a dark heather brindle, standing 32 3/8 inches at the shoulder, with a chest girth of 34½ inches. A few years ago breeders were inclined to mar the beauty of the Deerhound by a too anxious endeavour to obtain great size rather than to preserve the genuine type. But this error has been sufficiently corrected, with the result that symmetry and elegance conjoined with the desired attributes of speed are not sacrificed. The qualities aimed at now are a height of something less than 30 inches and a weight not greater than 105 lbs, with straight forelegs and short cat-like feet, a deep chest with broad powerful loins, slightly arched, and strength of hindquarters, with well bent stifles and the hocks well let down. Straight stifles are objectionable, giving a stilty appearance. Thick shoulders are equally a blemish to be avoided, as also a too great heaviness of bone. The following is the accepted standard of merit. Head. The head should be broadest at the ears, tapering slightly to the eyes, with the muzzle tapering more decidedly to the nose. The muzzle should be pointed, but the teeth and lips level. The head should be long, the skull flat rather than round, with a very slight rise over the eyes, but with nothing approaching a stop. The skull should be coated with moderately long hair, which is softer than the rest of the coat. The nose should be black, though in some blue fawns the colour is blue, and slightly aquiline. In the lighter coloured dogs a black muzzle is preferred. There should be a good moustache of rather silky hair and a fair beard. Ears. The ears should be set on high and in repose folded back like the Greyhound's, though raised above the head in excitement without losing the fold, and even in some cases semi-erect. A prick ear is bad. A big thick ear hanging flat to the head, or heavily coated with long hair, is the worst of faults. The ear should be soft, glossy, and like a mouse's coat to the touch, and the smaller it is the better. It should have no long coat or long fringe, but there is often a silky silvery coat on the body of the ear and the tip. Whatever the general colour, the ears should be black or dark coloured. Neck and shoulders. The neck should be long, that is, of the length that befits the Greyhound character of the dog. An over-long neck is not necessary nor desirable, for the dog is not required to stoop in his work like a Greyhound. And it must be remembered that the mane, which every good specimen should have, detracts from the apparent length of neck. Moreover, a Deerhound requires a very strong neck to hold a stag. The nape of the neck should be very prominent where the head is set on, and the throat should be clean cut at the angle and prominent. The shoulders should be well sloped, the blades well back, with not too much width between them. Loaded and straight shoulders are very bad faults. Stern. Stern should be tolerably long, tapering and reaching to within 1½ inches of the ground, and about 1½ inches below the hocks. When the dog is still, dropped perfectly straight down or curved. When in motion it should be curved when excited, in no case to be lifted out of the line of the back. It should be well covered with hair, on the inside thick and wiry, underside longer, and towards the end a slight fringe is not objectionable. A curl or ringtail is very undesirable. Eyes. The eyes should be dark. Generally they are dark brown or hazel. A very light eye is not liked. The eye is moderately full, with a soft look in repose, but a keen, far-away gaze when the dog is roused. The rims of the eyelids should be black. Body. The body and general formation is that of a Greyhound of larger size and bone. Chest deep rather than broad, but not too narrow and flat-sided. The loin well arched and drooping to the tail. A straight back is not desirable, this formation being unsuitable for going uphill, and very unsightly. Legs and feet. The legs should be broad and flat, a good broad forearm and elbow being desirable. Forelegs, of course, as straight as possible, feet close and compact, with well arched toes. The hind quarters drooping and as broad and powerful as possible, the hips being set wide apart. The hind legs should be well bent at the stifle, with great length from the hip to the hock, which should be broad and flat. Cow hocks, weak pasterns, straight stifles, and splay feet are very bad faults. Coat. The hair on the body, neck, and quarters should be harsh and wiry, and about 3 inches or 4 inches long. That on the head, breast, and belly is much softer. There should be a slight hairy fringe on the inside of the fore and hind legs, but nothing approaching to the feathering of a collie. The Deerhound should be a shaggy dog, but not over-coated. A woolly coat is bad. Some good strains have a slight mixture of silky coat with the hard, which is preferable to a woolly coat, but the proper covering is a thick, close-lying, ragged coat, harsh or crisp to the touch. Colour. Colour is much a matter of fancy, but there is no manner of doubt that the dark blue-grey is the most preferred. Next come the darker and lighter greys or brindles, the darkest being generally preferred. Yellow and sandy red or red fawn, especially with black points, i.e. ears and muzzle, are also in equal estimation, this being the colour of the oldest known strains, the McNeil and the Chesthill Menzies. White is condemned by all the old authorities, but a white chest and white toes, occurring as they do in a great many of the darkest coloured dogs, are not so greatly objected to. But the less the better, as the Deerhound is a self-coloured dog. A white blaze on the head or a white collar should entirely disqualify. In other cases, though passable, an attempt should be made to get rid of white markings. The less white the better, but a slight white tip to the stern occurs in the best strains. Height of dogs from 28 to 30 inches, or even more if there be symmetry without coarseness, which however is rare. Height of bitches from 26 inches upwards. There can be no objection to a bitch being large unless she is too coarse, as even at her greatest height she does not approach that of the dog, and therefore could not well be too big for work, as over big dogs are. Besides, a big bitch is good for breeding and keeping up the size. Weight from 85 lb to 105 lb in dogs, from 65 lb to 80 lb in bitches. Among the more prominent owners of Deerhounds at the present time are Mrs. H. Armstrong, Mrs. W. C. Grew, Mrs. Janvrin Dixon, Miss A. Doxford, Mr. Harry Rawson, and Mr. H. McLaughlin. Mrs. Armstrong is the breeder of two beautiful doghounds in Talisman and Laird of Abbotsford, and of two typically good bitches in Fairmaid of Perth and Bride of Lammermoor. Mrs. Grew owns many admirable specimens, among them being Blair Athol, Ayrshire, Kenilworth, and Ferraline. Her Ayrshire is considered by some judges to be the most perfect Deerhound exhibited for some time past. He is somewhat large, perhaps, but he is throughout a hound of excellent quality and character, having a most typical head with lovely eyes and expression, perfect front, feet, and hind quarters. Other judges would give the palm to Mr. Harry Rawson's St. Ronan's Ranger, who is certainly difficult to excel in all the characteristics most desirable in the breed. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17. The Borzoi, or Russian Wolfhound. Of the many foreign varieties of the dog that have been introduced into this country within recent years, there is not one among the larger breeds that has made greater headway in the public favour than the Borzoi, or Russian Wolfhound. Nor is this to be wondered at. The most graceful and elegant of all breeds, combining symmetry with strength, the wearer of a lovely silky coat that a toy dog might envy, the length of head possessed by no other breed, all go to make the Borzoi the favourite he has become. He is essentially what our American cousins would call a spectacular dog. Given, for example, the best team of terriers and a fifth-rate team of Borzoi, which attracts the more attention and admiration from the man in the street? Which does he turn again to look at? Not the terriers. Add to this that the Borzoi makes a capital house dog, is, as a rule, affectionate and a good companion. It is not to be wondered at that he has attained the dignified position in the canine world which he now holds. In his native country the Borzoi is employed, as his English name implies, in hunting the wolf and also smaller game, including foxes and hares. Several methods of hunting the larger game are adopted, one form being as follows. Wolves being reported to be present in the neighbourhood, the hunters set out on horseback, each holding in his left hand a leash of 3 Borzois, as nearly matched as possible in size, speed, and colour. Arrived at the scene of action, the chief huntsman stations the hunters at separate points every 100 yards or so round the wood. A pack of hounds is sent in to draw the quarry, and on the wolves breaking cover the nearest hunter slips his dogs. These endeavour to seize their prey by the neck, where they hold him until the hunter arrives, throws himself from his horse, and with his knife puts an end to the fray. Another method is to advance across the open country at intervals of about 200 yards, slipping the dogs at any game they may put up. Trials are also held in Russia. These take place in a large railed enclosure, the wolves being brought in carts similar to our deer carts. In this case a brace of dogs is loosed on the wolf, The whole merit of the course is when the hounds can overtake the wolf and pin him to the ground, so that the keepers can secure him alive. It follows, therefore, that in this case also the hounds must be of equal speed, so that they reach the wolf simultaneously. One dog would of course be unable to hold him. Naturally, the dogs have to be trained to the work, for which purpose the best wolves are taken alive and sent to the kennels, where the young dogs are taught to pin him in such a manner that he cannot turn and use his teeth. There seems to be no reason why the Borzoi should not be used for coursing in this country. One of the first examples of the breed exhibited in England was owned by Messrs. Hill and Ashton of Sheffield about 1880, at which time good specimens were imported by the Rev. J. C. Macdona and Lady Emily Peel, whose Sandringham and Czar excited general admiration. It was then known as the Siberian Wolfhound. Some years later the Duchess of Newcastle obtained several fine dogs, and from this stock her Grace founded the kennel which has since become so famous. Later still, Queen Alexandra received from the Czar a gift of a leash of these stately hounds, one of them being Alex, who quickly achieved honours as a champion. The breed has become as fashionable in the United States as in Great Britain, and some excellent specimens are to be seen at the annual shows at Madison Square Gardens. To take the points of the breed in detail, the description of the perfect Borzoi is as follows. Head. This should be long, lean, and well balanced, and the length from the tip of the nose to the eyes must be the same as from the eyes to the occiput. A dog may have a long head, but the length may be all in front of the eyes. The heads of this breed have greatly improved the last few years, fewer apple-headed specimens, and more of the desired triangular heads being seen. The skull should be flat and narrow, the stop not perceptible, the muzzle long and tapering. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of the head being well filled up before the eyes. The head, from forehead to nose, should be so fine that the direction of the bones and principal veins can be seen clearly, and in profile should appear rather Roman-nosed. Bitches should be even narrower in head than dogs. The eyes should be dark, expressive, almond-shaped, and not too far apart. The ears, like those of a Greyhound, small, thin, and placed well back on the head, with the tips when thrown back almost touching behind the occiput. It is not a fault if the dog can raise his ears erect when excited or looking after game, although some English judges dislike this frequent characteristic. The head should be carried somewhat low, with the neck continuing the line of the back. Shoulders. Clean and sloping well back, i.e., the shoulder blades should almost touch one another. Chest. Deep and somewhat narrow. It must be capacious, but the capacity must be got from depth and not from barrel ribs, a bad fault in a running hound. Back. Rather bony, and free from any cavity in the spinal column, the arch in the back being more marked in the dog than in the bitch. Loins. Broad and very powerful, showing plenty of muscular development. Thighs. Long and well developed, with good second thigh. The muscle in the Borzoi is longer than in the Greyhound. Ribs. Slightly sprung, very deep, reaching to the elbow. Forelegs. Lean and straight. Seen from the front, they should be narrow, and from the side broad at the shoulder and narrowing gradually down to the foot, the bone appearing flat and not round as in the Foxhound. Hind legs. The least thing under the body when standing still, not straight, and the stifles slightly bent. They should of course be straight as regards each other, and not cow-hocked, but straight hind legs imply a want of speed. Feet. Like those of the Deerhound, rather long. The toes close together and well arched. Coat. Long, silky, not woolly, either flat, wavy, or curly. On the head, ears, and front legs, it should be short and smooth. On the neck the frill should be profuse and rather curly. On the chest and the rest of the body, the tail and hind quarters, it should be long, the forelegs being well feathered. Tail long, well feathered, and not gaily carried. It should be carried well down, almost touching the ground. Height. Dogs from 29 inches upwards at shoulder, bitches from 27 inches upwards. Originally 27 inches and 26 inches, altered at a general meeting of the Borzoi Club held February 1906. Faults. Head short and thick. Too much stop. Parti-coloured nose. Eyes too wide apart. Heavy ears. Heavy shoulders. Wide chest. Barrel-ribbed. Dew claws. Elbows turned out. Wide behind. Also light eyes and over or undershot jaws. Colour. The club standard makes no mention of colour. White, of course, should predominate. Fawn, lemon, orange, brindle, blue, slate, and black markings are met with. Too much of the latter, or black and tan markings, are disliked. Whole-coloured dogs are also seen. The foregoing description embodies the standard of points as laid down and adopted by the Borzoi Club, interpolated with some remarks for the further guidance of the novice. The Borzoi Club was founded in 1892, and now consists of about 50 members, with the Duke and Duchess of Newcastle as joint presidents. It does much good work for the breed, guaranteeing classes at shows, where otherwise few or none would be given, encouraging the breeding of high-class Borzoi by offering its valuable challenge cups and other special prizes, and generally looking after the interests of the breed. Although the club standard of height has been raised from 27 and 26 inches to 29 and 27 inches for dogs and bitches respectively, it must be borne in mind that the best dogs of to-day far exceed these measurements, and, unless exceptionally good in other points, a dog of 29 inches at shoulder would stand little or no chance in the showing under the majority of English judges. Indeed, bitches of 29 to 30 inches are by no means uncommon. Not many of us can afford to start at the top of the tree, and except for the favoured few to whom money is no object, and who can buy ready-made champions, there is no better way of starting a kennel than to purchase a really good bitch, one, say, capable of winning at all but the most important shows. She must be of good pedigree, strong, and healthy. Such an one ought to be obtained for £15 upwards. Mate her to the best dog whose blood mix suitably with hers, but do not waste time and money breeding from fourth-rate stud dogs, for if you do, it is certain you will only meet with disappointment. On the other hand, if you have had little or no experience of dogs, you may possibly prefer to start with a puppy. If so, place yourself in the hands of a breeder with a reputation at stake, unless you have a friend who understands the breed. It is a fact that even a cast-off from a good strain that has been bred for certain points for years is more likely to turn out a better dog than a pup whose dam has been mated haphazard to some dog who may or may not have been a good one. Big kennels also generally possess the best bitches and breed from them, and the bitch is quite as important a factor as the sire. If, however, you prefer to rely on your own judgment and wish to choose a puppy yourself from a litter, select the one with the longest head, biggest bone, smallest ears, and longest tail, or as many of these qualities as you can find combined in one individual. Coat is a secondary matter in quite a young pup. Here one should be guided by the coat of the sire and dam. Still, choosing a pup with a heavy coat if possible, although when this puppy coat is cast, the dog may not grow so good as one as some of the litter who in early life were smoother. As regards size, a Borzoi pup of 3 months should measure about 19 inches at the shoulder, at 6 months about 25 inches, and at 9 months from 27 to 29 inches. After 10 or 12 months growth is very slow, although some continue adding to their weight until they are a year and a half old. They will, of course, increase in girth of chest and develop muscle until 2 years old. A Borzoi may be considered in its prime at from 3 to 4 years of age. As regards price, from £5 to £10 is not too much to pay for a really good pup of about 8 to 10 weeks old. If you pay less you will probably get only a second-rate one. Having purchased your puppy, there are 3 principal items to be considered if you intend to rear him well. Firstly, his diet must be varied. Secondly, the pup must have unlimited exercise and never be kept on the chain. Thirdly, internal parasites must be kept in check. For young puppies, ruby worm cure is most efficacious and does not distress the patient. Food should be given at regular intervals, not less frequently than 5 times a day to newly weaned puppies, and may consist of porridge, bread and milk, raw meat minced fine, and any table scraps with plenty of new milk. Well-boiled paunch is also greatly appreciated, and, being easily digested, may be given freely. One important part of the puppy's education that must by no means be neglected is to accustom him to go on the collar and lead. Borzoi pups are, as a rule, extremely nervous, and it requires great patience in some cases to train them to the lead. Short lessons should be given when about 4 months old. If you can induce the puppy to think it is a new game, well and good. He will take to it naturally. But once he looks upon it as something to be dreaded, it means hours of patient work to break him in. If you decide on commencing with a brood bitch, see that she is dosed for worms before visiting the dog, that she is in good hard condition, not fat, however, and, if possible, accompany her yourself and see her mated. For the first week rather less than her usual quantity of food should be given. Afterwards feed her as her appetite dictates, but do not let her get too fat, or she may have a bad time when whelping. For 2 days before the puppies are due, give sloppy but nourishing diet, and this should be continued, given slightly warm, for 4 or 5 days after the pups are born. Borzoi, as a rule, make excellent mothers, but to rear them well they should not be allowed to suckle more than 5, or, if a strong big bitch, 6 pups. If the litter is larger, it is better to destroy the remainder, or use a foster mother. Whatever they may be in their native land, and the first imported specimens were rather uncertain in temper, the Borzoi, as we know him in this country, is affectionate, devoted to his owner, friendly with his kennel companions, and makes a capital house dog. As a lady's companion he is hard to beat. Indeed, a glance at any show catalogue will prove that the majority of Borzoi are owned by the gentle sex. No one need be deterred from keeping a Borzoi by a remark the writer has heard hundreds of times at shows: "Those dogs are so delicate." This is not the case. Once over distemper troubles, and the breed certainly does suffer badly if it contracts the disease, the Borzoi is as hardy as most breeds, if not hardier. Given a good dry kennel and plenty of straw, no weather is too cold for them. Damp, of course, must be avoided, but this applies equally to other breeds. The adult hound, like the puppy, should never be kept on chain. A kennel with a railed-in run should be provided, or a loose box makes a capital place for those kept out of doors. Otherwise no different treatment is required from that of other large breeds. End of Chapter 17.
Chapter 18. The Greyhound. The Greyhound is the oldest and most conservative of all dogs, and his type has altered singularly little during the 7,000 years in which he is known to have been cherished for his speed and kept by men for running down the gazelle or coursing the hare. The earliest references to him are far back in the primitive ages, long before he was beautifully depicted by Assyrian artists, straining at the leash or racing after his prey across the desert sands. The Egyptians loved him and appreciated him centuries before the pyramids were built. In those days he wore a feathered tail, and his ears were heavy with a silken fringe of hair. His type was that of the modern Arabian Schipperke, who is the direct and unaltered descendant of the ancient hound. The glorious King Solomon referred to him, Proverbs 30:31, as being one of the 4 things which go well and are comely in going, a lion, which is strongest among beasts, and turneth not away from any, a greyhound, an he-goat also, and a king against whom there is no rising up. That the greyhound is comely in going, as well as in repose, was recognized very early by the Greeks, whose artists were fond of introducing this graceful animal as an ornament in their decorative workmanship. In their metalwork, their carvings in ivory and stone, and more particularly as parts and designs on their terracotta oil bottles, wine coolers, and other vases, the greyhound is frequently to be seen, sometimes following the hare, and always in remarkably characteristic attitudes. Usually these Greek greyhounds are represented with prick ears, but occasionally the true rose ear is shown. All writings in connection with greyhounds point to the high estimation in which the dog has always been held. Dr. Caius, when referring to the name, says, "The greyhound hath his name of this word grey, which word soundeth gratis in Latin, in English degree, because among all dogs these are the most principal, occupying the chiefest place, and being simply and absolutely the best of the gentle kind of hounds." It was not until the reign of Queen Elizabeth that coursing in England was conducted under established rules. These were drawn up by the then Duke of Norfolk. The sport quickly grew in favour and continued to increase in popularity, until the first coursing club was established at Swaffham in 1776. Then, in 1780, the Ashdown Park meeting came into existence. The Newmarket meeting in 1805 was the next fixture that was inaugurated, and this now remains with the Champion Stakes as its most important event. Afterwards came the Amesbury meeting in 1822, but Amesbury, like Ashdown, although for many years one of the most celebrated institutions of the description, has fallen from its high estate. 3 years later came the Altcar Club, but it was not until 11 years after this period that the Waterloo Cup was instituted in 1836, to win which is the highest ambition of followers of the leash. At the present time, the run for the Waterloo Cup, which at the commencements was an 8-dog stake, is composed of 64 nominations, the entry fee for which is £25. The winner takes P500, and the cup, value P100, presented by the Earl of Sefton, the runner-up P200, the third and fourth P50 each, 4 dogs P36 each dogs P20 each, and 16 dogs P10 each. The 32 dogs beaten in the first round of the cup compete for the Waterloo purse, value P250, and the 16 dogs run out in the second round for the Waterloo plate, value P145. The winner in each case taking P75, and the runner-up P30. The remainder being divided amongst the most forward runners in the respective stakes. The Waterloo Cup holds the same position in coursing circles as the Derby does in horse racing. The National Coursing Club was established in 1858, when a stud book was commenced, and a code of laws drawn up for the regulation of the coursing meetings. This is recognized in Australia and other parts of the world where coursing meetings are held. The stud book, of which Mr. W. F. Lemonby is the keeper, contains particulars of the best known greyhounds in the United Kingdom, and a dog is not allowed to compete at any of the large meetings held under coursing club rules unless has been duly entered with its pedigree complete. In fact, the National Coursing Club is more particular in connection with the pedigrees of greyhounds being correctly given than the Kennel Club is about dogs that are exhibited, and that is saying a great deal. It holds the same position in coursing matters as the Jockey Club does in racing. It is in fact the supreme authority on all matters connected with coursing. Various opinions have been advanced as to the best size and weight for a greyhound. Like horses, greyhounds run in all forms, and there is no doubt that a really good big one will always have an advantage over the little ones. But it is so difficult to find the former, and most of the chief winners of the Waterloo Cup have been comparatively small. Kumassi was the smallest Greyhound that ever won the blue ribbon of the leash. She drew the scale at 42 pounds, and was credited with the win of the Cup on 2 occasions. Babbitt the Bowster, who is considered by many good judges to have been the best bitch that ever ran, was 2 pounds more. She won the Cup once and many other stakes, as she was run all over the country. It was not kept for the big event. Master McGrath was a small dog and only weighed 53 pounds, but he won the Waterloo Cup 3 times. Fullerton, who was a much bigger dog and was 4 times declared the winner of the Cup, was 56 pounds in weight. There are very few Greyhounds that have won the Waterloo Cup more than once, but Cerito is credited with it 3 times, namely in 1850, 1852, and 1853, when it was a 32-dog stake. Canadarazzo, Bit of Fashion, Miss Glendine, Herschel, Thoughtless Beauty, and Fabulous Fortune are probably some of the best Greyhounds that ever ran besides those already alluded to. Bit of Fashion was the dam of Fullerton, who shares with the Master McGrath the reputation of being the 2 best Greyhounds that ever ran. But Master McGrath came first. During his remarkable career in public he won 36 courses out of 37, the only time that he was defeated being the 1870 at his 3rd attempt to win the Waterloo Cup, and the flag went up in favour of Mr. Trevor's Lady Lions. He, however, retrieved his good fortune the following year, when he ran again through the stake. Fullerton, who, when he won all his honours, was the property of Colonel North, was bred by Mr. James Dent in the Northumberland. Colonel North gave 850 guineas for him, which was then stated to be the highest price ever paid for a Greyhound. He ran 5 times altogether for the Waterloo Cup, and was declared the winner on 4 occasions. The first time was in 1889, when he divided with his kennel companion Trohend. Then he won the Cup outright the 3 following years. In 1893, however, after having been put to the stud, at which he proved a failure, he was again trained for the Cup, but age had begun to tell its tale, and after winning 1 course he was beaten by Mr. Keating's full captain in the second. This was one of the 2 occasions upon which out of 33 courses he failed to raise the flag. On the other he was beaten by Mr. Gladstone's Greengage when running the deciding course at Haydock Park. It appears like descending from the sublime to the ridiculous mention the Greyhound as a show dog. After the many brilliant performances that have been recorded of him in the leash, but there are many dogs elegant in outline with fine muscular development that are to be seen in the judging ring. Mr. George's Raper's Roasting Hot is one of the most prominent winners of the day. He is a fawn and white, as handsome as a peacock, and moreover is a good dog in the field. On one occasion, after competing successfully at the Kennel Club show at the Crystal Palace, he was taken to a coursing meeting, where he won the stake in which he was entered. A brace of very beautiful bitches are Mr. F. Ayer's Dorset Girl and Miss W. Easton's Oakford Queen. Although, as a rule, the most consistent winners in the leash have not been noted for their good looks, there have been exceptions in which the opposite has been the case. Fullerton was a good-looking dog, if not quite up to the form required in the show ring. Mr. Harding Cox has had several specimens that could run well and win prizes as show dogs, and the same may be said of Miss Maud's May's fine kennel of Greyhounds in the north of England. In the south of England, Mrs. A. Dew keeps a number of long-tails that, when not winning prizes at Crystal Palace and elsewhere, are running at Plumpton and other meetings in Sussex. The following is the standard by which Greyhounds should be judged: head long and narrow, slightly wider in skull, allowing for plenty of brain room, lips tight without any flew, and eyes bright and intelligent and dark in color. Ears small and fine in texture and semi-pricked. Teeth very strong and level, and not decayed or cankered. Neck lengthy without any throatiness, but muscular. Shoulders placed well back in the body and fairly muscular, without being loaded. Forelegs perfectly straight, set well on the shoulders, with strong pasterns, and toes set well up and close together. Body, chest very deep, with fairly well-strung ribs, muscular back and loins, and well cut up within the flanks. Hindquarters wide and well let down, with hocks and well bent and close to the ground, with very muscular haunches, showing great propelling power, and tail long and fine and tapering with a slight upward curve. Coat fairly fine in texture. Weight, the ideal weight of a dog is from 60 pounds to 65 pounds, of a bitch from 55 pounds to 60 pounds. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19. The Whippet. For elegance of style, cleanliness of habit, and graceful movement, few dogs can equal the Whippet, for which reason his popularity as a companion has increased very greatly within the past decade. No more affectionate creature is to be found, yet he possesses considerable determination and pluck, and on occasion will defend himself in his own way. Too fragile in his anatomy for fighting, in the ordinary sense of the word, when molested he will snap at his opponent with such celerity as to take even the most watchful by surprise, while his strength of jaw, combined with its comparatively great length, enables him to inflict severe punishment at the first grab. It was probably owing to this habit, which is common to all Whippets, that they were originally known as snap dogs. The Whippet existed as a separate breed long before dog shows were thought of, and at a time when records of pedigrees were not officially preserved, but it is very certain that the Greyhound had a share in his genealogical history, for not only should his appearance be precisely that of a Greyhound in miniature, but the purpose for which he was bred is very similar to that for which his larger prototype is still used, the only difference being that rabbits were coursed by Whippets and hares by Greyhounds. This sport has been mainly confined to the working classes, the colliers of Lancashire, Yorkshire, Durham, and Northumberland being particularly devoted to it. As a rule the contests are handicaps, the starting point of each competitor being regulated by its weight, but the winners of previous important events are penalized in addition, according to their presumed merit, by having a certain number of yards deducted from the start to which weight alone would otherwise have entitled them. Each dog is taken to its stipulated mark according to the handicap, and there laid hold of by the nape of the neck and hindquarters. The real starter stands behind the lot, and after warning all to be ready, discharges a pistol, upon which each attendant swings his dog as far forward as he can possibly throw him, but always making sure that he alights on his feet. The distance covered in the race is generally 200 yards, minus the starts allotted, and some idea of the speed at which these very active little animals can travel may be gleaned from the fact that the full distance has been covered in rather under 12 seconds. In order to induce each dog to do its best, the owner, or more probably the trainer, stands beyond the winning post and frantically waves a towel or very stout rag. Accompanied by a babel of noise, the race is started, and in less time than it takes to write it, the competitors reach the goal, one and all, as they finish taking a flying leap at their trainer's towel, to which they hold on with such tenacity that they are swung round in the air. The speed at which they are travelling makes this movement necessary in many cases to enable the dog to avoid accident, particularly where the space beyond the winning mark is limited. For racing purposes there is a wide margin of size allowed to the dogs, anything from 8 pounds to 23 pounds or even more being eligible. But in view of the handicap terms, those dogs which possess speed and scale 9 to 12 pounds amongst the light weights and over 17 pounds in the heavy ones are considered to have the best chance. Probably there is no locality where the pastime has maintained such a firm hold as in and around Oldham, one of the most famous tracks in the world being at Higginshaw, where not infrequently 300 dogs are entered in one handicap. The Borough grounds at Oldham and the Wellington grounds at Bury are also noted centres for races. It is a remarkable but well recognized fact that bitches are faster than dogs, and in consequence the terms upon which they are handicapped are varied. The general custom is to allow a dog 2½ to 3 yards advantage for every pound difference in weight between it and the gentle sex. One of the fastest dogs that ever ran was Collie Lad, but he was almost a Greyhound as regards size. Whitefoot, whose owner challenged the world and was considered to be quite unbeatable, was a Whippet in every sense of the word, and was a nice medium weight, though probably Capplebank's time of 11½ seconds stands alone. The best of the present-day racing dogs are Polyfro Astley, 15 pounds, and Dinah, 11½ pounds, and of those which promise well for the future, Eva, whose weight is only 9.75 pounds, is most prominent. The training of Whippets is by no means easy work, and is more expensive than most people imagine. The very choicest food is deemed absolutely necessary. In fact, a Whippet undergoing preparation for an important race is provided with the most wholesome fare. Choice mutton chops, beefsteaks, and similar dainties comprise their daily portion. Of course exercise is a necessity, but it is not considered good policy to allow a dog in training to gambol about either on the roads or in the fields. Indeed, all dogs which are undergoing preparation for a race are practically deprived of their freedom, in lieu of which they are walked along hard roads secured by a lead, and for fear of their picking up the least bit of refuse, each is securely muzzled by a box-like leather arrangement which completely envelops the jaws, but which is freely perforated to permit proper breathing. Any distance between 6 and a dozen miles a day, according to the stamina and condition of the dog, is supposed to be the proper amount of exercise, and scales are brought into use every few days to gauge the effect which is being produced. In addition to this, private trials are necessary in the presence of someone who is accustomed to timing races by the aid of a stopwatch, a by no means easy task, considering that a slight particle of a second means so many yards, and the average speed working out at about 16 yards per second, nearly twice as fast as the fastest pedestrian sprinter, and altogether beyond the power of the fleetest racehorse. Colour in the Whippet is absolutely of no importance to a good judge, though possibly what is known as the peach fawn is the favourite among amateur fanciers. Red fawns, blue or slate-coloured, black, brindled of various shades, and these colours intermingled with white, are most to be met with, however. In some quarters the idea is prevalent that Whippets are delicate in their constitution, but this is a popular error. Probably their disinclination to go out of doors on their own initiative, when the weather is cold and wet, may account for the opinion, but given the opportunity to roam about a house, the Whippet will find a comfortable place, and will rarely ail anything. In scores of houses Whippets go to bed with the children, and are so clean that even scrupulous housewives take no objection to their finding their way under the clothes to the foot of the bed, thereby securing their own protection and serving as an excellent foot-warmer in the winter months. Probably in no other breed except the Greyhound do judges attach so little importance to the shape of the head. So long as the jaws are fairly long and the colour of the eyes somewhat in keeping with that of the body, very little else is looked for in front of the ears. As in the case of racing competitors, really good dogs for show purposes are much more difficult to find than bitches. The best of the males are not so classical in outline as the females, though some of them are as good in legs and feet, points which are of the greatest importance. Though it is not quite in accordance with the standard laid down by the club, it will be found that most judges favour dogs which are about 17 pounds weight, and bitches which are between 15 pounds and 16 pounds, the 20 pounds mentioned in the standard of points, without variation for sex, being considered altogether too heavy. Appearances are sometimes deceptive, but these dogs are rarely weighed for exhibition purposes, the trained eye of the judge being sufficient guide to the size of the competitors according to his partiality for middle-sized, big, or little animals. The South Durham and Yorkshire Show at Darlington has the credit for first introducing classes for Whippets into the prize ring. Previous to this it had not long been generally recognized as a distinct breed, and it is within the last 20 years that the Kennel Club has placed the breed on its recognized list. The following is the standard of points adopted by the Whippet Club. Head: long and lean, rather wide between the eyes and flat on the top. The jaw powerful, yet cleanly cut. The teeth level and white. Eyes bright and fiery. Ears small, fine in texture and rose shape. Neck long and muscular, elegantly arched and free from throatiness. Shoulders oblique and muscular. Chest deep and capacious. Back broad and square, rather long and slightly arched over the loin, which should be strong and powerful. Forelegs rather long, well set under the dog, possessing a fair amount of bone. Hind quarters strong and broad across stifles, well bent thighs, broad and muscular. Hocks well let down. Feet round, well split up, with strong soles. Coat fine and close. Colour black, red, white, brindle, fawn, blue, and the various mixtures of each. Weight 20 pounds. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20. The Foxhound. There is plenty of proof that foxhounds were the very first of the canine races in Great Britain to come under the domination of scientific breeding. There have been hounds of more ancient origin, such as the Southern Hound and the Bloodhound, but something different was wanted towards the end of the 17th century to hunt the wild deer that had become somewhat scattered after Cromwell's Civil War. The demand was consequently for a quicker hound than those hitherto known, and people devoted to the chase began to breed it. Whether there were crosses at first remains in dispute, but there is more probability that the policy adopted was one of selection. Those exceptionally fast were bred with the same, until the slow, steady line hunter was improved out of his very character and shape. At any rate, there are proofs that in 1710 hounds were to be found in packs, carefully bred, and that at that time some of the hunts in question devoted attention to the fox. The first known kennel of all was at Wardour Castle, and was said to have been established in 1696, but more reliable is the date of Brocklesby, commenced in 1713. The first record of a pack of hounds being sold was in 1730, when a Mr. Founds sold his pack to a Mr. Bowles. The latter gentleman showed a great sport with them in Yorkshire. At that time, Lord Hertford began to hunt the Cotswold country in Gloucestershire, and was the first to draw converts for fox in the modern style. Very soon after this, it became the fashion of the day to breed hounds. Many of the nobility and large landowners devoted much of their time and money to it, and would take long journeys to get fresh blood. It was the rule to breed hounds on the most scientific principles, and by 1750 there were 50 such breeders, including the Duke of Beaufort, Lord Lincoln, Lord Stamford, Lord Percival, Lord Granby, Lord Ludlow, Lord Vernon, Lord Carlisle, Lord Mexborough, Sir Walter Vavasor, Sir Roland Wins, Mr. Noel, Mr. Stanhope, Mr. Maynow, Mr. Barry, and Mr. Charles Pelham. The last named gentleman, afterward the first Lord Yarborough, was perhaps the most indefatigable of all, as he was the first to start the system of walking puppies amongst his tenantry on the Brocklesby estates, and of keeping lists of hound pedigrees and ages. By 1760, all the above-named noblemen and gentlemen had been breeding from each other's kennels. The hounds were registered, as can be seen now in Lord Middleton's private kennel stud book, through which his lordship can trace the pedigrees of his present pack for 160 years to hounds that were entered in 1760, got by Raytor, son of Merryman, and grandson of Lord Granby's Rantor. Another pedigree was that of Ruby, who is credited with a numerous progeny, as she was by Raytor, out of Mr. Stapleton's Cruel by Sailor, a son of Lord Granby's Sailor, by Mr. Knowles' Victor. This shows well how seriously foxhound breeding was gone into before the middle of the 18th century. Portraits prove also that a hound approaching very closely to those of modern times had been produced at this early period. By such evidence, the foxhound had outstripped the Harrier in size by nearly 5 inches, as the latter does not appear to have been more than 18 inches, and the early Foxhound would have been 23 inches. Then the heavy shoulder, the dewlap, and jowl of the southern hound had been gotten rid of, and the coat had been somewhat altered. The old school breeders had evidently determined upon great speed and the ability to stay through the medium of deep ribs, heart room, wide loins, length of quarter, quality of bone, straightness of foreleg, and round, strong feet. The slack loin, loosely built, and the splay-footed hound of former generations had been left behind. To such perfection, indeed, had the foxhound attained that long before the close of the 18th century, sportsmen were clamoring as to what a foxhound could do. With so much prominence given to the foxhound in the comparatively short period of 40 or 50 years, it is no wonder that individual hounds became very celebrated in almost every part of the country. Mr. Pelham's Rockwood, Tickler, and Bumper were names well known in Yorkshire, and Lord Ludlow's Powerful and Growler were talked of both in Lincolnshire and Warwickshire. From the first, indeed, it appeared that certain hounds were very much better than others, and old huntsmen have generally declared for one, which was in the whole length of their careers, sometimes extending to 50 years, immeasurably superior to all others they had hunted. Harry Iris, who was for the first just a half a century with Lord Fitzhardinge, declared to the day of his death that nothing equaled Cromwell. Osbaldeston said the same of Furrier, and Frank Gillard never falters from the opinion that Weathergage was quite by himself as the best hound he ever hunted. The Foxhound Kennel Stud Book abounds in the strongest proofs that hereditary merit in their work has been transmitted from these wonderful hounds, and they really make the history of the foxhound. There have been great hounds, but there must be the greatest of the great, and the following 12 hounds are probably the best England has ever seen. Mr. Corbett's Trojan, 1780. Lord Middleton's Vanguard, 1815. Mr. Osbaldeston's Furrier, 1820. Lord Henry Bentinck's Contest, 1848. Lord Fitzhardinge's Cromwell, 1855. Mr. Drake's Duster, 1844. Sir Richard Sutton's Dryden, 1849. The Duke of Rutland's Senator, 1816. Duke of Rutland's Weathergage, 1874. The Earl of Coventry's Rambler, 1874. Mr. E.P. Rawlinsley's Freeman, 1884, and the Grafton Woodman, 1892. Breeding foxhounds is one of the most fascinating of all the pleasures of animal culture, as the above list, so full of extreme merit, can be traced for nearly 130 years. It cannot be said that the prices paid for foxhounds in very recent times have greatly exceeded those of the past. In 1790, Colonel Thornton sold Merkin for 4 hogsheads of claret, and the seller to have 2 couples of the whelps. Then, in 1808, Mr. John Ward sold a pack of hounds to Lord Althorp for 1,000 guineas, and the same gentleman sold another pack for the same sum a few years later. In 1838, Lord Suffield offered 3,000 guineas for Mr. Lambton's pack, and afterwards sold it to Sir Matthew White Ridley for 2,500. In 1834, Osbaldeston sold 10 couples of bitches, all descendants of Furrier, for 2,000 sovereigns, or £100 a hound, a record that was almost eclipsed at the sale of Lord Pottermore's hounds in 1870, when 22 couples of dog hounds sold for 3,365 guineas. Of late years there has been the sale of the Quorn, for it was said £3,000, and the late Lord Willoughby de Broke valued the North Warwickshire for the county to purchase at £2,500. In 1903, the Atherstone was valued by Mr. Rawlins, the well-known representative of Tattersall's, at £3,500, or something like 50 pounds a hound, and that has been considered very cheap. If, therefore, modern prices have not greatly exceeded those of the far past, there has not been any particular diminution, and there is no doubt about it that if certain packs could be purchased, the prices would far exceed anything ever reached before. Foxhounds have very much improved in looks during the past 25 years, and unquestionably they are quite as good in the field or better. Whenever hounds have good foxes in front of them and good huntsmen to assist or watch over them, they are as able as ever, notwithstanding that the drawbacks to good sport are more numerous now than they used to be. The noble hound will always be good enough, and ever and anon this is shown by a run of the great wood order, to hunt over 25 to 30 miles at a pace to settle all the horses, and yet every hound will be up. There has been a slight tendency to increase size of late years. The Belvoir doghound is within very little of 24 inches, instead of 23.5, the standard of 20 years ago, and this increase has become very general. In elegance of form, nothing has been lost, and there can be no other to possess beauty combined with power and the essential points for pace and endurance in the same degree as a foxhound. A detailed description of the foxhound is here given. Head somewhat broad, not peaked like the bloodhound, but long from the apex to the frontal bones. Eyebrows very prominent. Cheeks cut clean from eye to the nostril. Ears set low and in their natural condition, thin and shapely, but not large. Nose large, jaw strong and level, and small dewlaps. Expression fierce, and with the best often repellent. Eyes very bright and deeply set, full of determination, and with a very steady expression. The look of the foxhound is very remarkable. Neck should be perfectly clean, no skin ruffle whatever, or neckcloth, as huntsmen call it. The length of neck is of importance, both for stooping and giving an air of majesty. Shoulders, the blades should be well into the back, and should slant, otherwise be wide and strong, to meet the arms that should be long and powerful. Legs and feet, the bone should be perfectly straight from the arm downward, and descend in the same degree of size to the ankles, or, as the saying is, down to his toes. The knee should be almost flat and level. There should be no curve until coming to the toes, which should be very strong, round, cat-shaped, and every toe clean, set, as it were. Foreribs and brisket. Deep, fine ribs are very essential, and the brisket should be well below the elbows. Back and loins, back should be straight. A hollow back offends the eye much, and a roach back is worse. The loin, wide, back ribs deep and long, a slight prominence over the croup. Quarters and hocks. The quarters cannot be too long, full, showing a second thigh, and meeting a straight hock low down. The shank bone short, and meeting shapely feet. Coat. The coat is hard hair, but short and smooth. The texture is as stiff as bristles, but beautifully laid. Color. Belvoir tan, which is brown and black, perfectly intermixed with white markings of various shapes and sizes. The white should be very opaque and clear. Black and white, with tan markings on head and stifles. Badger pied, a kind of gray and white. Lemon pied, light yellow and white. Hare pied, a darker yellow and white. Stern, long and carried gaily, but not curled, often half white. Height, dogs from 23.5 to 24 inches. Bitches from 22 to 22.5 inches. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21. The Harrier and the Beagle. The Harrier is a distinct breed of hound used for hunting the hare. Or rather, it should be said, the Association of Masters of Harriers are doing their utmost to perpetuate this breed, the Harrier Stud Book bearing witness thereto, and it is to be deplored that so many Masters of Harriers ignore this fact, and are content to go solely to Foxhound kennels to start their packs of Harriers, choosing maybe 20-inch to 22-inch Foxhounds, and thenceforth calling them Harriers. It is indeed a common belief that the modern Harrier is but a smaller edition of the Foxhound, employed for hunting the hare instead of the fox, and it is almost useless to reiterate that it is a distinct breed of hound that can boast of possibly greater antiquity than any other, or to insist upon the fact that Xenophon himself kept a pack of Harriers over 2,000 years ago. Nevertheless, in general appearance, the Harrier and the Foxhound are very much alike, the one obvious distinction being that of size. Opinions differ as to what standard of height it is advisable to aim at. If you want to hunt your Harriers on foot, 16 inches is quite big enough, almost too big to run with, but if you are riding to them, 20 inches is a useful height, or even 19 inches. Either is a good workable size, and such hounds should be able to slip along fast enough for most people. Choose your hounds with plenty of bone, but not too clumsy or heavy. A round, firm neck, not too short, with a swan-like curve, a lean head with a long muzzle and fairly short ears, a broad chest with plenty of lung room, forelegs like gun barrels, straight and strong, hind legs with good thighs and well let down hocks, feet round like cat's feet, and a well set on tapering stern. Such a make and shape should see many seasons through, and allow you to be certain of pace and endurance in your pack. It is useless to lay down any hard and fast rule as to color. It is so much a matter of individual taste. Some masters have a great fancy for the dark coloring of the old southern hound, but nothing could look much smarter than a good combination of Belvoir tan with black and white. Puppies, as a rule, a week or two after they are whelped, show a greater proportion of dark marking than any other, but this, as they grow older, soon alters, and their white marking becomes much more conspicuous. As in the case of the Foxhound, the Harrier is very seldom kept as a companion apart from the pack, but puppies are usually sent out to walk, and may easily be procured to be kept and reared until they are old enough to be entered to their work. Doubtless the rearing of a Harrier puppy is a great responsibility, but it is also a delight to many who feel that they are helping in the advancement of a great national sport. There is nothing to surpass the beauty of the Beagle, either to see him on the flags of his kennel or in unraveling a difficulty on the line of a dodging hare. In neatness, he is really the little model of a Foxhound. He is, of course, finer, but with the length of neck so perfect in the bigger hound, the little shoulders of the same pattern, and the typical quarters and second thighs. Then how quick he is in his casts, and when he is fairly on a line, of course he sticks to it, as the saying is, like a beagle. Beagles have been carefully preserved for a great many years, and in some cases they have been in families for almost centuries. In the hereditary hunting establishments they have been frequently found, as the medium of amusement and instruction in hunting for the juvenile members of the house, and there can be nothing more likely to instill the right principles of venery into the youthful mind than to follow all the ways of these little hounds. Dorsetshire used to be the great county for beagles. The downs there were exactly fitted for them, and years ago, when roe deer were preserved on the large estates, beagles were used to hunt this small breed of deer. Mr. Crane's beagles were noted at the time, and also those of a Colonel Harding. It is on record that King George IV. Had a strong partiality for beagles, and was wont to see them work on the downs round about Brighton. The uses of the beagle in the early days of the last century, however, were a good deal diversified. They were hunted in big woodlands to drive game to the gun, and perhaps the ordinary beagle of from 12 inches to 14 inches was not big enough for the requirements of the times. It is quite possible, therefore, that the beagle was crossed with the Welsh Southern or Otterhound to get more size and power, as there certainly was a Welsh rough-coated beagle of good 18 inches, and an almost identical contemporary that was called the Essex beagle. 60 years ago such hounds were common enough, but possibly through the adoption of the more prevalent plan of beating coverts, and spaniels being in more general use, the vocation of the beagle in this particular direction died out, and a big rough-coated beagle is now very rarely seen. That a great many of the true order were bred became very manifest as soon as the Harrier and Beagle Association was formed, and more particularly when a section of the Peterborough Hound Show was reserved for them. Then they seemed to spring from every part of the country. In 1896, one became well acquainted with many packs that had apparently held aloof from the dog shows. There was the Cheshire, the Christchurch, Oxford, Mr. T. Johnson's, the Royal Rock, the Thorpe Satchville, the Worcestershire, etc. And of late there have been many more that are as well known as packs of foxhounds. One hears now of the Chawston, the Halstead Place, very noted indeed, the Holton, the Lee Park, the Stoke Place, the Edinburgh, the Surbiton, the Trinity Foot, the Wooddale, Mrs. G. W. Hilliard's, Mrs. Price's, and Mrs. Turner's. Beagle owners, like the masters of foxhound kennels, have never been very partial to the ordinary dog shows, and so the development of the up-to-date beagle, as seen at recent shows, is somewhat new. It is just as it should be, and if more people take up beagling, it may not be in the least surprising. They are very beautiful little hounds, can give a vast amount of amusement, and, for the matter of that, healthy exercise. If a stout runner can keep within fairly easy distance of a pack of well-bred beagles on the line of a lively jack hare, he is in the sort of condition to be generally envied. Description of the beagle: head, fair length, powerful without being coarse, skull domed, moderately wide, with an indication of peak, stop well defined, muzzle not snipey, and lips well flewed. Nose black, broad, and nostrils well expanded. Eyes brown, dark hazel, or hazel, not deep set nor bulgy, and with a mild expression. Ears long, set on low, fine in texture, and hanging in a graceful fold close to the cheek. Neck moderately long, slightly arched, the throat showing some dewlap. Shoulders clean and slightly sloping. Body short between the couplings, well let down in chest, ribs fairly well sprung and well ribbed up, with powerful and not tucked up loins. Hindquarters very muscular about the thighs, stifles and hocks well bent, and hocks well let down. Forelegs quite straight, well under the dog, of good substance and round in the bone. Feet round, well knuckled up, and strongly padded. Stern. Moderate length, set on high, thick and carried gaily but not curled over the back. Color. Any recognized hound color. Coat. Smooth variety. Smooth, very dense, and not too fine or short. Rough variety. Very dense and wiry. Height. Not exceeding 16 inches. Pocket beetles must not exceed 10 inches. General appearance. A compactly built hound, without coarseness, conveying the impression of great stamina and vivacity. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22. The Pointer. It has never been made quite clear in history why the Spaniards had a dog that was very remarkable for pointing all kinds of game. They have always been a pleasure-loving people, certainly, but more inclined to bull-fighting than field-craft, and yet as early as 1600 they must have had a better dog for game-finding than could have been found in any other part of the world. Singularly enough, too, the most esteemed breeds in many countries can be traced from the same source, such as the Russian Pointer, the German Pointer, the French double-nosed Griffon, and, far more important still, the English Pointer. A view has been taken that the Spanish double-nosed Pointer was introduced into England about 200 years ago, when firearms were beginning to be popular for fowling purposes. Setters and Spaniels had been used to find and drive birds into nets, but as the Spanish Pointer became known, it was apparently considered that he alone had the capacity to find game for the gun. This must have been towards the end of the 17th century, and for the next 50 years at least something very slow was wanted to meet the necessities of the old-fashioned flintlock gun, which occupied many minutes in loading and getting into position. Improvements came by degrees until they set in very rapidly, but probably by 1750, when hunting had progressed a good deal, and pace was increased in all pastimes, the old-fashioned Pointer was voted a nuisance through his extreme caution and tortoise-like movements. There is evidence through portraits that Pointers had been altogether changed by the year 1800, but it is possible that the breed then had been continued by selection rather than by crossing for a couple of decades, as it is quite certain that by 1815 sportsmen were still dissatisfied with the want of pace in the Pointer, and many sportsmen are known to have crossed their Pointers with Foxhounds at about that time. By 1835 the old Spanish Pointer had been left behind, and the English dog was a perfect model for pace, stamina, resolution, and nerve. The breed was exactly adapted to the requirements of that day, which was not quite as fast as the present. Men shot with good Joe Mantons, did their own loading, and walked to their dogs, working them left and right by hand and whistle. The dogs beat their ground methodically, their heads at the right level for body scent, and when they came on game, down they were, the dog that had got it pointing, and the other barking or awaiting developments. There was nothing more beautiful than the work of a well-bred and well-broken brace of Pointers, or more perfect than the way a man got his shots from them. There was nothing slow about them, but on the contrary they went a great pace, seemed to shoot into the very currents of air for scent, and yet there was no impatience about them such as might have been expected from the Foxhound cross. The truth of it was that the capacity to concentrate the whole attention on the object found was so intense as to have lessened every other propensity. The rush of the Foxhound had been absorbed by the additional force of the Pointer character. There has been nothing at all like it in canine culture, and it came out so wonderfully after men had been shooting in the above manner for about 40 years. It was nearing the end of this period that field trials began to occupy the attention of breeders and sportsmen, and although setters had been getting into equal repute for the beauty of their work, there was something more brilliant about the Pointers at first. Brockton's Bounce was a magnificent dog, a winner on the show bench, and of the first field trial in England. Newton's Ranger was another of the early performers, and he was very staunch and brilliant, but it was in the next 5 years that the most extraordinary Pointer merit was seen, as quite incomparable with Sir Richard Garth's Drake, who was just 5 generations from the Spanish Pointer. Drake was rather a tall, gaunt dog, but with immense depth of girth, long shoulders, long haunches, and a benevolent, quiet countenance. There was nothing very attractive about him when walking about at Stafford prior to his trial, but the moment he was down he seemed to paralyze his opponent, as he went half as fast again. It was calculated that he went 50 miles an hour, and at this tremendous pace he would stop as if petrified, and the momentum would cover him with earth and dust. He did not seem capable of making a mistake, and his birds were always at about the same distance from him, to show thereby his extraordinary nose and confidence. Nothing in his day could beat him in a field. He got some good stock, but they were not generally show form, the bitches by him being mostly light and small, and his sons a bit high on the leg. None of them had his pace, but some were capital performers, such as Sir Thomas Leonard's Mallard, Mr. George Pilkington's Tory, Mr. Lloyd Price's Luck of Edenhall, winner of the Field Trial Derby, 1878, Lord Downe's Mars and Bounce, and Mr. Barclay Field's Riot. When Sir Richard Garth went to India and sold his kennel of pointers at Tattersall's, Mr. Lloyd Price gave 150 guineas for Drake. The mid-century owners and breeders had probably all the advantages of what a past generation had done, as they were certainly many wonderful pointers in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, as old men living today will freely allow. They were produced very regularly, too, in a marvellous type of perfection. Mr. William Arkwright, of Sutton Scarsdale, Derbyshire, has probably the best kennel in England at the present time. He discovered and revived an old breed of the north of England that was black, and bred for a great many years by Mr. Pape, of Carlisle, and his father before him. With these Mr. Arkwright has bred to the best working strains, with the result that he has had many good field trial winners. For a good many years now Elias Bishop, of Newton Abbot, has kept up the old breeds of Devon Pointers, the Champion Bangs, the Mikes, and the Brackenburg Romps, and his have been amongst the best at the shows and the field trials during the past few years. There are, of course, exceptions to the rule that many of the modern Pointers do not carry about them the air of their true business, but it would appear that fewer people keep them now than was the case a quarter of a century ago, owing to the advance of quick shooting, otherwise driving, and the consequent falling away of the old-fashioned methods both for the stubble and the moor. However, there are still many who enjoy the work of dogs, and it would be a sin indeed in the calendar of British sports if the fine old breed of Pointer were allowed even to deteriorate. The apparent danger is that the personal or individual element is dying out. In the 70s the name of Drake, Bang, or Garnet were like household words. People talked of the great Pointers. They were spoken of in club chat or gossip, written about, and the prospects of the moors were much associated with the up-to-date characters of the Pointers and Setters. There is very little of this sort of talk nowadays. Guns are more critically spoken of. There is, however, a wide enough world to supply with first-class Pointers. In England's numerous colonies it may be much more fitting to shoot over dogs. It has been tried in South Africa with marvellous results. Descendants of Bang have delighted the lone colonist on Cape Partridge and quails, and Pointers suit the climate, whereas Setters do not. The Pointer is a noble breed to take up, as those still in middle life have seen its extraordinary merit whenever bred in the right way. As to the essential points of the breed, they may be set down as follows. Head should be wide from ear to ear, long and slanting from the top of the skull to the setting on the nose. Cheek-bones prominent. Ears set low and thin in texture, soft and velvety. Nose broad at the base. Mouth large and jaws level. Neck. The neck should be very strong, but long and slightly arched, meeting shoulders well knit into the back, which should be straight and joining a wide loin. There should be great depth of heart room, very deep brisket, narrow chest rather than otherwise, shoulders long and slanting. Legs and feet should be nearly like the Foxhounds as possible, There should be really no difference, as they must be straight, the knees big, and the bone should be of goodly size down to the toes, and the feet should be very round and cat-shaped. Hind quarters. A great feature in the Pointer is his hind quarters. He cannot well be too long in the haunch or strong in the stifle, which should be well bent, and the muscles in the second thigh of a good Pointer are always remarkable. The hocks may be straighter than even in a Foxhound, as, in pulling up sharp on his point, he in a great measure throws his weight on them. The shank bones below the hock should be short. Colour. There have been good ones of all colours. The Derby colours were always liver and whites for their Pointers and black-breasted reds for their gamecocks. The Seftons were liver and whites also, and so were the edges of Strelly, but mostly heavily ticked. Brockton's Bounce was so, and so were Champion Bang, Mike, and Young Bang. Drake was more of the Derby colour, dark liver and white. Mr. Whitehouse's were mostly lemon and whites after Hamlet of that colour, and notable ones of the same hue were Squire, Bang, and Mr. Whitehouse's Pax and Priam, all winners of field trials. There have been several very good black and whites. Mr. Francis's, afterwards Mr. Salter's, Chang was a field trial winner of this colour. A still better one was Mr. S. Beckett's Rector, a somewhat mean little dog to look at, but quite extraordinary in his work, as he won the Pointer Puppy Stake at Shrewsbury and the All-Aged Stake 3 years in succession. Mr. Salter's Romp family were quite remarkable in colour, a white ground, heavily shot with black in patches and in ticks. There have never been any better Pointers than these. There have been, and are, good black Pointers also. Height and size. A big Pointer dog stands from 24½ inches to 25 inches at the shoulder. Old Champion Bang and Young Bang were of the former height, and the great bitch Mr. Lloyd Price's Belle was 24 inches. For big Pointers 60 pounds is about the weight for dogs, and 56 pounds bitches. Smaller size 54 pounds dogs, and 48 pounds bitches. There have been some very good ones still smaller. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23. The Setters. 1. The English Setter. In some form or other, setters are to be found wherever guns are in frequent use, and irrespective of the precise class of work they have to perform. But their proper sphere is either on the moors, when the red grouse are in quest, or on the stubbles and amongst the root crops when September comes in and the partridge season commences. Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, is supposed to have been the first person to train setting dogs in the manner which has been commonly adopted by his successors. His lordship lived in the middle of the 16th century, and was therefore a contemporary of Dr. Caius, who may possibly have been indebted to the Earl for information when, in his work on English dogs, he wrote of the setter under the name of the Index. Though setters are divided into 3 distinct varieties, the English, the Irish, and the Gordon or Black and Tan, there can be no doubt that all have a common origin, though it is scarcely probable, in view of their dissimilarity, that the same individual ancestors can be supposed to be their original progenitors. Nearly all authorities agree that the Spaniel family is accountable on one side, and this contention is borne out to a considerable extent by old illustrations and paintings of setters at work, in which they are invariably depicted as being very much like the old liver and white Spaniel, though of different colors. Doubt exists as to the other side of their heredity, but it does not necessarily follow that all those who first bred them used the same means. Of the theories put forward, that which carries the most presumptive evidence must go to the credit of the old Spanish Pointer. Where else could they inherit that wonderful scenting power, that style in which they draw up to their game, their statuesque attitude when on point, and above all, the staunchness and patience by which they hold their game spellbound until the shooter has time to walk leisurely up, even from a considerable distance. But apart from the question of their origin, the different varieties have many other attributes in common. All perform the same kind of work, and in the same manner. Consequently, the system of breaking or training them varies only according to the temper or ideas of those who undertake their schooling. Few dogs are more admired than English setters, and those who are looked upon as professional exhibitors have not been slow to recognize the fact that when a really good young dog makes its appearance, it is a formidable rival amongst all other breeds when the special prizes come to be allotted. Seen either at its legitimate work as a gun dog or as a domestic companion, the English setter is one of the most graceful and beautiful of the canine race, and its elegant form and feathery coat command instant admiration. 20 years ago it was known by several distinct names, among the more important being the Blue Beltons and Laveracks, and this regardless of any consideration as to whether or not the dogs were in any way connected by relationship to the stock which had earned fame for either of these time-honored names. It was the great increase in the number of shows, and some confusion on the part of exhibitors, that made it necessary for the Kennel Club to classify under one heading these and others which had attained some amount of notability, and the old terms have gradually been dropped. Doubtless the English Setter Club has done much since its institution in 1890 to encourage this breed of dog, and has proved the usefulness of the club by providing two very valuable trophies, the Exhibitors' Challenge Cup and the Field Trial Challenge Cup, for competition amongst its members, besides having liberally supported all the leading shows. Hence it has rightly come to be regarded as the only authority from which an acceptable and official dictum for the guidance of others can emanate. The following is the standard of points issued by the English Setters Club. Head. The head should be long and lean, with well-defined stop. The skull oval from ear to ear, showing plenty of brain room, and with a well-defined occipital protuberance. The muzzle moderately deep and fairly square. From the stop to the point of the nose should be long, the nostrils wide, and the jaws of nearly equal length. Flews not too pendulous. The color of the nose should be black, or dark, or light liver, according to the color of the coat. The eyes should be bright, mild, and intelligent, and of a dark hazel color, the darker the better. The ears of moderate length, set on low and hanging in neat folds close to the cheek. The tip should be velvety, the upper part clothed with fine silky hair. Neck. The neck should be rather long, muscular, and lean, slightly arched at the crest, and clean cut where it joins the head. Towards the shoulder it should be larger and very muscular, not throaty, with any pendulosity below the throat, but elegant and blood-like in appearance. Body. The body should be of moderate length, with shoulders well set back or oblique, back short and level, loins wide, slightly arched, strong and muscular. Chest deep in the brisket, with good, round, widely sprung ribs, deep in the back ribs, that is, well ribbed up. Legs and feet. The stifles should be well bent and ragged, thighs long from hip to hock, the forearm big and very muscular, the elbow well let down. Pasterns short, muscular, and straight, the feet very close and compact, and well protected by hair between the toes. Tail. Tail should be set on almost in a line with the back, medium length, not curly or ropey, to be slightly curved or cimeter shaped, but with no tendency to turn upwards. The flag or feather hanging in long pendant flakes. The feather should not commence at the root, but slightly below, and increase in length to the middle, then gradually taper off toward the end, and the hair long, bright, soft, and silky, wavy but not curly. Coat and feathering. The coat from the back of the head in a line with the ears ought to be slightly wavy, long, and silky, which should be the case with the coat generally. The breeches and forelegs, nearly down to the feet, should be well feathered. Color and markings. The color may be either black and white, lemon and white, liver and white, or tricolor, that is, black, white, and tan, those without heavy patches of color on the body, but flecked all over preferred. 2. The Irish Setter. Though this variety has not attained such popularity as its English cousin, it is not because it is regarded as being less pleasing to the eye, for in general appearance of style and outline there is very little difference, in fact none, if the chiseling of the head and color of the coat can be accepted. The beautiful, rich, golden chestnut color which predominates in all well-bred specimens is in itself sufficient to account for the great favor in which they are regarded generally, while their disposition is sufficiently engaging to attract the attention of those who desire to have a moderate-sized dog as a companion, rather than either a very large or very small one. Probably this accounts for so many lady exhibitors in England preferring them to the other varieties of setters. We have to go over to its native country, however, to find the breed most highly esteemed as a sporting dog for actual work, and there it is naturally first favorite. In fact, very few of either of the other varieties are to be met with from one end of the Green Isle to the other. It has been suggested that all Irish setters are too headstrong to make really high-class field trial dogs. Some of them, on the contrary, are quite as great in speed, and not only as clever at their business, but quite as keen-nosed as other setters. Some which have competed within the past few years at the Irish Red Setters Club trials have had as rivals some of the best pointers from England and Scotland, and have successfully held their own. The secretary of the Irish Setters Club is Mr. S. Brown, 27 Eustace Street, Dublin, and the standard of points as laid down by that authority is as follows. Head. The head should be long and lean, the skull oval from ear to ear, having plenty of brain room, and with well-defined occipital protuberance. Brows raised, showing stop. The muzzle moderately deep and fairly square at the end. From the stop to the point of the nose should be fairly long, the nostrils wide, and the jaws of nearly equal length, flews not to be pendulous. The color of the nose dark mahogany or dark walnut, and that of the eyes, which ought not to be too large, rich hazel or brown. The ears to be a moderate size, fine in texture, set on low, well back, and hanging in a neat fold close to the head. Neck. The neck should be moderately long, very muscular, but not too thick, slightly arched, free from all tendency to throatiness. Body. The body should be long, shoulders fine at the points, deep and sloping well back, the chest as deep as possible, rather narrow in front, the ribs well sprung, leaving plenty of lung room, loins muscular and slightly arched, the hindquarters wide and powerful. Legs and feet. The hind legs from hip to hock should be long and muscular, from hock to heel short and strong. The stifle and hock joints well bent and not inclined either in or out. The forelegs should be straight and sinewy, having plenty of bone, with elbows free, well let down, and, like the hocks, not inclined either in or out. The feet small, very firm, toes strong, close together and arched. Tail. The tail should be a moderate length, set on rather low, strong at root, and tapering to a fine point, to be carried as neatly as possible on a level or below the back. Coat. On the head, front of legs, and tip of ears, The coat should be short and fine, but on all other parts of the body and legs it ought to be of moderate length, flat, and as free as possible from curl or wave. Feathering. The feather on the upper portion of the ears should be long and silky. On the back of fore and hind legs, long and fine. A fair amount of hair on the belly, forming a nice fringe, which may extend on chest and throat. Feet to be well feathered between the toes. Tail to have a nice fringe of moderately long hair, decreasing in length as it approaches the point. All feathering to be as straight and as flat as possible. Color and markings. The color should be a rich golden chestnut, with no trace whatever of black, white on chest, throat, or toes, or a small star on the forehead, or a narrow streak ablaze on the nose or face, not to disqualify. 3. The Black and Tan Setter. Originally this variety was known as the Gordon Setter, but this title was only partly correct, as the particular dogs first favoured by the Duke of Gordon, from whom they took the name, were black, tan, and white, heavily built, and somewhat clumsy in appearance. But the introduction of the Irish blood had the effect of making a racier-looking dog more fashionable. The presence of white on the chest was looked upon with disfavour, and the Kennel Club settled the difficulty of name by abolishing the term Gordon altogether. Very few of this variety have appeared at field trials for several years past, but that cannot be considered a valid reason for stigmatizing them as old men's dogs, as some narrow-minded faddists delight in calling them. On the few occasions when the opportunity has been presented, they have acquitted themselves at least as well as, and on some occasions better than, their rivals of other varieties, proving to be as fast, as staunch, and as obedient as any of them. A notable example of this occurred during the season of 1902 and 1903, when Mr. Isaac Sharp's stylish Ranger was so remarkably successful at the trials. It is very difficult to account for the lack of interest which is taken in the variety outside Scotland, but the fact remains that very few have appeared at field trials within recent years, and that only about 4 owners are troubling the officials of English shows regularly at the present time. In France, Belgium, Norway, and especially in Russia, this handsome sporting dog is a far greater favourite than it is in Great Britain, not only for work with a gun, but as a companion, and it is a fact that at many a continental dog show more specimens of the breed are exhibited than could be gathered together in the whole of the United Kingdom. The want of an active organization which would foster and encourage the interests of the Black and Tan Setter is much to be deplored, and is, without doubt, the chief cause of it being so much neglected. For in these strenuous days, when almost every breed or variety of breed is backed up by its own votaries, it cannot be expected that such as are not constantly kept in prominence will receive anything more than scant consideration. The Black and Tan Setter is heavier than the English or Irish varieties, but shows more of the Hound and less of the Spaniel. The head is stronger than that of the English Setter, with a deeper and broader muzzle and heavier lips. The ears are also somewhat longer, and the eyes frequently show the haw. The black should be as jet, and entirely free from white. The tan on the cheeks and over the eyes, on the feet and pasterns, should be bright and clearly defined, and the feathering on the forelegs and thighs should also be a rich, dark mahogany tan. Amongst the oldest and most successful owners of setters, who have consistently competed at field trials, may be mentioned Colonel Coates, whose Prince Frederick was probably the most wonderful backer ever known. Messrs. Purcell Llewellyn, W. Arkwright, Elias and James Bishop, F. C. Lowe, J. Shorthose, G. Potter, and S. Smale, who may be considered the oldest setter judges, and who have owned dogs whose prowess in the field has brought them high reputation. Mr. B.J. Warwick has, within recent years, owned probably more winners at field trials than any other owner, one of his being Compton Bounce. Captain Heywood Lonsdale has on several occasions proved the Lightfield strain to be staunch and true, and witnessed the doughty deeds of Duke of that ilk, and the splendid success he achieved at recent grouse trials in Scotland with his Lightfield Rob Roy, Mac, and Dot, the first named winning the all-age stake, and the others being first and third in the puppy stake. Mr. Herbert Mitchell has been another good patron of the trials, and has won many important stakes. Mr. A.T. Williams has also owned a few noted trial winners, and from Scotland comes Mr. Isaac Sharp, whose Gordon setter, Stylish Ranger, has effectually put a stop to the silly argument that all this breed are old men's dogs. Many of the older field trial men hold tenaciously to the opinion that the modern exhibition setter is useless for high-class work, and contend that if field-trialed winners are to be produced they must be bred from noted working strains. Doubtless this prejudice in favor of working dogs has been engendered by the circumstance that many owners of celebrated bench winners care nothing about their dogs being trained, in some cases generation after generation having been bred simply for show purposes. Under such conditions it is not to be wondered at that the capacity for fine scenting properties and the natural aptitude for quickly picking up a knowledge of their proper duties in the field is impaired. But there is no reason why a good show dog should not also be a good worker, and the recent edict of the Kennel Club, which rules that no gun dog shall be entitled to championship honors until it has gained a certificate of merit in field trials, will doubtless tend towards a general improvement in the working qualities of the breeds whose providence is in the finding and retrieving of game. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24. The Retrievers. It is obviously useless to shoot game unless you can find it after it has been wounded or killed, and from the earliest time it has been the habit of sportsmen to train their dogs to do the work which they could not always successfully do for themselves. The pointers, setters, and spaniels of our forefathers were carefully broken not only to find and stand their game, but also to fetch the fallen birds. This use of the setting and pointing dog is still common on the Continent and in the United States, and there is no inaccuracy in a French artist depicting a pointer with a partridge in its mouth, or showing a setter retrieving waterfowl. The Springer and the old curly-coated water dog were regarded as particularly adroit in the double work of finding and retrieving. Pointers and setters who had been thus broken were found to deteriorate in steadiness in the field, and it gradually came to be realized that even the Spaniel's capacity for retrieving was limited. A larger and quicker dog was wanted to divide the labour, and to be used solely as a retriever in conjunction with the other gun dogs. The Poodle was tried for retrieving with some success, and he showed considerable aptitude in finding and fetching wounded wild duck, but he too was inclined to maul his birds and deliver them dead. Even the Old English Sheepdog was occasionally engaged in the work, and various crosses with Spaniel or Setter and Collie were attempted in the endeavour to produce a great breed having the desired qualities of a good nose, a soft mouth, and an understanding brain, together with a coat that would protect its wearer from the ill effects of frequent immersion in water. It was when these efforts were most active, namely about the year 1850, that new material was discovered in a black-coated dog recently introduced into England from Labrador. He was a natural water dog, with a constitution impervious to chills and entirely free from the liability to ear canker, which had always been a drawback to the use of the Spaniel as a retriever of waterfowl. Moreover, he was himself reputed to be a born retriever of game, and remarkably sagacious. His importers called him a Spaniel, a breed name which at one time was also applied to his relative the Newfoundland. Probably there were not many specimens of the race in England, and, although there is no record explicitly saying so, it is conjectured that these were crossed with the English setter, producing what is now familiarly known as the black flat-coated retriever. One very remarkable attribute of the Retriever is that notwithstanding the known fact that the parent stock was mongrel, and that in the early dogs the setter type largely predominated, the ultimate result has favoured the Labrador cross distinctly and prominently, proving how potent, even when grafted upon a stock admittedly various, is the blood of a pure race, and how powerful its influence for fixing type and character over the other less vital elements with which it is blended. From the first, sportsmen recognised the extreme value of the new retrieving dog. Strengthened and improved by the Labrador blood, he had lost little if any of the setter beauty of form. He was a dignified, substantial, intelligent, good-tempered, affectionate companion, faithful, talented, highly cultivated, and esteemed, in the season and out of it, for his mind as well as his beauty. It is only comparatively recently that we have realized how excellent an all-round sporting dog the Retriever has become. In many cases, indeed, where grouse and partridge are driven or walked up, a well-broken, soft-mouthed Retriever is unquestionably superior to Pointer, Setter or Spaniel, and for general work in the field he is the best companion that a shooting man can possess. Doubtless in earlier days, when the art of training was less thoroughly understood, the breaking of a dog was a matter of infinite trouble to breeders. Most of the gun dogs could be taught by patience and practice to retrieve fur or feather, but game carefully and skilfully shot is easily rendered valueless by being mumbled and mauled by powerful jaws not schooled to gentleness. And this question of a tender mouth was certainly one of the problems that perturbed the minds of the originators of the breed. The difficulty was overcome by process of selection, and by the exclusion from breeding operations of all hard-mouthed specimens, with the happy effect that in the present time it is exceptional to find a working Retriever who does not know how to bring his bird to hand without injuring it. A better knowledge of what is expected of him distinguishes our modern Retriever. He knows his duty, and is intensely eager to perform it, but he no longer rushes off unbidden at the firing of the gun. He has learned to remain at heel until he is ordered by word or gesture from his master, upon whom he relies as his friend and director. It would be idle to expect that the offspring of unbroken sire and dam can be as easily educated as a Retriever whose parents before him have been properly trained. Inherited qualities count for a great deal in the adaptability of all sporting dogs, and the reason why one meets with so many Retrievers that are incapable or disobedient or gun-shy is simply that their preliminary education has been neglected, the education which should begin when the dog is very young. In his earliest youth he should be trained to prompt obedience to a given word or a wave of the hand. It is well to teach him very early to enter water, or he may be found wanting when you require him to fetch a bird from river or lake. Lessons in retrieving ought to be a part of his daily routine. Equally necessary is it to break him into the knowledge that sheep and lambs are not game to be chased, and that rabbits and hares are to be discriminated from feathered game. Gun-shyness is often supposed to be hereditary, but it is not so. Any puppy can be cured of gun-shyness in half a dozen short lessons. Sir Henry Smith's advice is to get your puppy accustomed to the sound and sight of a gun being fired, first at a distance and gradually nearer and nearer, until he knows that no harm will come to him. Companionship and sympathy between dog and master is the beginning and end of the whole business, and there is a moral obligation between them which ought never to be strained. Both as a worker and as a show dog, the flat-coated Retriever has reached something very near to the ideal standard of perfection which has been consistently bred up to. Careful selection and systematic breeding, backed up by enthusiasm, have resulted in the production of a dog combining useful working qualities with the highest degree of beauty. A very prominent admirer and breeder was the late Mr. S. E. Shirley, the president of the Kennel Club, who owned many Retrievers superlative both as workers and as show dogs, and who probably did more for the breed than any other man of his generation. Mr. Shirley's work was carried on by Mr. Harding Cox, who devoted much time and energy to the production of good Retrievers, many of which were of Mr. Shirley's strain. Mr. Cox's dogs deservedly achieved considerable fame, for their levelness of type, and the improvement in heads so noticeable at the present time is to be ascribed to his breeding for this point. Mr. L. Allen Shooter, the owner of C.H. Derrens and other excellent retrievers of his own breeding, claims also a large share of credit for the part he has played in the general improvement of the breed. Mr. C. A. Phillips, too, owned admirable specimens, and the name of the late Lieutenant Colonel Cornwall Legge must be included. Many of Colonel Legge's bitches were of Shirley blood, but it is believed that a breed of retrievers had existed at High Legge for several generations, with which a judicious cross was made, the result being not only the formation of a remarkable kennel, but also a decided influence of good upon the breed in general. But since the Shirley days, when competition was more limited than it is at present, no kennel of retrievers has ever attained anything like the distinction of that owned by Mr. H. Reginald Cook, at Riverside, Nantwich. By acquiring the best specimens of the breed from all available sources, Mr. Cook has gathered together a stock which has never been equalled. His ideas of type and conformation are the outcome of close and attentive study and consistent practice, and one needs to go to Riverside if one desires to see the highest examples of what a modern flat-coated retriever can be. Since Dr. Bond Moore imparted to the retriever a fixity of character, the coats have become longer and less wavy, and in conformation of skull, colour of eye, straightness of legs, and quality of bone, there has been a perceptible improvement. As there is no club devoted to the breed, and consequently no official standard of points, the following description of the perfect retriever is offered. General appearance. That of a well-proportioned, bright and active sporting dog, showing power without lumber and raciness without weediness. Head. Long, fine, without being weak, the muzzle square, the under jaw strong, with an absence of lippiness or throatiness. Eyes. Dark as possible, with a very intelligent, mild expression. Neck. Long and clean. Ears. Small, well set on, and carried close to the head. Shoulders. Oblique, running well into the back, with plenty of depth of chest. Body. Short and square, and well ribbed up. Stern. Short and straight, and carried gaily, but not curled over the back. Forelegs. Straight, pasterns strong, feet small and round. Quarters. Strong, stifles well bent. Coat. Dense black or liver, of fine quality and texture, flat, not wavy. Weight from 65 lbs. to 80 lbs. for dogs, bitches rather less. As a rule, the retriever should be chosen for the intelligent look of his face, and particular attention should be paid to the shape of his head and to his eyes. His frame is important, of course, but in the retrievers the mental qualities are of more significance than bodily points. There has been a tendency in recent years among retriever breeders to fall into the common error of exaggerating a particular point, and of breeding dogs with a head far too fine and narrow. It is what has been aptly called the alligator head, lacking in brain capacity and power of jaw. A perfect head should be long and clean, but neither weak nor snipy. The eye should be placed just half-way between the occiput and the tip of the nose. It is pleasing to add that to this beautiful breed the phrase "handsome is as handsome does" applies in full measure. Not only is the average retriever of a companionable disposition, with delightful intelligence that is always responsive, but he is a good and faithful guard and a courageous protector of person and property. It has already been said that the majority of the best-looking retrievers are also good working dogs, and it may here be added that many of the most successful working dogs are sired by prize winners in the show ring. The curly-coated retriever. The curly-coated retriever is commonly believed to be of earlier origin than his flat-coated relative, and he is of less pure descent. He probably owes ancestral tribute to the Poodle. Such a cross may conceivably have been resorted to by the early retriever breeders, and there was little to lose from a merely sporting point of view from this alien introduction, for the Poodle is well known to be by nature, if not by systematic training, an excellent water dog, capable of being taught anything that the canine mind can comprehend. During the early years of the 19th century the Poodle was fairly plentiful in England, and we had no other curly-coated dog of similar size and type apart from the Irish Water Spaniel, who may himself lay claim to Poodle relationship, while as to the Retriever, either curly or flat-coated, he can in no sense be assigned to any country outside of Great Britain. The presumption is strong that the gentleman from France was largely instrumental in the manufacture of the variety, but whatever the origin of the curly-coated retriever, he is a beautiful dog, and one is gratified to note that the old prejudice against him, and the old indictment as to his hard mouth, are fast giving place to praise of his intelligence and admiration of his working abilities. Speaking generally, it seems to be accepted that he is slightly inferior in nose to his flat-coated cousin, and not quite so easy to break, but there are many keepers and handlers who have discovered in individual specimens extraordinary merit in the field combined with great endurance. It is not certain that any great improvement has been effected in the variety during recent years, but there are particular dogs to-day who are decidedly better than any that existed a dozen years or more ago, when such celebrities as True, Old Sam, King Coffee, Ben Wonder, Doden Ben, Lad, and Una were prominent, and there is no doubt that the curly coats attain show form in advance of the flat-coated variety. The coat of the curly retriever plays a very important part in his value and personality. There are many kinds of coat, but the only true and proper one is the close-fitting nigger curl, of which each knot is solid and inseparable. A coat of this quality is not capable of improvement by any method of grooming, for the simple reason that its natural condition is in itself perfect. The little locks should be so close together as to be impervious to water, and all parts of the body should be evenly covered with them, including the tail and legs. A bad class of coat, and one which readily yields to the faker's art, is the thin open curl, which by careful manipulation can be greatly improved. Another bad quality of coat is one in which, upon the withers and over the loins in particular, the curls do not tighten up naturally, but are large, loose, and soft to the feel. Regarding the dog as a whole, the following may be taken as an all-round description. General appearance: that of a smart, active, clean-cut, and alert dog, full of go and fire, a sportsman from stem to stern. Head: long and not weedy in the muzzle, nor thick and coarse in the skull, but tapering down and finishing with a stout, broad muzzle. Skull: should be flat and moderately broad between the ears, which are rather small and well covered with hair. Ears: should lie close to the side of the head, but not dead in their carriage. Face: the face should be smooth, and any indication of a forelock should be penalized. Eye: the eye should in all cases be dark and not too deeply set. Neck: well placed in the shoulders and nicely arched. Of moderate length and yet powerful and free from throatiness. Shoulders: well laid back and as free from massiveness as possible, though there is a decided tendency in this variety to such a fault. Legs: straight and well covered with coat. The bone should show quality and yet be fairly abundant. Feet compact and hound-like. Body should show great power, with deep, well-rounded ribs, as little cut up in the flank as possible. Tails: strong at the base, set on in a line with the back and tapering to a point, the size of the curls upon it diminishing gradually to the end. Hind quarters: should show great development of muscle, with bent hocks, the lower leg being strong and the hind feet compact. Any suspicion of cow hocks should be heavily penalized. Colour: mostly a dull black. Some liver-coloured dogs are seen, with very good coats and bodies, but their heads are generally thick and coarse, and the colour of their eyes does not always match, as it should do, with the colour of the coat. A few dogs of this colour have achieved distinction on the show bench. The Labrador. Within recent years the original smooth-coated Labrador dog has taken its place as a recognised variety of the Retriever, and has become prominent both at exhibitions and as a worker. It is not probable that any have been imported into England for the past quarter of a century, but without the assistance of shows or imported blood they have survived marvellously, thanks especially to the kennels of such breeders as the Dukes of Buccleuch and Hamilton, the Earl of Verulam, Lords Wimborne, Horne, and Malmesbury, the Hon. A. Holland Ibbot, Sir Savile Crossley, Mr. F. P. Barnett, Mr. C. Liddell, Mr. O. L. Mansell, and others equally enthusiastic. To the Duke of Buccleuch's kennel we are probably more indebted in the last 20 years than to any other. Its foundation was laid in 2 bitches by a dog of the Duke of Hamilton's from a bitch of Lord Malmesbury's. At Drumlanrig, as well as on the Duke's other estates, they have been most particular in preserving the purity and working qualities of their strain; and the same may be said of the Honourable A. Holland Ibbot, whose principal dogs are not only typical in appearance, but broken to perfection. The Duchess of Hamilton's kennels have been responsible for some of the best field trial winners of the present day. As far as looks are concerned, one cannot say that the Labrador compares favourably with either the flat or the curly-coated retriever, but that is immaterial so long as he continues to work as he is doing at present. End of Chapter 24. Chapter 25. The Sporting Spaniel. Part 1. 1. The Spaniel Family. The Spaniel family is without any doubt one of the most important of the many groups which are included in the canine race, not only on account of its undoubted antiquity and, compared with other families, its well authenticated lineage, but also because of its many branches and subdivisions, ranging in size from the majestic and massive clumbers to the diminutive toys which we are accustomed to associate with fair ladies' laps and gaily decked pens at our big dog shows. Moreover, the different varieties of setters undoubtedly derive their origin from the same parent stock, since we find them described by the earlier sporting writers as setting or crouching spaniels, in contradistinction to the finding or springing spaniel, who flushed the game he found without setting or pointing it. As time went on, the setting variety was, no doubt, bred larger and longer in the leg, with a view to increased pace, but the spaniel-like head and coat still remain to prove the near connection between the two breeds. All the different varieties of spaniels, both sporting and toy, have, with the exception of the Clumber and the Irish Water Spaniel, who is not, despite his name, a true spaniel at all, a common origin, though at a very early date we find them divided into two groups, viz. Land and Water Spaniels, and these two were kept distinct and bred to develop those points which were most essential for their different spheres of work. The earliest mention of spaniels to be found in English literature is contained in the celebrated Master of Game, the work of Edward Plantagenet, 2nd Duke of York and Master of Game to his uncle Henry IV, to whom the work is dedicated. It was written between the years 1406 and 1413, and although none of the MSS, of which some 16 are in existence, is dated, this date can be fairly accurately fixed, as the author was appointed Master of Game in the former and killed at Agincourt in the latter year. His chapter on spaniels, however, is mainly a translation from the equally celebrated Livre de Chasse of Gaston Comte de Foix, generally known as Gaston Phoebus, which was written in 1387, so that we may safely assume that spaniels were well known and habitually used as aids to the chase both in France and England as early as the middle of the 14th century. In the 18th and early part of the 19th century the spaniel was described by many writers on sporting subjects, but there is a great similarity in most of these accounts, each author apparently having been content to repeat in almost identical language what had been said upon the subject by his predecessors, without importing any originality or opinions of his own. Many of these works, notwithstanding this defect, are very interesting to the student of spaniel lore, and the perusal of Blaine's Rural Sports, Taplin's Sporting Dictionary and Rural Repository, Scott's Sportsman's Repository, and Needham's Complete Sportsman can be recommended to all who wish to study the history of the development of the various modern breeds. The works of the French writers de Cormac, de Cherville, Blaise, and Megnin are well worth reading, while of late years the subject has been treated very fully by such British writers as the late J. H. Walsh (Stonehenge), Mr. Vero Shaw, Mr. Rawdon Lee, Colonel Claude Cane, and Mr. C. A. Phillips. Nearly all of the early writers, both French and English, are agreed that the breed came originally from Spain, and we may assume that such early authorities as Gaston Phoebus, Edward Plantagenet, and Dr. Caius had good reason for telling us that these dogs were called spaniels because they came from Spain. The following distinct breeds or varieties are recognized by the Kennel Club. 1. Irish Water Spaniels. 2. Water Spaniels other than Irish. 3. Clumber Spaniels. 4. Sussex Spaniels. 5. Field Spaniels. 6. English Springers. 7. Welsh Springers. 8. Cocker Spaniels. Each of these varieties differs considerably from the others, and each has its own special advocates and admirers, as well as its own particular sphere of work for which it is best fitted, though almost any Spaniel can be made into a general utility dog, which is, perhaps, one of the main reasons for the popularity of the breed. 2. The Irish Water Spaniel. There is only one breed of dog known in these days by the name of Irish Water Spaniel, but if we are to trust the writers of no longer ago than half a century, there were at one time 2, if not 3, breeds of Water Spaniels peculiar to the Emerald Isle. These were the Tweed Water Spaniel, the Northern Water Spaniel, and the Southern Water Spaniel, the last of these being the progenitors of our modern strains. The history of the Irish Water Spaniel is in many ways a very extraordinary one. According to the claim of Mr. Justin McCarthy, it originated entirely in his kennels, and this claim has never been seriously disputed by the subsequent owners and breeders of these dogs. It seems improbable that Mr. Justin McCarthy can actually have originated or manufactured a breed possessing so many extremely marked differences and divergences of type as the Irish Water Spaniel. But what he probably did was to rescue an old and moribund breed from impending extinction, and so improve it by judicious breeding and cross-breeding as to give it a new lease of life, and permanently fix its salient points and characteristics. However that may be, little seems to have been known of the breed before he took it in hand, and it is very certain that nearly every Irish Water Spaniel seen for the last half-century owes its descent to his old dog Boatswain, who was born in 1834 and lived for 18 years. He must have been a grand old dog, since Mr. McCarthy gave him to Mr. Joliffe Tufnell in 1849, when he was 15 years old, and his new owner subsequently bred by him Jack, a dog whose name appears in many pedigrees. It was not until 1862 that the breed seems to have attracted much notice in England, but in that year the Birmingham Committee gave 2 classes for them, in which, however, several of the prizes were withheld for want of merit. The next few years saw these dogs making great strides in popularity, and, classes being provided at most of the important shows, many good specimens were exhibited. During the last few years, however, the breed seems to have been progressing the wrong way, and classes at shows have not been nearly so strong either in numbers or in quality as they used to be. Yet there have been, and are still, quite a large number of good dogs and bitches to be seen, and it only needs enthusiasm and co-operation among breeders to bring back the palmiest days of the Irish Water Spaniel. There is no member of the whole canine family which has a more distinctive personal appearance than the Irish Water Spaniel. With him it is a case of once seen, never forgotten, and no one who has ever seen one could possibly mistake him for anything else than what he is. His best friends probably would not claim beauty, in the aesthetic sense, for him, but he is attractive in a quaint way peculiarly his own, and intelligent looking. In this particular his looks do not betray him. He is, in fact, one of the most intelligent of all the dogs used in aid of the gun, and, in his own sphere, one of the most useful. That sphere, there is no doubt, is that indicated by his name, and it is in a country of bogs and marshes, like the south and west of Ireland, of which he was originally a native, where snipe and waterfowl provide the staple sport of the gunner, that he is in his element and seen at his best, though no doubt he can do excellent work as an ordinary retriever, and is often used as such. But nature, or Mr. McCarthy's art, has specifically formed and endowed him for the amphibious sport indicated above, and has provided him with an excellent nose, an almost waterproof coat, the sporting instincts of a true son of Erin, and above all a disposition full of good sense. He is high-couraged, and at the same time adaptable to the highest degree of perfection in training. His detractors often accuse him of being hard-mouthed, but this charge is not well founded. Many a dog which is used to hunt or find game as well as to retrieve it will often kill a wounded bird or rabbit rather than allow it to escape, while there are many Irish Water Spaniels who, under normal circumstances, are just as tender-mouthed as the most fashionable of black retrievers. Besides his virtues in the field, the Irish Water Spaniel has the reputation, a very well-founded one, of being the best of pals. Most people are well acquainted with the personal appearance of this quaint-looking dog. The points regarded as essential are as follows. Colour. The colour should always be a rich dark liver or puce, without any white at all. Any white except the slightest of shirt fronts should disqualify. The nose, of course, should conform to the coat in colour, and be dark brown. Head. The head should have a capacious skull, fairly but not excessively domed, with plenty of brain room. It should be surmounted with a regular top knot of curly hair, a most important and distinctive point. This top knot should never be square cut or like a poodle's wig, but should grow down to a well-defined point between the eyes. Eyes. The eyes should be small, dark, and set obliquely, like a Chinaman's. Ears. The ears should be long, strong in leather, low set, heavily ringleted, and from 18 to 24 inches long, according to size. Muzzle and jaw. The muzzle and jaw should be long and strong. There should be a decided stop, but not so pronounced as to make the brows or forehead prominent. Neck. The neck should be fairly long and very muscular. Shoulders. The shoulders should be sloping. Most Irish Water Spaniels have bad straight shoulders, a defect which should be bred out. Chest. The chest is deep and usually rather narrow, but should not be so narrow as to constrict the heart and lungs. Back and loins. The back and loins strong and arched. Forelegs. The forelegs straight and well boned. Heavily feathered or ringleted all over. Hind legs. The hind legs with hocks set very low, stifles rather straight, feathered all over, except inside from the hocks down, which part should be covered with short hair, a most distinctive point. Feet. The feet large and rather spreading, as is proper for a water dog, well clothed with hair. Stern. The stern covered with the shortest of hair, except for the first couple of inches next the buttocks, whip-like or string-like, a most important point, and carried low, not like a hound's. Coat. The coat composed entirely of short, crisp curls, not woolly like a poodle's, and very dense. If left to itself, this coat mats or cords, but this is not permissible in show dogs. The hair on the muzzle and forehead below the top knot is quite short and smooth, as well as that on the stern. General appearance is not remarkable for symmetry, but is quaint and intelligent looking. Height. The height should be between 21 and 23 inches. 3. The English Water Spaniel. In the Kennel Club's register of breeds, no place is allotted to this variety, all Water Spaniels other than Irish being classed together. Despite this absence of official recognition, there is abundant evidence that a breed of Spaniels legitimately entitled to the designation of English Water Spaniels has been in existence for many years, in all probability a descendant of the old Water Dog, an animal closely resembling the French Barbet, the ancestor of the modern Poodle. They were even trimmed at times, much in the same way as a poodle is nowadays, as Markham gives precise directions for the cutting or shearing him from the nail downwards or backward. The opinion expressed by the writer of The Sportsman's Cabinet, 1803, is that the breed originated from a cross between the large water dog and the springing spaniel, and this is probably correct, though Jouat, a notable authority, thinks that the cross was with an English setter. Possibly some strains may have been established in this way, and not differ very much in make and shape from those obtained from the cross with the Spaniel, as it is well known that Setters and Spaniels have a common origin. In general appearance the dog resembles somewhat closely the Springer, except that he may be somewhat higher on the leg, and that his coat should consist of crisp, tight curls, almost like Astrakhan fur, everywhere except on his face, where it should be short. There should be no top knot like that of the Irish Water Spaniel. 4. The Clumber Spaniel is in high favour in the Spaniel world, both with shooting men and exhibitors, and the breed well deserves from both points of view the position which it occupies in the public esteem. No other variety is better equipped mentally and physically for the work it is called upon to do in the aid of the gun, and few, certainly none of the Spaniels, surpass or even equal it in appearance. As a sporting dog, the Clumber is possessed of the very best of noses, a natural inclination both to hunt his game and retrieve it when killed, great keenness and perseverance, wonderful endurance and activity, considering his massive build, and as a rule is very easy to train, being highly intelligent and more docile and biddable. The man who owns a good dog of this breed, whether he uses it as a retriever for driven birds, works it in a team, or uses it as his sole companion when he goes gunning, possesses a treasure. The great success of these Spaniels in the field trials promoted by both the societies which foster those most useful institutions is enough to prove this, and more convincing still is the tenacity with which the fortunate possessor of old strains, mostly resident in the immediate neighbourhood of the original home of the breed, have held on to them and continued to breed and use them year after year for many generations. As a show dog, his massive frame, powerful limbs, pure white coat with its pale lemon markings and frecklings, and, above all, his solemn and majestic aspect, mark him out as a true aristocrat, with all the beauty of refinement which comes from a long line of cultured ancestors. All research so far has failed to carry the history back any further than the last quarter of the 18th century. About that time the Duc de Noailles presented some spaniels, probably his whole kennel, which he brought from France, to the second Duke of Newcastle, from whose place, Clumber Park, the breed has taken its name. Beyond this it seems impossible to go. Indeed, the Clumber seems to be generally looked upon as a purely English breed. From Clumber Park specimens found their way to most of the other great houses in the neighbourhood, notably to Althorpe Park, Welbeck Abbey, Birdsall House, Thoresby Hall and Osberton Hall. It is from the kennels at the last named place, owned by Mr. Foljambe, that most of the progenitors of the Clumber which have earned notoriety derived their origin. Nearly all the most famous show winners of early days were descended from Mr. Foljambe's dogs, and his beau may perhaps be considered one of the most important pillars of the stud, as he was the sire of Nabob, a great prize winner, and considered one of the best of his day, who belonged at various times during his career to such famous showmen as Messrs. Phineas Bullock, Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Rawdon Lee, and Mr. G. Oliver. There has been a great deal of lamentation lately among old breeders and exhibitors about the decadence of the breed and the loss of the true old type possessed by these dogs. But, despite all they can say to the contrary, the Clumber is now in a more flourishing state than it ever has been, and although perhaps we have not now, nor have had for the last decade, a John O'Gaunt or a Tower, there have been a large number of dogs shown during that time who possessed considerable merit, and would probably have held their own even in the days of these bygone heroes. Some of the most notable have been Baillie Friar, Beechgrove Donnelly, Goring of Auchentorley, Hampstead Toby, and Preston Shot, who all earned the coveted title of champion. The field trials have, no doubt, had a great deal to do with the largely augmented popularity of the breed and the great increase in the number of those who own Clumbers. For the first 2 or 3 years after these were truly established, no other breed seemed to have a chance with them, and even now, though both English and Welsh springers have done remarkably well, they more than hold their own. The most distinguished performer by far was Mr. Winton Smith's Beechgrove Bee, a bitch whose work was practically faultless, and the first field trial champion among spaniels. Other good Clumbers who earned distinction in the field were Beechgrove Minette, Beechgrove Maud, the Duke of Portland's Welbeck Sambo, and Mr. Phillip's Rivington Honey, Rivington Pearl, and Rivington Reel. The points and general description of the breed, as published by both the Spaniel Club and the Clumber Spaniel Club, are identical. They are as follows: Head: large, square, and massive, of medium length, broad on top, with a decided occiput. Heavy brows with a deep stop, heavy freckled muzzle with well-developed flew. Eyes: dark amber, slightly sunk. A light or prominent eye objectionable. Ears: large, vine-leaf shaped and well covered with straight hair and hanging slightly forward, the feather not to extend below the leather. Neck: very thick and powerful, and well feathered underneath. Body, including size and symmetry. Long and heavy, and near the ground. Weight of dogs about 55 pounds to 65 pounds. Bitches about 45 pounds to 55 pounds. Nose: square and flesh-coloured. Shoulders and chest: wide and deep, shoulders strong and muscular. Back and loin: back straight, broad and long. Loin powerful, well let down in flank. Hind quarters: very powerful and well developed. Stern: set low, well feathered, and carried about level with the back. Feet and legs: feet large and round, well covered with hair. Legs short, thick, and strong. Hocks low. Coat: long, abundant, soft, and straight. Colour: plain white with lemon markings, orange permissible but not desirable, slight head markings with white body preferred. General appearance should be that of a long, low, heavy, very massive dog with a thoughtful expression. 4. The Sussex Spaniel. This is one of the oldest of the distinct breeds of Land Spaniels now existing in the British Islands, and probably also the purest in point of descent, since it has for many years past been confined to a comparatively small number of kennels, the owners of which have always been at considerable pains to keep their strains free from any admixture of foreign blood. The modern race of Sussex Spaniels, as we know it, owes its origin in the main to the kennel kept by Mr. Fuller at Rosehill Park, Brightling, near Hastings. This gentleman, who died in 1847, is said to have kept his strain for 50 years or more, and to have shot over them almost daily during the season, but at his death they were dispersed by auction, and none of them can be traced with any accuracy, except a dog and a bitch which were given at this time to Ralph, the head keeper. Ralph survived his master for 40 years, and kept up his interest in the breed to the last. He used to say that the golden tinge peculiar to the Rosehill breed came from a bitch which had been mated with a dog belonging to Dr. Watts of Battle, and that every now and then what he termed a sandy pup would turn up in her litters. Owing to an outbreak of dumb madness in the Rosehill kennels, a very large number of its occupants either died or had to be destroyed, and this no doubt accounted for the extreme scarcity of the breed when several enthusiasts began to revive it about the year 1870. Mr. Saxby and Mr. Marchant are said to have had the same strain as that at Rosehill, and certainly one of the most famous sires who is to be found in most Sussex pedigrees was Buckingham, by Marchant's Rover, out of Saxby's Fan. It was from the union of Buckingham, who was claimed to be pure Rosehill, with Beb's daughter Peggy, that the Great Bachelor resulted, a dog whose name is to be found in almost every latter-day pedigree, though Mr. Campbell Newington's strain, to which has descended the historic prefix Rosehill, contains less of this blood than any other. About 1879, Mr. T. Jacobs, of Newton Abbot, took up this breed with great success, owning, amongst other good specimens, Russet, Dolly, Brunette, and Bachelor III, the latter a dog whose services at the stud cannot be estimated too highly. When this kennel was broken up in 1891, the best of the Sussex Spaniels were acquired by Mr. Wooland, and from that day this gentleman's kennel carried all before it until it in turn was broken up and dispersed in 1905. So successful was Mr. Wooland that one may almost say that he bet all other competitors off the field, though one of them, Mr. Campbell Newington, stuck most gallantly to him all through. Mr. Campbell Newington has been breeding Sussex Spaniels for over a quarter of a century with an enthusiasm and tenacity worthy of the warmest admiration, and his strain is probably the purest and more full of the original blood than any other. His kennel has always maintained a very high standard of excellence, and many famous show specimens have come from it, notably Rosehill Ruler II, a splendid Sussex scarcely inferior to Britford Giddy, Romulus, Rowan, Rita, Rush, Rock, Rag, and Ranji, and many others of almost equal merit. Colonel Claude Kane's kennel of Sussex, started from a Wooland-bred foundation, has been going for some 17 years, the best he has shown being Jonathan Swift, Selbridge Eldorado, and Selbridge Chrysolite. The breed has always had a good character for work, and most of the older writers who mention them speak of Sussex Spaniels in very eulogistic terms. They are rather slow workers, but thoroughly conscientious and painstaking, and are not afraid of any amount of thick covert, through which they will force their way, and seldom leave anything behind them. A well-bred Sussex Spaniel is a very handsome dog. Indeed, his beautiful colour alone is enough to make his appearance an attractive one, even if he were unsymmetrical and ungainly in his proportions. This colour, known as golden liver, is peculiar to the breed, and is the great touchstone and hall-mark of purity of blood. No other dog has exactly the same shade of coat, which the word liver hardly describes exactly, as it is totally different from the ordinary liver colour of an Irishman, a pointer, or even a liver field spaniel. It is rather a golden chestnut with a regular metallic sheen as of burnished metal, showing more especially on the head and face and everywhere where the hair is short. This is very apparent when a dog gets his new coat. In time, of course, it is liable to get somewhat bleached by sun and weather, when it turns almost yellow. Every expert knows this colour well, and looks for it at once when judging a class of Sussex. The description of the breed given by the Spaniel Club is as follows. Head. The skull should be moderately long and also wide, with an indentation in the middle and a full stop. Brows fairly heavy. Occiput full, but not pointed, the whole giving an appearance of heaviness without dullness. Eyes. Hazel colour, fairly large, soft and languishing, not showing the haw overmuch. Nose. The muzzle should be about 3 inches long, square, and the lips somewhat pendulous, the nostrils well developed and liver-coloured. Ears. Thick, fairly large, and lobe-shaped, set moderately low, but relatively not so low as in the Black Field Spaniel, carried close to the head and furnished with soft wavy hair. Neck. Is rather short, strong, and slightly arched, but not carrying the head much above the level of the back. There should not be much throatiness in the skin, but well-marked frill in the coat. Chest and shoulders. The chest is round, especially behind the shoulders, deep and wide, giving a good girth. The shoulders should be oblique. Back and back ribs. The back and loin are long and should be very muscular, both in width and depth. For this development the back ribs must be deep. The whole body is characterized as low, long, level, and strong. Legs and feet. The arms and thighs must be bony as well as muscular, knees and hocks large and strong, pasterns very short and bony, feet large and round, and with short hair between the toes. The legs should be very short and strong, with great bone, and may show a slight bend in the forearm, and be moderately well feathered. The hind legs should not be apparently shorter than the forelegs, or be too much bent at the hocks, so as to give a settery appearance, which is so objectionable. The hind legs should be well feathered above the hocks, but should not have much hair below that point. The hocks should be short and wide apart. Tail. Should be docked from 5 to 7 inches, set low and not carried above the level of the back, thickly closed with moderately long feather. Coat. Body coat abundant, flat or slightly waved, with no tendency to curl. Moderately well feathered on legs and stern, but clean below the hocks. Colour. Rich golden liver. This is a certain sign of the purity of the breed. Dark liver or puce denoting unmistakably a recent cross with the black or other variety of Field Spaniel. General appearance. Rather massive and muscular, but with free movements and nice tail action, denoting a tractable and cheerful disposition. Weight from 35 pounds to 45 pounds. End of Chapter 25. The Sporting Spaniel, Part 1. Chapter 25. The Sporting Spaniel, Part 2. 6. The Field Spaniel. The modern Field Spaniel may be divided into 2 classes. Indeed, we may almost say at this stage of canine history 2 breeds, as for several years past there has not been very much intermingling of blood between the blacks and those known by the awkward designation of any other variety, though of course all came originally from the same parent stock. The black members of the family have always been given the pride of place, and accounted for most importance, though latterly their party-coloured brethren seem to have rather overtaken them. Among the really old writers there is one mention, and only one, of spaniels of a black colour. Arcusia speaks of them, and of their being used in connection with the sport of hawking, but from this time up to the middle of the 19th century, though many colours are spoken of as being appropriate to the various breeds of spaniels, no author mentions black. The first strain of blacks of which we know much belonged to Mr. F. Burdett, and was obtained from a Mr. Footman of Lutterworth, Leicestershire, who was supposed to have owned them for some time. Mr. Burdett's Bob and Frank may be found at the head of very many of the best pedigrees. At his death most of his spaniels became the property of Mr. Jones, of Oscott, and Mr. Phineas Bullock, of Bilston, the latter of whom was most extraordinarily successful, and owned a kennel of Field Spaniels which was practically unbeatable between the dates of the first Birmingham show in 1861 and the publication of the first volume of the Kennel Club Stud Book in 1874, many, if not most, of the dogs which won for other owners having been bred by him. His Nelly and Bob, who won the chief prizes year after year at all the leading shows, were probably the two best specimens of their day. Another most successful breeder was Mr. W. W. Bolton of Beverley, whose kennel produced many celebrated dogs, including Beverlac, said to be the largest Field Spaniel ever exhibited, and Rolf, whose union with Bell produced 4 bitches who were destined, when mated with Nigger, a dog of Mr. Bullock's breeding, to form the foundation of the equally, if not more, famous kennel belonging to Mr. T. Jacobs of Newton Abbot. It was Mr. Jacobs who, by judiciously mating his Sussex sires, Bachelor, Bachelor III, and others, with these black-bred bitches, established the strain which in his hands and in those of his successors, Captain S. M. Thomas and Mr. Moses Wooland, carried all before it for many years, and is still easily at the top of the tree, being the most sought for and highly prized of all on account of its quality. If Black Spaniels are not quite so popular at present as they were some years ago, the fault lies with those breeders, exhibitors, and judges, the latter being most to blame, who encouraged the absurd craze for excessive length of body and shortness of leg, which not very long ago threatened to transform the whole breed into a race of cripples, and to bring it into contempt and derision among all practical men. No breed or variety of dog has suffered more from the injudicious fads and crazes of those showmen who are not sportsmen also. At one time, among a certain class of judges, length and lowness was everything, and soundness, activity, and symmetry simply did not count. As happens to all absurd crazes of this kind when carried to exaggeration, public opinion has proved too much for it, but not before a great deal of harm has been done to a breed which is certainly ornamental and can be most useful as well. Most of the prize winners of the present day are sound, useful dogs capable of work, and it is to be hoped that judges will combine to keep them so. The coloured Field Spaniel has now almost invariably at the principal shows special classes allotted to him, and does not have to compete against his black brother, as used to be the case in former years. The systematic attempt to breed Spaniels of various colours, with a groundwork of white, does not date back much more than a quarter of a century, and the greater part of the credit for producing this variety may be given to 3 gentlemen, Mr. F. E. Schofield, Dr. J. H. Spurgeon, and Mr. J. W. Robinson. In the early days of breeding blacks, when the bitches were mated either with Sussex or Liver and White Springers or Norfolk Spaniels, many parti-coloured puppies necessarily occurred, which most breeders destroyed. But it occurred to some of these gentlemen that a handsome and distinct variety might be obtained by careful selection, and they have certainly succeeded to a very great extent. The most famous names among the early sires are Dr. Spurgeon's Alonzo and his son Fop, and Mr. Robinson's Alva Dash, from one or other of whom nearly all the modern celebrities derive their descent. Those who have been and are interested in promoting and breeding these variety spaniels deserve a large amount of credit for their perseverance, which has been attended with the greatest success so far as producing colour goes. No doubt there is a very great fascination in breeding for colour, and in doing so there is no royal road to success which can only be attained by the exercise of the greatest skill and the nicest discrimination in the selection of breeding stock. At the same time, colour is not everything, and type and working qualities should never be sacrificed to it. This has too often been done in the case of coloured Field Spaniels. There are plenty of beautiful blue roans, red roans, and tricolours, whether blue roan and tan or liver roan and tan, but nearly all of them are either cocktailed, weak in hindquarters, crooked-fronted, or houndy-headed, and showing far too much haw. In fact, in head and front the greater number of the tricolours remind one of the Basset hound almost as much as they do in colour. It is to be hoped that colour breeders will endeavour to get back the true Spaniel type before it is too late. The points of both black and coloured Field Spaniels are identical, bar colour, and here it must be said that black and tan, liver and liver are not considered true variety colours, though of course they have to compete in those classes, but rather sports from black. The colours aimed at by variety breeders have all a ground colour of white, and are black and white, blue roan, liver and white, red roan, liver white and tan, and tricolours or quadricolours, i.e. blue or red roan and tan, or both combined with tan. The Spaniel Club furnishes the following description of the Black Field Spaniel. Head should be quite characteristic of this grand sporting dog, as that of the Bloodhound or the Bulldog. Its very stamp and countenance should at once convey the conviction of high breeding, character, and nobility. Skull well developed, with a distinctly elevated occipital tuberosity, which, above all, gives the character alluded to. Not too wide across muzzle, long and lean, never snipy nor squarely cut, and in profile curving gradually from nose to throat. Lean beneath eyes, a thickness here gives coarseness to the whole head. The great length of muzzle gives surface for the free development of the olfactory nerve, and thus secures the highest possible scenting powers. Eyes. Not too full, but not small, receding or overhung. Colour dark hazel or dark brown, or nearly black. Grave in expression, and bespeaking unusual docility and instinct. Ears. Set low down as possible, which greatly adds to the refinement and beauty of the head, moderately long and wide, and sufficiently clad with nice setter-like feather. Neck very strong and muscular, so as to enable the dog to retrieve his game without undue fatigue, not too short, however. Body, including size and symmetry, long and very low, well ribbed up to a good strong loin, straight or slightly arched, never slack, weight from about 35 pounds to 45 pounds. Nose well developed, with good open nostrils, and always black. Shoulders and chest, former sloping and free, latter deep and well developed, but not too round and wide. Back and loin, very strong and muscular, level and long in proportion to the height of the dog. Hind quarters, very powerful and muscular, wide and fully developed. Stern, well set on and carried low, if possible below the level of the back, in a perfectly straight line, or with a slight downward inclination, never elevated above the back, and in action always kept low, nicely fringed with wavy feather of silky texture. Feet and legs. Feet not too small, and well protected between the toes with soft feather, good strong pads. Legs straight and immensely boned, strong and short, and nicely feathered with straight or waved setter-like feather, overmuch feathering below the hocks objectionable. Coat. Flat or slightly waved, and never curled. Sufficiently dense to resist the weather, and not too short. Silky in texture, glossy, and refined in nature, with neither duffelness on the one hand, or curl or wiriness on the other. On chest, underbelly, and behind the legs, there should be abundant feather, but never too much, and that of the right sort, viz. Setter-like. The tail and hind quarters should be similarly adorned. Colour. Jet black throughout, glossy and true. A little white on chest, though a drawback, not a disqualification. General appearance. That of a sporting dog, capable of learning and doing anything possible for his inches and conformation. A grand combination of beauty and utility. 7. The English Springer. It is only quite recently that the Kennel Club has officially recognized the variety known by the name at the head of this section. For a long time the old-fashioned liver and white or black spaniels, longer in the leg than either Sussex or Field spaniels, had been known as Norfolk spaniels, and under this title the Spaniel Club has published a description of them. There had, however, been a considerable amount of discussion about the propriety of this name of Norfolk, and the weight of the evidence adduced went to show that as far as any territorial connection with the county of that name went, it was a misnomer, and that it probably arose from the breed having been kept by one of the Dukes of Norfolk, most likely that one quoted by Blaine in his Rural Sports, who was so jealous of his strain that it was only on the expressly stipulated condition that they were not to be allowed to breed in the direct line that he would allow one to leave his kennels. But when this old breed was taken up by the Sporting Spaniel Society, they decided to drop the name of Norfolk and to revert to the old title of Springer, not perhaps a very happy choice, as all Spaniels are, properly speaking, Springers in contradistinction to Setters. The complete official designation on the Kennel Club's register is English Springers other than Clumbers, Sussex and Field, a very clumsy name for a breed. There is no doubt that this variety of Spaniel retains more resemblance to the old strains which belonged to our forefathers, before the long and low idea found favour in the eyes of exhibitors, and it was certainly well worth preserving. The only way nowadays by which uniformity of type can be obtained is by somebody having authority drawing up a standard and scale of points for breeders to go by, and the Sporting Spaniel Society are to be commended for having done this for the breed under notice, the fruit of their action being already apparent in the larger and more uniform classes to be seen at shows. As the officially recognised life of the breed has been such a short one, there are naturally not very many names of note amongst the prize winners. The principal breeders and owners have so far been Mr. W. Arkwright, Mr. Harry Jones, Sir Hugo Fitzherbert, Mr. C. C. Bethune Eversfield, and Mr. Winton Smith. They are undoubtedly the right dogs for those who want Spaniels to travel faster and cover more ground than the more ponderous and short-legged Clumbers, Sussex or Field Spaniels do, but their work is hardly equal in finish and precision to that of either of the two former breeds. The following revised description of the English Springer has been issued by the Sporting Spaniel Society. Skull. Long and slightly arched on top, fairly broad, with a stop and well-developed temples. Jaws, long and broad, not snipy, with plenty of thin lip. Eyes, medium size, not too full, but bright and intelligent, of a rich brown. Ears, of fair length, low set, and lobular in shape. Neck, long and strong, and slightly arched. Shoulders, long and sloping. Forelegs, of a moderate length, straight, with flat strong bone. Body, strong, with well-sprung ribs, good girth, and chest deep and fairly broad. Loin, rather long, strong, and slightly arched. Hind quarters and hind legs. Very muscular, hocks well let down, stifles moderately bent, and not twisted inwards or outwards. Feet, strong and compact. Stern, low carried, not above the level of the back, and with a vibratory motion. Coat, thick and smooth or very slightly wavy, it must not be too long. The feathering must be only moderate on the ears and scanty on the legs, but continued down to the heels. Colour, liver and white and black and white, with or without tan, fawn and white, yellow and white, also roans and self-colours of all these tints. The pied colours are preferable, however, as more easily seen in cover. General appearance, an active compact dog, upstanding but by no means stilty. His height at shoulder should be about equal his length from the top of the withers to the root of the tail. 8. The Welsh Springer. Like the English Springer, the Welsh Springer has only very recently come into existence, officially, that is to say. But his admirers claim for him that he has existed as a separate breed for a long time, though not beyond the bounds of the Principality, where he is referred to as the starter. When his claims were first put forward, they were vigorously contested by many who could claim to speak and write with authority upon the various breeds of Spaniels existing in these islands, and it was freely asserted that they were nothing but crossbreds between the ordinary Springer and probably a Clumber, in order to account for the red or orange markings and the vine-leaf shaped ears. Even if they are a new breed, they are a most meritorious one, both in their appearance, which is eminently sporting and workmanlike, and for the excellence of their work in the field, which has been amply demonstrated by the record earned at the field trials by Mr. A. T. Williams and others, but those who have seen them at work have nothing but good to say for them, and for working large rough tracts of country in teams their admirers say they are unequalled. In appearance they are decidedly attractive, rather more lightly built than most Spaniels, small in size, indeed very little larger than Cockers, invariably white in colour with red or orange markings, and possessing rather fine heads with small Clumber-shaped ears. Their general appearance is that of extremely smart and active little dogs. The Welsh Springer is described by the Sporting Spaniel Society as follows. Skull. Fairly long and fairly broad, slightly rounded with a stop at the eyes. Jaws, medium length, straight, fairly square, the nostrils well developed and flesh-coloured or dark. A short, chubby head is objectionable. Eyes, hazel or dark, medium size, not prominent, not sunken, nor showing haw. Ears, comparatively small and gradually narrowing towards the tip, covered with feather and not longer than the ears, set moderately low and hanging close to the cheeks. Neck, strong, muscular, clean in throat. Shoulders, long and sloping. Forelegs, medium length, straight, good bone, moderately feathered. Body, Strong, fairly deep, not long, well sprung ribs. Length of body should be proportionate to length of leg. Loin. Muscular and strong, slightly arched, well coupled up and knit together. Hind quarters and hind legs. Strong, hocks well let down, stifles moderately bent, not twisted in or out, not feathered below the hock of the leg. Feet. Round with thick pads. Stern. Low, never carried above the level of the back, feathered and with a lively motion. Coat. Straight or flat and thick. Colour. Red or orange and white. General appearance, symmetrical, compact, strong, merry, active, not stilty, built for endurance and activity, and about 28 lbs. And upwards in weight, but not exceeding 45 lbs. 9. The Cocker Spaniel. For the last few years the popularity of this smaller sized branch of the Spaniel tribe has been steadily increasing, and the Cocker classes at most of the best shows are now remarkable both for the number of entries and the very high standard of excellence to which they attain. A short time ago black Cockers were decidedly more fashionable than their parti-coloured relatives, but now the reverse is the case, and the various roans and tricolours have overtaken and passed the others, both in general quality and in the public esteem. The reason for this popularity of the breed as a whole is not far to seek. The affectionate and merry disposition of the Cocker and his small size compared with that of the other breeds pre-eminently fit him for a companion in the house as well as in the field, and he ranks among his admirers quite as many of the fairer sex as he does men, a fact which is not without a certain element of danger, since it should never be lost sight of that the breed is a sporting one, which should on no account be allowed to degenerate into a race of mere house companions or toys. Small-sized spaniels, usually called cockers, from their being more especially used in woodcock shotting, have been indigenous to Wales and Devonshire for many years, and it is most likely from one or both of these sources that the modern type has been evolved. It is probable, too, that the type in favour today, of a short-coupled, rather cobby dog, fairly high on the leg, is more like that of these old-fashioned cockers than that which obtained a decade or two ago, when they were scarcely recognised as a separate breed, and the spaniel classes were usually divided into field spaniels over 25 lbs. And field spaniels under 25 lbs. In those days a large proportion of the prizes fell to miniature field spaniels. The breed was not given official recognition on the Kennel Club's register till 1893, nor a section to itself in the stud book, and up to that date the only real qualification a dog required to be enabled to compete as a cocker was that he should be under the weight of 25 lbs, a limit arbitrarily and somewhat irrationally fixed, since in the case of an animal just on the border line he might very well have been a cocker before and a field spaniel after breakfast. It is not easy to find authentic pedigrees going back further than a quarter of a century, but Mr. C. A. Phillips can trace his own strain back to 1860, and Mr. James Farrow was exhibiting successfully 35 years ago. The former gentleman published the pedigree of his bitch Rivington Dora for 18 generations, in extenso in The Sporting Spaniel, while the famous Obo strain of the latter may be said to have exercised more influence than any other on the black variety both in this country and in the United States. It was in 1880 that the most famous of all the pillars of the cocker stud, Mr. James Farrow's Obo, made his first bow to the public, he and his litter sister Sally having been born the year before. He won the highest honours that the show bench can give, and the importance of his service to the breed both in his owner's kennel and outside it can scarcely be overestimated. Nearly all of the best blacks and many of the best coloured cockers are descended from him. At this period the type mostly favoured was that of a dog rather longer in the body and lower on the leg than it is at present, but the Obo family marked a progressive step, and very rightly kept on winning under all the best judges for many years, their owner being far too good a judge himself ever to exhibit anything but first-class specimens. Meanwhile, although the blacks were far the most fashionable, and it was said that it was hopeless to try to get the same quality in coloured specimens, several enthusiastic breeders for colour were quietly at work, quite undismayed by the predilection shown by most exhibitors and judges for the former colour. Among them was Mr. C. A. Phillips, whose two bitches from Mr. James Freem, of Wepper Hall, Flintshire, succeeded in breeding from one of them, whom he named Rivington Slow, the celebrated dog Rivington Signal, who, mated with Rivington Blossom, produced Rivington Bloom, who was in turn the dam of Rivington Redcoat. These dogs proved almost, if not quite, as valuable to the coloured variety as Obo did to the blacks, and formed the foundation of Mr. J. M. Porter's celebrated Braeside strain, which afterwards became so famous. During the last few years, Mr. R. de Courcy Peel's kennel has easily held the pride of place in this variety. Most readers are no doubt familiar with the many beautiful Cockers which have appeared in the show ring and carried off so many prizes under the distinguishing affix Bowdler. His kennel was built up on a Braeside foundation, and has contained at one time or other such flyers as Ben Bowdler, Bob Bowdler, Rufus Bowdler, Dixon Bowdler, Eva Bowdler, Mary Bowdler, Bluecoat Bowdler, Susan Bowdler, and others, and Ben and Bob have also been, as sires, responsible for the success of a good many dogs hailing from other kennels. He has also been fairly successful with blacks, which, however, have usually been purchased and not bred by him, the two best being Master Reuben, bred by Miss Joan Godfrey, and Jadson Bowdler, a bitch who has distinguished herself both in the ring and in the field. Coloured Cockers are certainly blooming just now, and as a consequence the blacks, who are equally worthy of support, are being rather neglected. Certainly it is the case that whereas one sees at most shows big classes of the former filled with a good level lot with hardly a bad specimen amongst them, the classes devoted to the latter, besides not being so well filled, are much more uneven, and always contain a large proportion of weeds and toys. A few years ago the black classes were immeasurably superior to the coloured, and it is to be hoped that in the near future they will regain at least a position of equality with them. At the last few field trial meetings the Spaniel Club has provided classes confined to Cockers, which have filled fairly well, and enabled the small breed to demonstrate that it can in its way be quite as useful as its larger cousins. A Cocker can very often go and work as well where a larger Spaniel cannot even creep, and for working really thick hedgerows or gorse has no superior. There seems to be every prospect of a brilliant future and increased popularity for this charming breed. Its interests are looked after both by the Spaniel Club and the comparatively newly formed Cocker Spaniel Club, and it is also quite as much in favour on the other side of the Atlantic as it is in the United Kingdom. Indeed, the classes in America and Canada compare very favourably with our own. The descriptive particulars of the breed are: Head. Not so heavy in proportion and not so high in occiput as in the modern Field Spaniel, with a nicely developed muzzle or jaw. Lean, but not snipy, and yet not so square as in the Clumber or Sussex varieties, but always exhibiting a sufficiently wide and well-developed nose. Forehead perfectly smooth, rising without a too decided stop from muzzle into a comparatively wide and rounded, well-developed skull, with plenty of room for brain power. Eyes. Full of intelligence and gentleness, though decidedly wide awake, bright and merry, never goggled nor weak as in the King Charles and Blenheim kinds. Ears. Lobular, set on low, leather fine, and not exceeding beyond the nose. Well clothed with long silky hair, which must be straight or wavy, no positive curls or ringlets. Neck strong and muscular and neatly set on to fine sloping shoulders. Body, including size and symmetry, not quite so long and low as in the other breeds of Spaniels, more compact and firmly knit together, giving the impression of a concentration of power and untiring activity. Weight. The weight of a Cocker Spaniel of either sex should not exceed 25 lbs, or be less than 20 lbs. Any variation either way should be penalised. Nose. Sufficiently wide and well developed to ensure the exquisite scenting powers of this breed. Shoulders and chest. The former sloping and fine, chest deep and well developed, but not too wide and round to interfere with the free action of the forelegs. Back and loin. Immensely strong and compact in proportion to the size and weight of the dog, slightly sloping towards the tail. Hindquarters. Wide, well rounded, and very muscular, so as to ensure untiring action and propelling power under the most trying circumstances of a long day, bad weather, rough ground, and dense covert. Stern. That most characteristic of blue blood in all the Spaniel family may, in the lighter and more active Cocker, although set low down, be allowed a slightly higher carriage than in the other breeds, but never cocked up over, but rather in a line with the back, though the lower its carriage and action the better, and when at work its action should be incessant in this, the brightest and merriest of the whole Spaniel family. Feet and legs. The legs should be well boned, feathered, and straight, for the tremendous exertions expected from this grand little sporting dog, and should be sufficiently short for concentrated power, but not too short as to interfere with its full activity. Feet firm, round, and cat-like, not too large, spreading, and loose-jointed. This distinct breed of Spaniel does not follow exactly on the lines of the larger Field Spaniel, either in lengthiness, lowness, or otherwise, but is shorter in the back and rather higher on the legs. Coat. Flat or waved and silky in texture, never wiry, woolly, or curly, with sufficient feather of the right sort, viz. Waved or setter-like, but not too profuse and never curly. General appearance. Confirmatory of all indicated above, viz. a concentration of pure blood and type, sagacity, docility, good temper, affection, and activity. End of Chapter 25. The Sporting Spaniel, Part 2.